Chapter 261, Shadow Legion. High above Poseidon Island, in the shifting illusory space, a cobalt-skinned figure hovered, his golden light trident cradled in one massive hand. Before him floated a vast circular mirror of shimmering light, its surface rippling with scenes from the Douluo Continent below. Poseidon's brow furrowed as he watched. "Strange," he muttered, fingertips brushing the trident's haft. The weapon's divine power had nearly surged free of his will, an occurrence he had never before experienced. Why would the Poseidon trident respond to someone on the island? He leaned closer to the mirror, focusing on the young man who now held the trident on the mortal plane. The boy moved with a familiar ease, as though he'd wielded such a godly artifact countless times. Yet no mortal of Douluo Continent could ever tame a first-level divine weapon so effortlessly. Poseidon's gaze hardened. Could this youth be the reincarnation of a god from another world? In the god realm, only beings of god-king rank could return across the veil with memories intact, and there were only 5 such deities among all the gods. If even one more soul slipped in from a foreign realm, it might upset the delicate balance the God Realm Committee so jealously guarded. He straightened, the coruscating light of his trident reflecting off the mirror. "I must report this," he decided. "If a stranger from another plane truly walks among the mortals, wielding my own trident, then the ramifications for both realms could be catastrophic." With that, Poseidon summoned a whirl of azure currents around him and prepared to communicate his discovery to the others of the Pantheon. The fate of gods and men alike was about to shift in ways none had ever predicted. He still couldn't reach out to his old comrade, the Shura god. Ever since their meeting fell apart, all communication had gone dark. But Poseidon didn't let himself worry. After all, when gods are reborn in other worlds, they often have to retrain and reclaim their divine thrones before they can truly awaken. In comparison, the fate of Douluo Continent weighed far more heavily on his mind. At his current pace, he thought, by the time he passed the 9th Poseidon trial, that entire realm might already have vanished. A flicker of unease passed through him. As the successor, he'd breezed through the first joint examination with almost no effort. The 3rd trial had slowed him down. Those enchanted chains had been no trivial obstacle. He couldn't afford any more delays. "No," he murmured. "Douluo Continent's future is too uncertain. I must go to my heir's side." With that resolve, Poseidon lifted his hand. A torrent of golden light poured from his palm, coalescing into a radiant barrier before him. Far below, on Poseidon Island, the sky darkened as thunderheads gathered, heralding the storm to come. Huge, unrelenting waves battered Cheng Xiao's body, yet High Priestess Bo-Saisi of Poseidon Island remained motionless. Though she secretly suspected he was somehow bound to Lord Poseidon, the truth caught in her throat. Above them, roiling dark clouds churned, thunder rattled the air, and the very earth of Poseidon Island trembled beneath their feet. On Cheng Xiao's brow, the golden sigil of the Poseidon trident began to pulse with quiet anticipation. Then, without warning, a brilliant azure beam, imperceptible to ordinary eyes, plummeted from the stormy heavens and struck him squarely. In an instant, his soul detached from his body, and the entire island unfurled before him in crystal clarity. Every rock, every eddying tide, burned with newfound definition as his purple demon eyes broke through into their final realm. Between his eyebrows, the golden trident mark glowed feverishly. The latent blue light swelled, then erupted in a surge of gilded radiance that streaked across his forehead like a lightning bolt. Throughout it all, Cheng Xiao stood perfectly calm, observing the transformation with detached curiosity. Finally, he raised a single hand and flicked his fingers as if dismissing a trivial annoyance. Yet the air around him crackled with power. The roaring torrent of power abruptly fell silent, as if the world itself had taken a deep breath. Cheng Xiao closed his eyes and listened, attuned to the familiar majestic voice resonating in his mind. "You have completed the 3rd trial of tidal body refinement ahead of schedule. Your affinity with Poseidon has risen by 15%, your total affinity by 25%, and your soul power has advanced 5 levels. You have exceeded all expectations," the voice continued. "As the successor of the 9 examinations of Poseidon, you have undergone a spiritual awakening. Your cranial soul bone has been further strengthened." A surge of energy pulsed through Cheng Xiao's body. Opening his eyes, he beheld a radiant swirl of violet gold light, like distant stars, and felt every constraint upon him vanish. He flexed his limbs, still numb from the transformation, then turned and walked deliberately toward the shore. Yet beneath that newfound strength, Tang San's heart remained unsettled. The Douluo Continent teetered on the brink of chaos. He still had the 9th Poseidon trial to complete, and the Hao Qin sect was reeling from yet another catastrophe. Without the resurgence of the God King's soul to steady him, Tang San wondered how long his resolve would hold. Tang San's stride slowed as he reflected on his situation. I can't use my divine power for now, but with the trident of Poseidon, I'll have a chance to finish the trial ahead of schedule. If I clear this next test quickly, the ones that follow will be much easier. And once I've spoken with Poseidon directly, I'll complete the assessment and reach level 100. Lost in thought, he barely noticed Bo Saixi stepping onto his path until she spoke. Tang San, congratulations on passing the 3rd trial. Her tone was warm, but her eyes flickered with curiosity and something tighter, doubt. Tang San returned her smile, inclining his head politely. Bo Saixi had been here far longer than he, yet he seemed completely at home on Poseidon Island. Was that natural familiarity, or something else? Could there really be some secret link between him and the god himself? She had no wish to disrespect the High Priest of Water, but Tang San's swift progress and his mysterious aura left her unsettled. High Priestess, Tang San said smoothly, may I know the nature of the 4th trial? Bo Saixi studied him for a moment, as though searching for hidden guile. Then she stepped aside, revealing a smooth corridor carved from aquamarine stone. Your next challenge awaits through there, she said. Prepare yourself. Tang San offered a confident nod. Whatever lay beyond that doorway, he was ready. Chapter 4. The 4th trial. Bo Saixi's voice rang out in the hushed expanse of the divine hall. Your 4th test, she proclaimed, is to join forces with the demonic great white shark spirit and slay the demonic orca king amid its pod of killer whales. Tang San drew a steady breath. 100,000-year-old soul beast. Killing it would yield only profit and no loss. He needed every ounce of experience to shatter his current limits. Without Xiao Wu's sacrificed soul energy, without his blue-silver grass fully awakened, and lacking the decisive high-level techniques of a ring Douluo, Tang San viewed this trial as more than a mission. It was his chance to ascend to 8 spirit rings. Poseidon, the high priest of the sea, regarded him coolly from his ivory throne. Tang San, he said, your soul power has stalled at this bottleneck. What I now offer you is heaven's gift, a key to the soul skill you so desperately need. With that, Poseidon lifted his right hand. Resting in his palm lay a single golden bead, glowing with faint, undulating light. Arcane runes spiraled across its surface, and even at a distance, Tang San could sense its potent resonance with his own spirit. Thank you, High Priest, Tang San replied, bowing low. Poseidon inclined his head in acknowledgement. Wordlessly, he pressed the bead against Tang San's chest. Immediately, a torrent of energy erupted through him, tearing down barriers in his soul and illuminating latent power deep within. The blue-silver grass spirit stirred, eager to break free and entwine with that new vitality. As the light in the divine hall dimmed, Tang San felt the walls of the realm slip away. In their place, the roaring sea of the spirit domain surged into view. Beneath churning waves, a pod of colossal killer whales slalomed through the depths, their leader, the demonic orca king, bearing down upon him with furious crimson eyes. Beside Tang San, the hulking form of the demonic great white shark spirit materialized, jaws gleaming with razor teeth. So began Tang San's 4th trial, to aid the shark in toppling the ancient orca king, to claim its 100,000-year spirit core, and, most crucially, to break free of his own limitations and rise, at last, to the realm of the 8-ring soul Douluo. With a soft puff, the golden bead in Poseidon's hand split open, releasing a shimmering mist that drifted forward and gradually enveloped Tang San's body. Without a backward glance, Poseidon turned and strode away. In the Tiando Empire's capital, Tiando City, a steady drizzle blurred the outlines of shattered buildings and littered streets. The grandeur of the past lay in ruins. Standing alone in the rain, Emperor Shuiye surveyed the devastation with a heavy heart. Around him, his ministers stood in solemn silence. The fall of the capital struck a crushing blow to the empire's morale. At the emperor's side, Prince Shui Xing bent low and whispered, "Your Majesty, the Haoqin sect has been wiped out." According to the latest reports, the Wuhun Hall has rebranded itself as the Wuhun Empire, and they've formally declared war on both Tiando and Xingluo. Emperor Shui's expression remained calm as ever. "The Wuhun Empire certainly aims high," he said quietly. There was no shock in his voice, only the steady conviction of a ruler who had long anticipated this day. Even as Tiando City lay in ruins and the Haotian sect lay defeated, his eyes betrayed no anger, only resolve. Emperor Shuiye stood in the War Council chamber, his gaze fixed on the flickering battle maps laid out before him. Around him, his ministers and generals whispered in hushed tones, casting anxious glances at their ruler. Even the grand columns of the hall seemed to tremble under the weight of the news they had just received. 70% of the Tiando Empire's military strength had been wiped out. In the desperate defense of Tiando City, every member of the elite royal guard had fallen. Reinforcements hurried back from the border fared no better, suffering crushing losses. Now the once mighty empire lay exposed, vulnerable to any ambitious vassal state that might seize the moment. A hush fell over the chamber as the implications sank in. If it weren't for the presence of the independent Seven-Star Academy, whose masterful strategists and formidable fighters had stemmed the bloodshed, casualties would have been even more catastrophic. At that moment, Prince Shui Xing, the emperor's younger brother, broke the silence. His voice was calm but urgent. "Your Majesty, we must seek the aid of the Seven-Star Academy. They alone still possess the strength and expertise to turn the tide." Emperor Shuiye closed his eyes, exhaustion etched into every line of his face. He had borne the burdens of the realm for years, but this sudden calamity weighed heavier than any before. Finally, he exhaled, his decision resolute. "Very well," he said quietly. He placed a weary hand on Shuixing's shoulder and managed a wry, bittersweet smile. "If the Academy can save our empire, then we must not hesitate to call on them. Tiando is too great to lose." Without another word, the emperor turned and strode from the council chamber. A handful of loyal courtiers followed him into the dimly lit corridors of the palace, each lost in his own thoughts of what the future might hold. Meanwhile, at the fortified gates of the Seven-Star Academy, anticipation buzzed through the air. The Academy's flag, a field of midnight blue embroidered with 7 golden stars, fluttered above the watchtowers. Cadets in crisp uniforms stood at attention, their swords sheathed but ready at their sides. A small delegation from the Tiando court had arrived that morning, bearing the emperor's personal seal and a plea for assistance. As the envoys were led through the courtyard, senior instructors exchanged glances. They understood the gravity of the request. The empire was on the brink of collapse, and only the combined strength of academy mages, warriors, and tacticians could hope to stabilize the realm. Headmistress Li Meilin, her silver-streaked hair pinned neatly atop her head, awaited them in the grand hall. Beside her stood Captain Jin Wucheng, renowned for his battle prowess, and Master Scholar Wu Shiqin, whose keen mind had unraveled countless military mysteries. When the envoys entered, bowing low, Meilin regarded them with calm authority. "Speak your emperor's will," she said, her voice carrying the quiet power that had earned the Academy its revered reputation. Outside, the afternoon sun cast long shadows over the training grounds, where students sparred and practiced complex spell formations. Everyone sensed that this calm day marked the beginning of a new, pivotal chapter, for the Academy, for the Empire, and for all who would stand against the gathering storm. Chapter 12. Council at Seven Stars Academy. The grand conference hall of Seven Stars Academy lay silent under the late afternoon light. At the raised dais, Cheng Xiao occupied the seat of honor. Beside him, the Academy's other senior members sat in strict order. Moments earlier, they had returned triumphant from the Star Do Great Forest, where Cheng Xiao had slain the Beast King and absorbed its horde into his army. Now, the only shadows that remained to threaten Douluo Continent were the looming dual forces of the Fantasy World King and the Dragon Emperor. Gu Yo, who led the Soul Beast clan, settled into her chair with a measured grace. After witnessing Cheng Xiao's overwhelming victory over the Beast King, She had been the first to pledge her clan's allegiance. She understood all too well that if the continent did not stand united now, it would fall prey to catastrophe before long. As everyone waited, Cheng Xiao lifted his gaze and let a wry smile play on his lips. "You all look like you've just seen a ghost," he teased softly. "Seriously, are you expecting the end of the world any minute now?" At this, Douluo shifted in his seat, impatience flickering in his eyes. He leaned forward, voice low but insistent. "You joke, but when the apocalypse really does arrive, there won't be anyone left to laugh." Cheng Xiao nodded once, acknowledging the gravity behind Douluo's words, then turned his attention to Ningfengji. The elder stood, robes rustling quietly. "Cheng Xiao," Ningfengji began, "the Wuhun Empire is gathering strength. Their forces advance from the east without pause. How should the academy respond?" A hush fell over the hall, all eyes on Cheng Xiao. He drew in a steady breath, recalling the fierce clashes in the great forest and the allies who now answered his banner. In that moment, he saw not only worry but resolve in the faces around him, the same resolve that had shattered the Beast King's legions. "First," Cheng Xiao said, voice clear and commanding, "we forge our alliances into a single front. The Wuhun Empire must see our unity before they can challenge it. Second, we prepare the soul beasts to guard our borders. Gu Yu, your clan will help train our wards in spirit combat. Finally, we open channels of communication with the Dragon Emperor's domain. If he truly means to preserve the continent, we must give him the chance to declare it, one way or another." A ripple of agreement went around the table. Plans would be drafted, diplomats dispatched, battalions assembled. In that assembly room, beneath banners bearing the Seven Stars sigil, hope blossomed amid the tension. They were not powerless, and as long as they stood together, neither Fantasy World King nor Dragon Emperor could claim Douluo Continent unchallenged. Cheng Xiao closed his eyes for a brief moment, then opened them with quiet determination. "Let's get to work." The council members rose, their apprehension replaced by purpose. Outside the hall, dusk had begun to settle, but within Seven Stars Academy, a new light was kindling, one that might yet save the world. "There's nothing we can do," Cheng Xiao said, shaking his head. "Whatever the Wuhun Empire is planning doesn't concern us right now. Our priority is to conserve our strength." "Unbelievable," Bone Douluo muttered, his voice heavy with frustration. "The Haotian sect, once the greatest sect in the world, was toppled so easily?" Ningfengji's expression darkened. "The Wuhun Empire currently boasts over a dozen titled Douluos, each at spirit level 95. In its heyday, Haotian never had more than 5. It's only a matter of time before the Empire sets its sights on us." As the discussion rippled through the hall, Cheng Xiao, seated in the front row, suddenly sprang to his feet, eyes wide with surprise. "They've arrived already? Could this be the doing of the Dragon Emperor?" Before his words were fully out, Cheng Xiao vanished into thin air. Without hesitation, Gu Yu, whose mastery of spatial techniques was unmatched, slipped into the same void. "What's happening?" Douluo stammered, staring at the empty space where his friends had stood. The rest of the disciples looked on in stunned silence, bewildered by the sudden disappearance. "Let's head out and take a look," Douluo said, rising to his feet. The 7 killing swords began to whirl beneath him, lifting him into the sky. Gu Rong scratched his head, cast a glance at Ningfengji, and together with Douluo, followed Jian up to meet him. Around them, violent magic crackled and hissed, warping the air as if it might tear in two. Directly below the rift, Cheng Xiao and Gu Yue stood side by side, their gazes fixed on the gargantuan portal that had once again split open the heavens. Douluo and his companions hovered a short distance behind, their breaths hitched, hearts pounding with anticipation. Cheng Xiao felt a familiar drumbeat in his chest and drew a steadying breath. He recognized the signature of that otherworldly power. His pulse seemed to answer an unspoken summons. Douluo's voice cut through the tension. "It's opening." As he spoke, the shimmering veil between realms dissolved. An unending tide of dark shapes poured through the breach, blotting out sunlight and casting the land into gloom. Wave upon wave of figures, more than 100,000, flooded from the portal. Every witness froze, awe and fear locking them in stunned silence. "Damn it!" Douluo spat, clenching his fists so tightly his knuckles went white. "How much longer are we supposed to keep this up? Even if I collapse from exhaustion, I can't possibly slaughter them all. Bone Douluo's reply came in a low growl. I know, there's just too many. He turned his head, staring out over the battlefield. From high above, the magic beasts, countless as grains of sand, were beginning their slow, ominous descent. After the crushing encounter they'd already survived, Bone Douluo knew better than anyone that these creatures were walking engines of death. Jian Douluo and the other titled Douluos felt a chill run through them. If all those beasts touched down at once, the devastation would be unimaginable. The very fate of the Douluo Continent hung in the balance. Just as Jian Douluo raised his blade and the others prepared to unleash their strongest techniques, a clear, commanding voice cut through the tension. Don't move! The words, laced with raw magical power, echoed across the field. Jian Douluo's sword arm froze mid-swing. Everyone halted, as if rooted to the spot. What's going on? Douluo managed, his voice edged with confusion. Bone Douluo shook his head. I haven't the faintest idea. Jian Douluo's gaze flicked to Cheng Xiao, eyes narrowed and searching. Whatever Cheng Xiao had seen, or planned, would change everything to come. Ning Fengji studied the scene for a long moment, as if piecing together some hidden truth. Finally, he waved his hand and retracted his martial spirit. Hold your ground, he ordered. Let's see what Cheng Xiao has to say. A tense hush fell over the group. Through Cheng Xiao's mental transmission, everyone caught his calm voice, but the sight of dozens of magic beasts circling overhead still set their nerves on edge. After a few heartbeats, the creatures glided down and landed en masse on the far shore. Then one beast stepped forward from the throng. Without hesitation, Cheng Xiao broke away from the others and approached it alone. Guyue's eyes widened as she sensed the same energy rippling from that monster as from Cheng Xiao himself, and suddenly she understood why he'd told everyone to stand back. When Cheng Xiao came to a halt, so did the colossal beast. Their gazes locked, and in that instant of mutual recognition, the great black creature lowered its massive head in deference. At once, every other magic beast followed suit, bowing their necks in perfect unison. The ground seemed to tremble under the weight of so many bowed heads, and for a timeless moment, awe held them all in its grip. After a heartbeat of silence, the creature at the front, the one who had bowed deepest, slowly lifted its head. Its eyes glowed as it spoke in a low, resonant voice. I am Borean, Marshal and Commander-in-Chief of the Shadow Legion. By the command of His Majesty, the third-generation Shadow King, I have come to stand with you. Chapter 262, Challenge. To prevent another war, the senior soul masters of Seven Star Academy stood frozen, disbelief etched across their faces as though their very souls had been torn away. A stunned murmur swept through the ranks. My God! Before them stretched an army of soldiers clad in jet-black armor, swirling with shadowy smoke. Each figure exuded a terrifyingly vast magical aura, but it wasn't just raw power that shocked the onlookers. As Jian Douluo, and the others watched grimly, 10 massive black dragons lowered their heads in disciplined formation behind these warriors. Guyue's heart pounded. As a dragon in the Douluo world, she'd never felt pressure like this, not the thrill of ancient bloodline superiority, but the oppressive weight of a life far beyond her reach. Dragons, intermingled with these dark soldiers. That was inconceivable. How many dragons even remained in the Douluo world? Even if every single one of them gathered here, their number couldn't exceed 20. And yet there they were, 10 mighty drakes, each radiating a chilling, otherworldly might. The assembled soul masters exchanged terrified glances. This force wasn't merely powerful, it was something altogether new, something monstrous. Were the creatures from that other world truly capable of this? The answer quivered on everyone's lips, but no one dared speak it aloud. Instead, an uneasy silence fell, the calm before a storm none could predict. 10 colossal dragons descended before them, their scales shimmering like molten metal in the dusk light. It was clear these were no ordinary troops, but an elite vanguard, just a fraction of the Wuhun Empire's true might. At their forefront stood a figure even more awe-inspiring, a four-winged being whose every muscle crackled with raw power. Yet rather than shrink back, Guyue watched calmly. Each dragon lowered its massive head, bowing in reverence to Cheng Xiao. From the ruined ramparts of the Tiando Empire's last defenders, stunned whispers rippled through the ranks. None had anticipated such allies. Soldiers exchanged uneasy glances. Senior officers frowned with growing concern. Who was this young man, commanding legendary creatures with nothing more than a gesture? To the Tiando High Command, the assault felt not only devastating, but bewildering. By all accounts, the Empire had neither provoked this onslaught nor sought to destroy the Wuhun. Even in the gravest of wars, they had never intended to raise their own capital. And yet, as these dragons readied themselves for the march on the city, it was clear this conflict had spiraled far beyond any plan or provocation. They now faced an enemy they scarcely understood, led by a boy whose very presence had ignited the flames of war. Cheng Xiao's gaze locked onto the imposing figure of General Commander Berlian and the endless ranks of Shadow Legion soldiers kneeling behind him. This was the true Shadow Legion, a force capable of obliterating anything in its path. As he took in their disciplined formation, Cheng Xiao felt his throat constrict. These warriors weren't his own, yet through the intricate web of arcane bonds spun by the Shadow King, he sensed their very lives entwined with his. Each heartbeat, each surge of fear or resolve, came to him with crystal clarity. He wasn't their sovereign, yet in that moment he bowed inwardly in gratitude to the Shadow King of another world, whose power had summoned these formidable reinforcements. Without a word, Berlian straightened to his full height. A dark, crackling energy radiated from him, bending the air into rippling distortions. He exuded the absolute authority and courage befitting a legendary general, and through the segmented plates of his jet-black armor, Cheng Xiao glimpsed 6 vast, shadowy wings, their feathers quivering with barely contained power. Cheng Xiao's breath caught as he took in Berlian's new form. He remembered the creature with only 4 wings. This one now boasted 6, a clear sign that its power had surpassed even a legion commander to reach marshal rank. Berlian arted him coolly, every beat of his heartbeat pounding with the knowledge that the beast was testing him, determining whether he, too, had attained Shadow King level. He wouldn't be found wanting. Though Cheng Xiao had reinforcements sent by the second-generation Shadow King, Cheng Xiaoyu, he also commanded legions utterly loyal to him. With hardly a break in his calm, controlled voice, he called out, "Show yourselves." At once, a tide of soldiers poured into being behind him. In moments, tens of thousands of dark-armored warriors had materialized. Nash's squad, Ions, Titans, Fangs, the white-haired ghosts, the monster giants, unit after unit led by his most trusted commanders, all arrayed in perfect ranks. From the opposite side, Gu Yue's eyes swept over the growing shadow army, her lips tightening. She, too, had forces at her command, and she would not be outdone. Raising a slender hand, she whispered the summoning incantation. One by one, colossal beasts thundered into the clearing. The Heavenly Emperor, the two-headed Biji, Xiangjun, and more, each snarling at the looming legions assembled against them. The battlefield crackled with raw energy as both sides readied themselves. Cheng Xiao squared his shoulders, meeting Berlian's unblinking gaze, while Gu Yu guided her beastly champions into position. Neither would back down, neither would yield the advantage. In the tense silence that followed, all that remained was the clash to come. Fierce beasts of every kind fell into formation behind Cheng Xiao, and seeing this, Du Gubo and the other soul masters willingly took their places among the shadow soldiers so Cheng Xiao wouldn't be outnumbered. Soon the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor descended as well, their chilling presences freezing the air around them. Borean's eyes flickered with surprise at the growing host, but he swiftly masked it, his expression returning to one of cold detachment. To him, these newcomers, none of whom were true shadow soldiers, were hardly worth the effort. His own troops alone could shred them to ribbons. Still, he shook his head imperceptibly. Their physical frailty was beside the point. All that mattered was their purpose, to wipe out the remnants of the Dragon Emperor's forces. Yet Borean could not help but admire the strength on display. This world's shadow army was formidable, especially the dragon hybrid creature born from the fusion of an ancient dragon and the native dragon clan. It dwarfed the might of the original General Wang Beier, though, of course, Wang Beier was likely preoccupied with sharpening his young master's power at this very moment. For a long, tense moment, the two forces simply stared at one another. Then, without a sound, Every shadow soldier around Cheng Xiao swore silent oaths of loyalty, their resolve as unbreakable as the darkness that bound them. Cheng Xiao allowed himself a satisfied nod. He'd already been impressed by Borean's swift response, but the real test was how the Tiando Empire's remaining forces would react. Borean spotted their lingering ranks of bewildered infantry and leaned close. "Your Majesty," he murmured, "shall I finish them off?" Cheng Xiao's smile was gentle but firm. "No, Commander-in-Chief Burliang, these are ordinary soldiers defending their homeland. We'll show them mercy." Burliang bowed his head in solemn acknowledgement. "As you command." Cheng Xiao sensed eyes upon him and turned. Before him stood hundreds of Tiando spearmen and crossbowmen, common folk, frozen in confusion. They'd just witnessed impossible feats of power, and now their sovereign showed them clemency. How could he possibly explain that behind him lay 130,000 shadow warriors, god-level combatants capable of sweeping the entire Douluo Continent and even piercing divine defenses? His polite smile felt woefully inadequate. In a realm beyond space and time, the Dragon Emperor sat upon his obsidian throne. Flickering torches cast long shadows across the vaulted chamber. A messenger knelt at the foot of the throne, voice steady. "Your Maj, Esti, the elite corps of the second-generation Shadow King have arrived." The Dragon Emperor's eyes gleamed with interest as the messenger awaited further orders. Chapter text. In the heart of the Dragon Emperor's palace, a vast crystal orb pulsed with arcane light. Before it, the Illusion King lounged nonchalantly, his chin propped on one hand as he surveyed the swirling images. "Should we be making any preparations?" he asked casually, eyes never leaving the orb. The Dragon Emperor stepped forward, his voice a low murmur. "He grows stronger by the day, and his shadow army expands in power as well. But if we seize this moment, strike at every one of his troops, even the Shadow King himself will find his plans in disarray." The Illusion King inclined his head. "Agreed. Make the arrangements at once." With that, he rose and left the throne room. No sooner had the door sealed behind him than the commander of the Legion of Destruction, a hulking figure clad in obsidian armor, leaned in close to the Dragon Emperor. "Your Majesty, the mana levels across your domain have reached optimal capacity," he reported. "I know." The Dragon Emperor's eyes flickered with quiet amusement. His deep voice echoed through the high-ceilinged hall. "Then let us proceed. Follow the plan. This time, victory will be ours." Wuhan City, Wuhan Empire. A triumphant procession wound through the capital's marble streets. The spirit masters of the Wuhan Empire, having utterly destroyed the Haoqian sect, returned home with their banners held high. Against fierce resistance, their casualties had been astonishingly light. As the gates of Wuhan City closed behind them, cheers erupted from the gathered crowds, a spectacular victory, and yet, unknown to them, the true war was only just beginning. Not only had the Haoqian sect been utterly annihilated, but its 4 soul bones had been seized, a decisive, resounding victory. Bibi Dong sat at the head of her dais, one hand pressed to her temple, a sharp glint of unease in her eyes. The operation had succeeded beyond expectation, yet she felt a nagging sense that something critical had slipped past her attention, and she couldn't recall what. Time drifted on until at last, when the clock struck midnight, she opened her eyes. "It's him," she whispered. "I nearly forgot." Just then, Hu Lina, her devoted disciple, stepped quietly into the chamber, concern etched across her face. "Master?" Bibi Dong's gaze turned icy. "Nana, go summon Elder Ju at once. I have questions only he can answer." "Yes, Master." Juliana barely dared meet her teacher's cold stare. With a hurried bow, she slipped out of the Pope's palace. To most, the destruction of the Haoqian sect would have been reason for celebration. Yet Master Bibi Dong had neither eaten nor drank all day. Watching her remain so grave and silent filled Juliana's heart with an anxious sorrow she could not shake. A moment later, a golden radiance filled the throne room of the Pope's palace. Douluo, clad in the solemn robes of an elder, bowed deeply before Bibi Dong. His voice trembled as he spoke. "Your Majesty, the Pope." Bibi Dong's cold gaze locked onto him. "Elder Ju," she said, voice like ice, "surely you have something you wish to say to me?" Douluo straightened, confusion clouding his features. I truly don't know what you mean," he managed. Her lips curled into a sneer. "You don't know? Or do you simply refuse to speak?" Without warning, her soul power surged outward in a devastating wave. It slammed into Douluo like a collapsing mountain, forcing him to his knees on the marble floor. Through gritted teeth, he heaved in defiance. "Your Majesty, I swear, I don't understand what you're asking." Bibidong took a step forward, her eyes glittering with contempt. "Yueguan," she said softly, using his secret name, "if you and the Ghost Elders weren't capable of soul fusion, I'd have killed such a useless waste long ago." She turned her back on him, voice cool and dismissive. "Since you refuse to speak, I'll no longer waste my time." The echo of her footsteps faded, leaving Douluo trembling in the silence of the throne room. In 3 days, the Wuhun Empire will launch a full-scale assault. By then, both Tiando and Xingluo will lie in ruins. "Elder Ju," Bibidong said, fixing Douluo with a steely gaze, "when we strike 7-Star Academy, I expect you to give everything you've got." Douluo remained on his knees, sweat soaking his robes, his body quivering. He dared not meet her eyes. "All right, Elder Ju, you may go." With a dismissive nod, Bibidong swept out of the Pope's palace, never once glancing back at the trembling Yueguan. To her, Douluo and Ghost Douluo were nothing more than expendable pieces on a grand board. The Tiando Empire's forces were stretched thin. By opening 2 fronts at once, she intended to crush them swiftly and reap the bloodshed that would accelerate her ascent to godhood. For Bibidong, anything less than becoming a Rakshasa god would render all her schemes meaningless. The shattered remains of the Qibao glazed sect spread before them, a desolate wasteland where no soul masters dared to tread. It was the perfect proving ground for the Shadow Legion. A little way off from where Cheng Xiao kept watch, Berlian stood waiting. Before him stood Nash. He held the rank of commander within the Shadow Legion, though he was not its supreme leader. Sand and broken tiles swirled around their feet as they prepared to test their elite troops in the ghostly quiet of the ruined sect. Cheng Xiao's gaze flicked nervously between his liege and his veteran warriors. "King Nash, are you certain you wish to challenge Commander-in-Chief Berlian?" Nash met his advisor's worried eyes with unwavering calm. "Yes, Your Majesty. In my days as a captain in the Legion of Destruction, I heard countless tales of Berlian's prowess. If you truly want to see how I measure up to the Commander-in-Chief, grant me this duel." Cheng Xiao's heart clenched. Berlian commanded 130,000 Shadow Legionnaires, far beyond the might of any ordinary king. Nash was formidable, yes, but in raw strength he was outmatched, yet his sovereign's resolve left no room for doubt. With a reluctant nod, the advisor gave his consent. "Very well, but be careful." A faint wind stirred the courtyard's gravel as Nash inclined his head in thanks. Across the open ground, Berlian stood motionless in his obsidian armor, absorbing every shard of light. His dark eyes met Cheng Xiao's for a moment, a silent acknowledgement that failure here would give Lord Wang Bayer ample cause to mock him. Cheng Xiao placed a firm hand on Berlian's arm. "Take it easy." A wry smile touched Berlian's lips. He knew mercy was a courtesy few warriors felt compelled to extend. Still, he adopted a measured stance, ready to test Nash's mettle. Then, with a sudden roar, the 2 combatants sprang at each other, metal clashing against metal in a shockwave that rippled through the arena. And so the duel between Nash and Commander-in-Chief Berlian began. Unlike Borean, who buries his magic deep within, Nash lets his power surge unchecked. Borean can't help but laugh. This feeling again. He murmurs, recalling the stubborn Wang Bayer, always challenging him, never once emerging victorious. In the next instant, Nash's transformation completes. He towers over Borean by dozens of times, a true dragon in every sense. Scales like tempered steel, sinews corded with raw strength. Across the clearing, Borean calmly draws the peculiar sword at his side, a segmented blade that twists and joints like a giant centipede. For a heartbeat, the 2 warriors face each other, then both glance toward Cheng Xiao, as if waiting for a cue. Cheng Xiao raises his hand, voice ringing out, "Begin!" At that signal, Nash lunges like a coiled storm. His enormous body moves with astonishing speed. Each mighty claw, sheathed in razor-sharp scales, arcs through the air in a merciless sweep aimed straight at Borean. The ground trembles beneath the dragon's charge. Now the duel is truly underway. Borean sidestepped the attack with effortless grace. So effortlessly, in fact, that he didn't even need his sword to defend himself. The gap in their combat experience was simply too great. Nash, however, only grew more enraged. Its eyes blazed ice blue and crimson as it inhaled deeply, unleashing a torrent of dragonfire straight at Borean. In that instant, Borean's straight sword sprang to life like a coiling serpent. The black, rune-etched blade whipped forward, instinctively aiming for Nash's gaping maw. Under Borean's command, the enchanted steel wrapped around the dragon's jaws, then cracked outward like a relentless whip. The force of the blow tore through earth and rubble, leveling nearby hills and churning the battlefield into a scarred wasteland. And then, with a simple thought, Borean halted the sword's onslaught. The ground stilled, and silence fell over the ruin. End of chapter. Chapter 263. Douluo Continent in Danger. Burlian wielded what at first glance looked like an ordinary sword, but his strikes were anything but ordinary. Each blow unleashed overwhelming power, utterly eclipsing anything Nash could muster in defense. Nash's massive frame offered little protection against the relentless onslaught. The blade tore into him again and again, sending him sprawling to the ground. It quickly became clear that this was no battle between equals. Watching Burlian's flawless swordsmanship, Cheng Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. In his mind's eye, he pictured himself in Nash's place. What fate would await him under those lightning-fast, crushing blows? Time seemed to slow, each moment stretching out until it nearly stood still. Even then, he could feel the sword's speed. It was already more than enough to threaten him. The disparity wasn't merely one of strength. Burlian's skill and battle experience dwarfed Cheng Xiao's own. Realization dawned in Cheng Xiao's eyes, sharpening them with caution. A myriad of unpredictable sparks flickered in his gaze as he began to track the blade's every movement. Though he'd never faced a king-level opponent in person, he mentally rehearsed each thrust and parry, trying to absorb what true sovereign power looked and felt like. Cheng Xiao danced around Borean's relentless blows, feinting to one side and then the other until his opponent's attacks all missed their mark. In a single fluid motion, he rose up in front of the Demon Lord, drew the Demon King's power longsword, and swept it down in a powerful arc. In his mind's eye, Borean's head toppled off in an instant. In reality, the demon was still hammering Nash to the ground, until that momentary pause. Borean froze, a sudden chill crawling up his spine as if his neck had indeed been severed. His hammer blows slowed to a hesitant thud. With a gasp, he spun around and found Cheng Xiao standing where no man should have been. You actually beat me?" Borean stammered, his voice wavering with disbelief. Cheng Xiao smiled and offered him a casual wave, as if signaling for an encore. He hadn't expected his daydream, his vivid, countless rehearsed fantasy, to have any power over the real world. Yet the phantom scar tissue he could almost feel across his palms was proof enough of how many times he died and rebooted in that imagination. 28 failures, 28 deaths, attempting to bring down Borean in his mind, before at last he found the will and the strength to succeed. The transformation in Borean was plain to see. Once he'd borne 4 dark wings upon his back, but now there were 6, each undulating with a shadowy light that spoke of new levels of power. And yet, face to face, Cheng Xiao felt the fear in those extra limbs. Behind him, Nash lay sprawled in the dust, too stunned to move. The battlefield held its breath as sword met silence. Cheng Xiao's heart beat steady now, no longer trembling with dread, but thrumming with hard-won confidence. Whatever came next, he was ready. This battle had just tipped into truly extraordinary territory. Only the mightiest sovereigns ever sprouted 6 wings. Even now, Cheng Xiao found himself wondering which was more formidable, the 6-winged Dominator or the equally 6-winged Seraphim. For a heartbeat, Burlian's focus flickered between Cheng Xiao and his opponent, Nash. Seizing that sliver of opportunity, Nash whipped his colossal form around, shoving aside the sword that had ensnared him. Then, like a thunderbolt, he hurtled back toward Burlian. But nothing about what happened next went according to Cheng Xiao's hopes. He'd banked on Nash's brute strength, securing the victory, yet it was Burlian who, in a flash of uncanny reflexes, plunged his blade into Nash's midsection as the giant stumbled. The force behind that strike could crack the earth itself, a testament to the Shadow Legion commander's legendary power. Invulnerable and relentless, Burlian was the warrior famed for tearing Demon King's limb from limb with nothing but his bare hands. But the Bay, TDL, was far from over. The Dragon Clan boasted unbeatable advantages: armored scales tougher than steel, claws that could rip through stone, a cataclysmic breath of fire, and a vitality that refused to die. Even with his abdomen pierced, Nash summoned every last ounce of strength and unleashed his dragon's breath at Burlian, a roaring inferno forged by the convergence of three arcane energies. Boom! The blast shattered Burlian's armor in an instant, sending black smoke spiraling skyward. Still, the assault wasn't enough to fell the mighty warrior. With inhuman reflexes, Burlian caught the frontal blast in his palm, redirecting its force harmlessly aside. Nash thrashed, twisting his head free, but Burlian's grip was iron. As Nash struggled, Burlian's other arm crackled with condensed magic, weaving a tightening field of power around him. Then, with a thunderous crack, Burlian slammed Nash's head. The impact sent Nash hurtling backward through the air, his form vanishing from view as he was flung clear across the battlefield. The colossal beast's shockwave tore through the forest, snapping trees like matchsticks and uprooting them by the dozens. In an instant, a straight, wide road yawned through what had once been an impenetrable wall of green. A deafening roar shook the air. Nash refused to admit defeat. He beat his massive wings against the gale to steady himself, but before he could recover, Burlian was already upon him. With a single, earth-shattering punch, Burlian drove Nash into the ground, carving out a crater at least 5 meters deep, as if a meteorite had struck the earth. Burlian landed lightly beside the pit and bent over, eyes locked on the ancient dragon struggling at the bottom. If Nash had been any other creature, those blows would have shattered him completely. Yet despite the devastating impacts, and a sword wound that had pierced his scales, he still stood. His shattered armor plating had only been splintered, not crippled. Summoning every reserve of strength, Nash beat his wings against the walls of the pit. With a final, powerful heave, he burst free and sprang to his feet. Having endured Burlian's onslaught, the ancient dragon was ready at last to strike back. Borean's claws, sheathed in razor-sharp dragon scales, were his deadliest weapons, but he advanced without a trace of hesitation. With a thunderous roar, he lunged, not with a single elegant strike, but with a barrage of furious blows that reignited their brutal duel. Nash's counterattack managed only to stagger Borean for a heartbeat. Then Borean's strikes came faster and more merciless, each one laced with lethal force that drove Nash to the brink of despair. Crack! Crack! Hairline fractures snaked across Nash's scaled hide, as though his very bones might splinter under the onslaught. The fissures widened until they marred him from muzzle to tail, yet Nash refused to yield. He gritted his teeth against the pain, bracing himself for every blow. He fought not just for survival, but to prove his loyalty to his king. For a moment, Borean froze. A flicker of surprise lit his eyes as memories surged back, his first battle with General Wang Bayer. Though the general had fought with unmatched courage, he'd been defeated. Still, his sacrifice had ignited the fighting spirit of every soldier in the Shadow Legion. Snapping out of his reverie, Borean's assault slowed just enough. Spotting the opening, Nash threw back his head, wide jaws revealing rows of jagged teeth, and clamped down hard on Borean's shoulder. The resounding crack of rending flesh echoed across the battlefield. In an instant, a thunderous crack rang out as Borean's right shoulder armor was torn away, his arm cleaved from his body in one brutal sweep. Yet the battle-hardened general barely flinched. With grim determination, he balled his remaining hand into a fist and drove it straight into Nash's forehead. The impact crackled with raw magic, twisting the air around them into shimmering distortion. It should have been the final blow. Borean pulled back and prepared to slam his fist into Nash's face, but someone intervened. Cheng Xiao lunged forward, catching Borean's fist in midair. She couldn't stand by and watch Nash shattered like glass. The moment her fingers closed around his knuckles, Borean's magic flared in a violent burst. The sheer force behind that punch was enough to obliterate bone, and if Cheng Xiao hadn't acted, its shockwave alone would have pulverized Nash, already teetering on the brink of collapse. Scrambling every ounce of her own power, Cheng Xiao wove a rapid counterspell to neutralize his onslaught. Streams of silver light lanced from her palms, unraveling the general's destructive energy before it could reach his friend. With a final crackle, the magical pressure snapped free, and Nash staggered safely out of harm's way. For a heartbeat, silence reclaimed the battlefield, broken only by the ragged gasps of exhausted warriors and the distant crackle of fading enchantments. The tide of battle had shifted, and for now, Nash had been spared Borean's crushing blow. "The game's over, General Burleon." Realizing Cheng Xiao had stopped his arm before it could strike again, Burleon quickly retracted it and bowed his head. "My apologies. I got carried away in the moment." Cheng Xiao's palm flared with arcane light as he lifted Burleon to his feet. "No need for apologies," he said with a reassuring smile. "You gave it your all, and Nash learned more about combat in those few blows than he ever could from drills." He turned to survey Nash, who lay sprawled on the ground, protesting he was still good for another round. Cheng Xiao shook his head, amused. "Hold on, let me block that next punch and bring you back." He pressed his glowing palm against Nash's forehead, channeling restorative magic into his loyal subordinate. Within moments, Nash, who'd been on the brink of collapse, bolted upright, breath steady, and energy fully restored. Cheng Xiao ruffled Nash's hair fondly, then remembered Burleon's injuries. He spun around and saw several Shadow Legion mages already crouched at Burleon's side, binding cuts and administering healing balms. Just then, Guyu strode up with his lieutenant, Ditian, their expressions a mix of relief and respect as they took in the scene. As the echoes of the battle faded, Guyu allowed herself a small, satisfied smile. "Why don't we give Ditian a turn?" she suggested. "He's eager to spar with the commander." Cheng Xiao glanced down at Ditian, who stood ramrod straight behind Guyu. "You want to try your hand against Borean as well?" he asked, arching a brow. A faint flush crested Ditian's scales. Ever since Nash's defeat, his pride as a pure-blooded dragon would not permit him to stand aside. He cleared his throat and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Though he addressed the Silver Dragon King as his sovereign, Ditian knew in his heart that Cheng Xiao was the realm's greatest warrior. Over countless observations, he had finally mastered the proper form of address, and now he intended to prove his mettle. Cheng Xiao nodded. "Very well." He turned to Borean, the general commander, who inclined his head and smoothly sheathed his longsword, only to draw it again in a single, graceful motion. "Let us," Borean rumbled, voice resonant as distant thunder. Noting the other soul beasts itching for the next exhibition of power, he added, "Ditian and I will attack together. It's best to end this swiftly with overwhelming force." A flicker of indignation passed over Ditian's features. "Are you underestimating me?" he demanded, wings tensing at his sides. Borean's eyes glinted with amusement. "Underestimate you? Hardly, but two dragons striking in unison. That should be quite the spectacle." With that, they settled into their stances, each poised for the duel that would test dragonborn pride against the might of the realm's finest commander. Dark clouds churned overhead, and somewhere within the storm a colossal shape shifted, a dragon so vast its full size was lost in the swirling mists. Black scales bristled across its hide, and two golden eyes flared like suns. "Giant dragon," Borean murmured with a sigh, the tension in his shoulders easing. "If you truly believe you can defeat me, then come on, let's see what you've got." At his words, the proud Xiangjun abandoned the safety of the pack and strode forward to stand beside Ditian. Behind them, ZG, the 10,000 Demon King, and the Red King, each a legend in their own right, took position, forming a deadly semicircle around Borean. They snarled in unison, channeling their territorial powers in a radiant burst of energy. Mountains shuddered, and the earth cracked under the weight of their assault. Yet Borean did not flinch. His coal-black eyes remained cool, almost amused. Without a hint of haste, he sent a quiet thought to Cheng Xiao, who hovered a short distance behind him. "My lord, I advise you to withdraw now. I will deal with these brutes, and I will take care not to harm them more than necessary." And with those calm words, Borean readied himself. From the moment the dragon first materialized in the storm, he had never once taken his opponents seriously. Now, with a single, controlled motion, he prepared to prove it. Though formidable in their own realm, those beasts were no match for the first and second generation Shadow Kings, who had waged war for countless ages. Exchanging a knowing glance, Guyu and Cheng Xiao vanished in a flash, withdrawing from the battlefield. At that very moment, in the grand Douluo Hall of the Wuhun Empire, a different scene unfolded. Before the towering statue at the hall's center, Qian Renshui knelt in absolute silence. Her long, wavy hair tumbled down her back and pooled around her, while her hands formed an intricate seal before her chest. A soft halo of light danced around her, highlighting the serene devotion on her delicate face. Behind her stood the elderly Qian Daoliu, excitement brightening his lined features. "It's done at last," he whispered, voice trembling with triumph. "The angel assessment is complete. From here on, if you follow my plan exactly, Xiao Shui will conquer the 9 angel examinations and ascend as the god of angels." Unable to contain his elation, he coughed twice, and a trickle of blood stained his lips. Yet he hardly noticed. So long as Qian Renshui succeeded, his own life was a small price to pay. Time was short, but her victory would make every sacrifice worthwhile. He had to pass the 9 angel examinations as quickly as possible. Otherwise, Xiao Shui would never become the god of angels in this lifetime. There was only one way to make that happen. On Poseidon Island, Tang San's progress through the Poseidon's 9 trials had grown remarkably swift ever since he resonated with Poseidon's trident. Whether it was due to the god's favor or his own steadily increasing strength, each test now felt noticeably easier than the last. Tang San hardly paused to consider it. Once he completed all 9 trials, he would ascend to level 100 and claim godhood. After restoring order on the Douluo Continent, he could return to the god realm and take Xiaowu with him. Within the sacred halls of the Poseidon Temple, Tang San approached the tri-pronged weapon standing atop the central spire. With scarcely any effort, he grasped the trident and pulled it free, as though it had waited ages just for him. In the same instant, the golden brand on his forehead flared to life. Brilliant light arced from his mark to the trident, and the weapon shuddered with a deep, resonant hum, divine power awakening at last. Tang San's brow furrowed as he clasped the trident, golden light rippling along its 3 prongs. When the radiance at last subsided, he allowed himself a satisfied smile. He had finally fused the sea-forged trident in his spirit sea with this weapon. His Poseidon trident had ascended to the level of a true super artifact. Though he could not yet unleash its full potential, it answered his command flawlessly. What Poseidon himself might think no longer mattered. All Tang San cared about now was getting back to the Douluo Continent. He longed to return to Shrek Academy to stand once more before his master, and to see Xiao Wu, whose face haunted his dreams day and night. "Xiao Wu, wait for me," he whispered into the stillness. "I'll be back soon. When I restore your memories, you'll remember everything between us." After all, who else in all of heaven and earth would give up God King Cultivation just to be reborn beside her? Having completed the 7th Poseidon trial, his soul power had surged to the very threshold of titled Douluo. His blue-silver grass spirit had already attained 8 rings, and only 1 remained. Tang San closed his eyes. The soul of the azure-scaled python, would it yield his 9th ring? He pictured the winding coils of that colossal serpent and felt the familiar thrill of challenge. With the Poseidon trident secure at his side, he had no doubt he could succeed. Rising to his feet, Tang San reached out and steadied himself in the ethereal currents. Ahead lay the path back to his world, and the final step toward transcending every limit he had ever known. Tang San completed the final attachments, securing 2 200,000-year God-bestowed spirit rings onto his clear sky hammer. Although it still lacked the Titan giant ape's coveted 100,000-year rings, its weight and destructive potential had already soared to unprecedented levels. All that remained was his return to the mainland and reunion with his former comrades. Once they stood together again, the conflict would be decided, and the fate of Douluo Continent would rest firmly in his hands. End of chapter. Chapter 264. We Are a Family. The dusk light filtered through the dense canopy of Star Forest, casting long shadows over the battle-scarred clearing. Fallen leaves drifted like embers on a breeze that carried the heavy scent of blood and sweat. "Sister Xiao Wu, I'm sorry." Erming's voice trembled as he lay on the forest floor, his massive horns shattered into splinters beside him. The azure bull python's bright scales were dulled by dirt and dried blood. He lifted his head to meet Xiao Wu's gaze, tears welling in his eyes. Xiao Wu knelt beside him, her own tears falling freely. "Daming, Erming, how could this happen? How could you both be hurt so badly? Her words choked in her throat as she gently cradled Erming's head in her arms, unable to hold back her sobs. From a few paces away, Daming, the Titan giant ape, pressed himself against a broken tree trunk, forcing a trembling grin. With effort, he raised a gnarled hand. Sister, even if we die today, at least we won't die prematurely. We've lived 100,000 years. We'll face the end on our own terms, not as prey torn apart by those monsters. Erming's breathing was ragged, but he managed a weak nod. Yes, Sister Xiao Wu, as long as you don't fall into their claws, we're content. Daming's eyes fluttered as exhaustion claimed him. Memories of the last great war coursed through his mind. The Beast Legion's relentless assault, the moment the Beast King himself struck them down with a single, crushing blow, and the desperate hope when Ditian and Guyue appeared at the brink of defeat. If Brigitte's healing arts hadn't saved them that day, they would have perished on that field. Xiao Wu pressed both wounded heads to her chest, tears streaming across their scales and fur. I promise, she whispered. I'll protect you. I won't let them take you. For a heartbeat, the forest fell silent. Though their bodies trembled on the edge between life and death, their bond, stronger than any blade, remained unbroken. They were more than allies. They were family, and together they would stand against whatever darkness lay ahead. The two brothers had known all along that their master had never unleashed his full power. To him, 100,000-year soul beast was no more than an insect, crushable at will. It was only this restraint that had kept them alive for a few more days, but now their strength was spent, and death was at hand. No, Daming Erming, please don't go. Don't leave me. Xiao Wu's voice cracked with grief as she crouched beside the two dying beasts. Their great forms lay motionless on the scorched earth, their life forces ebbing away. Frantically, she poured every scrap of her soul power into them, yet nothing happened. Sister Xiao Wu, don't waste your strength, Erming murmured, his voice so faint it might have been the wind. Even the gods cannot save us now. Tears blurred Xiao Wu's vision, and crystalline drops ran down her cheeks. Daming Erming, she sobbed. Her hands trembled as she reached out to them, but their eyes were fading fast. Then, as if summoned by her despair, Daming's eyelids fluttered open. A fierce glow returned to his eyes, brief, brilliant, and heartbreaking. Listen to me, sister. His voice, though weak, took on a sudden urgency. What you feel, this surge of hope, it's only the last spark before death. Xiao Wu froze. She knew their bodies better than anyone. This was no recovery, it was the final flare of a dying soul. She collapsed beside them, her tears falling unanswered on the cold, wounded beasts she loved. Outside, the silence of the battleground stretched on. Inside, two noble souls prepared for their final release, and one heart broke utterly in the shadow of their passing. Daming's voice was quiet but urgent. Xiao Wu, Erming and I don't have much time. He glanced first at her, then at the silent Titan ape beside them. Its bright yellow eyes had dulled to gray, proof that even Brigitte's life extension could only stretch their final days. A gentle, almost wistful light flickered in Nang's gaze. The three of them had shared everything until this moment, and he seemed strangely at peace. Overwhelmed, Xiao Wu threw her arms around him and wept. She had lost two family members in a single day. Her grief was raw. Daming stroked her hair, his tone softer now. Ever since you left for the human world, Erming and I knew you would one day choose a different path. He begged me to bring you back, but I understood that once you embraced humanity, this separation was inevitable. I never imagined it would come so soon. His voice faltered. Xiao Wu, please, absorb Erming's and my soul rings. Take our strength with you. Only in this way, Daming said quietly, can you live freely and to the fullest when Erming and I are no longer by your side. This is the power of our protection. Xiao Wu froze. She hadn't expected Daming to make such a request. She opened her mouth to refuse, but both Daming and Erming exchanged a firm look that brooked no denial. Sister Xiao Wu, Erming added softly, please allow us this one last act. Thank you for walking with us through these 100,000 years, Daming continued, his voice thick with emotion. It feels as if not a day has passed since I last saw you. At once, the two divine beasts unleashed earth-shaking roars. Deep within the star forest, twin pillars of crimson light flared to life. Brilliant red sigils bloomed between the beasts' brows, then frozen an unspoken promise of their impending sacrifice. This sacred radiance was the final gift the azure bull python and the titan giant ape could bestow. Crimson flames enveloped Daming and Erming. These were no ordinary fires, but fierce blood flames designed to consume their life force, their cultivation, even their very blood. Only by giving up everything they had could they funnel the full might of their souls into Xiao Wu, ensuring that, long after they were gone, her spirit would burn brighter than ever. Xiao Wu's voice cracked as she screamed, "Daming, no!" But the pulsing red barrier held her back, not even half a step closer. "Please, don't sacrifice yourselves." She sank to her knees in the blood-red light, utterly powerless. With her body frozen, she reached out with her spirit, pouring every last thought into her friends. "Sister Xiao Wu, don't blame yourself. This was our choice. We willingly give our lives for you. Erming and I, there is no room for regret in our hearts. We've always been family." At those final words, Daming and Erming began to dissolve. The flames of their sacrifice flared higher, crimson shifting to deepest garnet, their forms turning into shards of translucent red crystal. Daming's shape was consumed first. The scarlet fire coalesced into a colossal ring that contracted steadily until it enveloped him and Xiao Wu, merging into her own aura like a living wound. Bathed in the furious glow of the azure bull python and the titan giant ape's blood fire, Xiao Wu felt her tears dry on her cheeks. She knew, with a cold certainty, that Daming and Erming would never return. But even in their absence, their final gift, unquestioning loyalty and love, would burn on in her heart forever. Xiao Wu felt no exhilaration, only an ocean of grief. Yes, her power had just surged, but it had come at the cost of Daming and Erming's lives. If she'd been strong enough before, they might still be alive now. She blinked back tears, and her reddened eyes burned with determination. "Daming, Erming," she whispered, voice trembling yet unwavering. "Rest easy. I swear I will avenge you both. As long as I draw breath, I will never let those monsters go unpunished." As her vow faded into the night, the faint glow surrounding Daming's body flickered and died. Then, without warning, a blood-red bone from his right arm shot through the air and fused into Xiao Wu's own arm, merging so seamlessly she barely felt it. A fierce power pulsed through her limb, and she suppressed her sorrow, steeling herself for what lay ahead. Before her, Daming's massive form had shrunk into a small, lifeless green serpent. Its brilliant emerald sheen dimmed slowly into a flat, lifeless gray. In that moment, Xiao Wu's martial soul awakened fully, and 9 soul rings manifested around her. They glowed into place, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, and 2 blood red. Yet the final ring, the one that should have marked 100,000 years of cultivation, was a strange, lifeless gray, an omen she could not yet interpret. A vast, blood-red aura forged from Daming's soul energy drifted through the air, gradually coalescing around Xiao Wu until it settled into a solid shell. With the combined sacrifice of Daming and Erming, Xiao Wu's spirit power exploded from level 65 all the way to level 85 in an instant. 3 sets of 100,000-year primal energies were released simultaneously, thrusting her soul power to its new peak. Daming had long been acknowledged as the strongest of the 100,000-year soul beasts roaming the Xingdou Great Forest. Though Xiao Wu, too, carried the legacy of a 100,000-year soul beast in human form, her soul rings and bone quality could never match his. Yet by fully embracing her human incarnation, she achieved something equally rare. Her 7th soul ring condensed naturally, without a single hunt. And when she reaches level 90, her 8th and final soul ring will form on its own, marking her complete transformation into a human. As Daming's sacrifice was fulfilled, Erming's crimson flames still flickered across his form, but their glow had already begun to dim, a quiet testament to the price they had paid for Xiao Wu's ascent. The sacrificial spirit's power flooded into Xiao Wu's body. Were it not for the rock-solid foundations laid by both Daming and Erming, she never could have leapt 20 soul power levels in a single bound. And even then, those 20 levels only became possible because they unleashed the primordial energies of several 300,000-year-old soul beasts all at once. When Xiao Wu finally absorbed Daming's soul bone, Erming let out a relieved breath and allowed himself a small, sad smile. He'd spent so long on the run, always worried that others would hunt him down for his soul rings and bones. Yet now, knowing he'd given everything to lift Xiaowu higher, none of it felt wasted. "Sister Xiaowu," he whispered, his voice trembling, "farewell. If there is an afterlife, I'll still be your brother." The blood flame halo around them blossomed once more. Xiaowu bit her lip until crimson droplets stained her chin, her eyes never leaving Erming's gentle gaze. As the halo descended, the soft-bone martial soul re-emerged like a delicate white rabbit in the glow. Fiery red petals swirled tighter, coalescing into a colossal soul ring that wrapped them both in its searing light. Then, as the ring contracted to encircle only Xiaowu, Erming's form dissolved, gone in the blink of an eye. At last, the blood-tinted radiance solidified on the soft-bone rabbit martial soul itself, its translucent fur and slender ears now suffused with a reverent, almost sacred, crimson gleam. Yet the process was far from over. In a blaze of scarlet light, a soul bone appeared before Xiaowu, Erming's translucent form hovering beside it. It was a left arm bone. When a soul beast over 100,000 years old sacrifices itself, it pours its very essence into its soul ring and soul bones, and even shapes one of those bones as it wills. No sooner had the left arm bone materialized than its counterpart, the right arm bone, shimmered into being at Xiaowu's side, a perfect pair meant to guard her. The crimson bone slid into Xiaowu's arm as though it had always been part of her body, merging instantly and without resistance. The moment it locked in place, a tidal wave of power burst through her veins. Though the bone's appearance remained unchanged, she felt her left arm stretch and swell with newfound might, Erming's protective presence humming through every muscle. Simultaneously, the addition of these two ancient soul rings and their soul bones sent faint cracks echoing through her skeleton, each one marking the seamless fusion of beastly power and her own indomitable spirit. Whether soul ring or soul bone, each one bolsters its bearer's power, and the 100,000-year variety is unmatched. Xiaowu herself was a 100,000-year soul beast and had already reached the Soul Emperor level. By absorbing Daming's and Erming's remnants, both of them ancient soul beasts, she had now outstripped even a titled Douluo. With these two mighty soul rings and soul bones fused to her spirit, her strength had grown beyond anything she'd known before. Yet that power came at a terrible price. Daming and Erming had sacrificed everything for her. As she drew their final energies into herself, her body soared to its absolute peak, every cell humming with raw force, and still she felt the weight of their gift, their bloodline entrusting her with their lives. Daming, Erming, thank you. Tears shimmered in her eyes as she knelt beside their empty shells, reaching out to gather their scattered bones. Then, at the edge of her vision, a black shadow moved. A young man appeared, his eyes skimming over the lifeless bodies of the azure bull python and the titan giant ape before locking onto Xiaowu. Bellion's voice thundered suddenly in Cheng Xiao's mind. "My lord, their souls have dissipated. Without souls, they cannot be summoned back." Cheng Xiao shook his head. "Bellion, they were Xiaowu's kin. I won't do this." Just moments ago, after Bellion had single-handedly crushed Di Tian and the pack of ferocious beasts, Guyu had pulled Cheng Xiao aside with urgent news about the azure bull python and the titan giant ape. Cheng Xiao had wondered why Guyu waited until now to tell him. Guyu then explained that, sensing their imminent deaths, the two ancient creatures had chosen to sacrifice themselves in tribute to Xiaowu. Aware of Cheng Xiao's overwhelming power and the presence of his Shadow Legion, they feared that any attempt to recover their souls prematurely would nullify the ritual's effect. So, in their final moments, they begged Guyu to withhold the truth until after their souls had been offered, ensuring the sacrifice reached Xiaowu unimpeded. Understanding their intentions, Cheng Xiao activated his ability and raced toward the ritual site. Moonlight bathed the clearing in an eerie glow, illuminating the massive, lifeless forms of the bull python and the giant ape. Despite Bellion's warning, Cheng Xiao stepped forward with resolve. He would honor their last wish and find another way to aid Xiaowu, even beyond the veil of death. Cheng Xiao appeared just in time. The moment Xiaowu saw him, she collapsed into his arms, her shoulders shaking with helpless sobs. "Cheng Xiao, it's all my fault. Everything that's happened is because of me," she cried, burying her face against his chest. Xiao Wu, he whispered, gently stroking her back. A soft violet light flickered in his eyes, enough for him to glimpse the trapped souls of the azure bull python and the titan giant ape, writhing within his aura. Calmly, he held her tighter, determined to make things right. All around them, awkward smiles and anxious glances told Xiao Wu she was not truly blamed. Leaning close, Cheng Xiao whispered, "They don't hold it against you. They've always been by your side." Xiao Wu's quiet sobs began to fade. She buried her face in Cheng Xiao's chest, her tears soaking his shirt. After a long moment, she lifted her head, her eyes bright with resolve. "I want to avenge Daming and Erming," she said, each word measured and firm. Cheng Xiao drew in a soft breath and gently stroked her hair. "Don't worry," he promised. "I'll help you." Xiao Wu shook her head, her expression serious. "No," she corrected. "I don't just want you to help me. I want to help you too." He paused, surprised by her determination, then let out a chuckle. "All right," he said, smiling. "I promise." A wave of relief washed over Xiao Wu. She threw herself back into his arms, basking in the familiar warmth of his embrace. Almost before she realized it, her eyelids grew heavy, and she drifted off into a peaceful sleep. Cheng Xiao watched her with a fond, helpless grin. Then, stepping into the shifting shadows at his feet, he vanished from the Xingdou Great Forest. Nearby, the shadow soldier who had been tasked with guiding them stood blinking in confusion. End of chapter. Chapter 265. They are coming. Mists and clouds swirled through the god realm, where a soft halo of light hung motionless in the ether. In the distance, a vast palace of shimmering sapphire rose from the clouds. Perched on a marble ledge high above, the sea god scanned the horizon, his eyes reflecting an isle suspended in an endless sky. "My trident has gone silent," he murmured, brows knit in concern. "Could Tang San truly be the reincarnation of a mighty being from another plane, just as I suspected? And if that's so, how does he maintain such perfect resonance with my sea god trident?" He shook his head, steeling himself. "Still, it no longer matters. The trident has chosen him, and once the throne passes on, I'll be free to leave the god realm and roam the universe as I please. Even the mysteries of another plane won't bind me." But beneath his calm resolve lay a thread of caution. "I must tread carefully at the next assessment. If the other four gods discover what's happened, they'll raise obstacles. I can't afford more complications." With that thought, the sea god raised a hand. A surge of blue light erupted from his palm, rippling through the mist and dissolving the illusion around him. The next stage of destiny had already begun. As the brilliant blue radiance flared to life, Sea God Island in the lower world convulsed with sudden energy. Deep within the Sea God Temple, Tang San tightened his grip on the Sea God Trident, and in that instant, it erupted in blinding golden light. Waves of molten luminescence poured forth, igniting the cavernous hall in a warm, holy glow and setting the vast Sea God platform trembling beneath their feet. Boom! The thunderous roar echoed across the surrounding sea as temple walls shivered and the very foundations of the island quaked. Above, a sky thick with storm clouds was ripped open by the trident's power. A single column of dazzling light shot upward, breaching the heavens and bathing every ridge and wave of Sea God Island in radiant brilliance. Simultaneously, the island's 7 sacred pillars flared to life, each one flooding its own sector with golden fire. For more than 10 breathless seconds, that immense halo of light held the world in its rapture, transforming slate-gray clouds into molten gold, illuminating every temple spire and twisting root. Then, as gently as it had arrived, the light began to fade. The golden columns softened, the pillars dimmed, and the dark clouds, once ablaze, drifted back to deep charcoal, leaving Sea God Island hushed, yet forever changed by the trident's divine glow. The swirling, golden dark clouds above Poseidon Island began to coalesce into a single, towering figure. In moments, they solidified into a man clad in gleaming gold armor, his massive trident aglow with radiant light. "Poseidon! It's Poseidon! He's come!" A chorus of awed voices rose from the shore. The Sea Soul Masters gathered at the water's edge, their robes rustling as they dropped to one knee in unison, heads bowed in reverent worship. Even from miles away, the very air seemed to hum with his presence. Every creature beneath the waves felt the sacred power emanating from the Golden Lord. Out in the depths, the sea soul beasts ceased their endless patrols. They hovered midwater, eyes fixed on Poseidon Island in solemn homage. Far below, the deep-sea demon whale king blinked open its single, colossal eye. A lethal gleam pulsed behind its gaze as it shifted its attention to a shadowed rift in the abyss, a dark space that hinted at some lurking force. Above it all, the voice of the god himself rang clear and commanding. I accept your request. I also want Poseidon dead. As long as you strike the nearby city on schedule, I will take care of him for you. Deep within the temple of Poseidon, Tang San lifted his right hand. The golden trident in his grasp flared to life, each prong radiating pure molten light. He let out a low breath of triumph. At last, I can use you again. Holding the Poseidon trident, Tang San felt power thrumming through his veins. If this weapon, even the mightiest titled Douluo, would be no match for him once he returned to the Douluo Continent. A calm, resonant voice rang in his mind. Poseidon's seventh trial. Draw forth the Poseidon trident. Passed. Reward, affinity with Poseidon increased by 15%. Total affinity now 85%. Recognition by the Poseidon trident granted. Right to wield the Poseidon trident unlocked. Tang San's lips curved into a broad smile at the words, right to wield. It was one thing to claim the trident, quite another to master its true strength. Above him, the air shimmered with rolling tides, and the visage of Poseidon himself appeared, eyes like storm-swept seas. Gently, the sea god spoke, Congratulations, Tang San. You have truly earned my recognition. Tang San bowed, the trident held before him in salute. High Priest, I am simply fortunate. And with that, the power of the sea, acknowledged, bestowed, and now under his command, rested in his hands once more. Tang San gripped the sea god's trident and, almost without effort, drew it free from its crystal pedestal. A ripple of power surged through him, confirming the weapon's choice. Poseidon, whose high priest now he served, watched from beneath the carved whale arch of the sea god temple. A faint, knowing smile curved the god's lips. Tang San, you have mastered your seventh trial, he announced. Your eighth challenge is to advance your martial soul to 9 rings and to claim every remaining spirit ring you require. I hereby recognize you as a true disciple of the sea god. From this moment on, Sea God Island is open to you. Thank you, High Priest, Tang San said, bowing deeply. His thoughts drifted to Xiao Wu, her soft laughter, the promise he'd made to bring her back fully. The previous test had restored her spirit. This new trial would complete his own strength. With the trident in hand, Tang San stepped out onto the temple's marble terrace. Pale light broke through swirling sea mists, guiding him toward the mainland. He knew he must seek out the wild spirit beasts whose rings would push his power to its limit. Just as he reached the temple gate, Poseidon's voice called after him. Tang San, should you encounter your great-grandfather Tang Chen, invite him to Sea God Island. His insight may prove invaluable. Tang San paused and bowed once more. I will, High Priest. If I meet him, I'll send word immediately. Poseidon stood silent, his deep blue eyes shadowed with concern as Tang San vanished into the morning haze. A new chapter of destiny had begun, and the ocean itself seemed to hold its breath. After stepping out of the sea god temple, Tang San was greeted by a wave of warm sunlight. He exhaled in relief and spread his arms, letting the gentle rays wash over him. At that moment, the 7 sacred pillars stationed before the temple bowed in unison and intoned, We greet the successor of the sea god. Tang San inclined his head in acknowledgement, then let his gaze roam over the 7 titled Douluo. He couldn't help but notice that their eyes were fixed on the Poseidon trident in his hand, rather than on him. He said nothing. His inheritance of the sea god's power was far from complete, so a touch of withheld respect mattered little, and these 7 warriors could prove invaluable allies. The mainland was in turmoil, and he had no powerful friends there. His return would count for little without their support. With the trident held firmly at his side, Tang San stepped forward and addressed them once more. Seniors, when I return to the mainland, I will need your aid. Please say yes. Tang San's request hung in the air. The 7 sacred pillars exchanged uneasy glances before the sea dragon Douluo spoke up, his tone calm but firm. Young lord, we have no objection to aiding you, but who will defend Poseidon Island in our absence? Without the high priest's authorization, we cannot simply leave. Forgive our reluctance. Tang San stiffened at the mention of the high priest. After a moment's thought, he nodded. Very well, I will go petition her, myself. At that moment, Bosaixi emerged quietly from the Poseidon temple. She paused to appraise the 7 sacred pillars, then turned her gaze to Tongsan. Tongsan, she said, though they bear the title of Douluo, the 7 sacred pillars operate at no more than half their true strength on land. She let her words settle before continuing. If you truly find yourself short-handed, they may accompany you, on one condition. You must ensure they return to Poseidon Island unharmed. High Priestess, the 7 sacred pillars all felt a swell of gratitude and relief. Bosaixi nodded. That is my stipulation. Tongsan bowed respectfully, a confident smile on his lips. I, Tongsan, give you my word. They will come back safe and sound. Now that the High Priest has spoken, I will see to it that the 7 elders return here safely. Wuhun City, Douluo Hall. The chamber lay silent, but for Qian Renshui's ragged breaths. Across from her, Qian Daoliu watched with quiet concern. He had driven her relentlessly through the 9 angel trials, yet no matter how hard she tried, the chasm between her strength and the standard remained as vast as the sky. Grandpa, I lost again, Qian Renshui murmured, sliding her holy sword back into its sheath and lowering her gaze. Qian Daoliu gave a small, sad nod. The warm smile he once wore was gone. Xiaoshui, don't be discouraged, he said gently. But your time is short. Take a moment to rest, then steel yourself for the next assessment. She paused, then sighed. Grandpa, you seem more anxious than usual. Has something happened? A flicker of tension crossed Qian Daoliu's face before he masked it with a wave of his hand. Nothing's wrong. I simply have great faith in you, Xiaoshui. Do your best. I won't let you down, and you mustn't let me down either. Without waiting for her reply, he turned and left her to prepare for the next trial. He turned on his heel and left the Douluo Palace, vanishing down the torchlit corridor. Qian Renshui remained behind, shoulders shaking, her eyes rimmed with fresh tears. She bit down on her lips so hard that a thin line of blood welled at the corner of her mouth. Grandpa, are you really willing to give your life for me? For days, Renshui had played along as if nothing were wrong. From the very start of this assessment, she'd sensed anomalies in Qian Daoliu's behavior. Every trial he set contained subtle flaws, mistakes no ordinary observer could miss. Yet she knew her grandfather well enough to recognize that those flaws were deliberate, put there to test her resolve. Still, she accepted each new challenge in silence, determined to prove herself worthy of his faith. Last night, after the final stage of the trials concluded, her worry overcame her caution. She slipped away from the palace, shadowing Qian Daoliu through winding passages until he reached the old temple ruins. She faltered when she saw him there. The ever-vigilant elder collapsed against a fractured pillar, coughing harshly. Each spasm brought a fresh trickle of blood to soil the stones at his feet. Renshui's heart clenched. She longed to rush to his side, to demand he tell her everything, his illness, his pain, the heavy price he was paying. But she held back. She understood now why he'd hidden his suffering. Qian Daoliu's greatest dream had always been to see her reach Spirit Master level 100 and inherit the divine legacy he'd guarded all his life. To protect her from worry, he would shoulder his burden alone. A fierce determination ignited in Renshui's chest. She would not let him sacrifice himself in silence. Stepping into the dim glow of the temple, she knelt beside him, pressing a hand to his fevered brow. Grandpa, she whispered, voice trembling yet resolute, you will not walk this path by yourself. I promise I'll stand with you, no matter what comes next. This exalted divine position carries a dreadful price, the lives of her closest kin. How could she accept it with a clear conscience? Determined to buy herself more time with her only remaining family, Renshui intentionally threw the next appraisal and lost to her grandfather, Qian Daoliu. Even when he showed cracks in his performance, she pretended not to notice. Every misstep she feigned was a bid for another precious moment by his side. They were the last relatives she had left. To the world, she could be a cold, unflinching prodigy of the brush. But before her grandfather, she was still the little girl who craved comfort and safety. She could not bear the thought of him slipping away. Grandpa, her voice trembled. Xiaoshui has never asked for anything else. Just, please don't leave me. Don't go. Crystal tears rolled down Qian Renshui's delicate cheeks. The same girl who once sacrificed everything to fulfill Bibi Dong's lofty expectations now felt crushed by a helpless sorrow. With death looming over the only man who ever truly cared for her, she realized she'd spent her life living for others. Never before had she moved for her own sake, and now there was nothing left but the fear of losing her last family. Qian Renshui had tried everything to win Bibi Dong's approval, but until now she'd never even registered in her mother's eyes. Eventually, she gave up. Why strain herself to please someone who, though bound by blood, had never acted like a mother? What difference was there between Bibi Dong and a stranger? After more than 10 years of dormancy in the Tiando Empire, Qian Renshui had grown numb. To her, everyone except her grandfather, Qian Douluo, was merely a tool or a pawn. And yet now, the one person who had always loved her most, the one person who had worried for her above all else, was slipping away. How could she accept his loss? A soft sigh drifted through the vast Douluo hall, stirring the dust motes in its golden light. In that radiance, Qian Douluo materialized before her, his face a tangle of sorrow and tenderness. "Grandpa." The word broke from Qian Renshui's lips like a wounded bird. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she sprang forward, collapsing into his arms. Her body shook with sobs. She clung to him, unwilling to let go, even as a cold truth settled in her heart. Once she completed this final assessment, she would never see him again. Qian Douluo gently cradled her, brushing away her tears with the back of his hand. "Renshui," he whispered, voice trembling with emotion. "You must be strong. You're ready for what lies ahead." She buried her face in his robes, her tears falling silent as she tried to steel herself. "I don't want to lose you," she choked out. His grip tightened. "I will always be with you, in your heart. Now go, show them the strength I know you have." With one last, lingering embrace, Qian Renshui straightened. The golden light faded, and Qian Daoliu's figure dissolved into the shadows of Douluo Hall. Left alone, she lifted her chin and let resolve harden her features. The path before her was daunting, but she would carry her grandfather's love and his hopes with every step. "Xiao, please listen to me." Qian Daoliu's hand rested gently on his granddaughter's shoulder. "I've made too many mistakes, mistakes that have hurt both you and myself." He paused, choosing his words with care. "Endlessly yielding to others will never bring you peace. The conflict between your mother and father was theirs alone. It should never have fallen on your shoulders." His voice softened. "I wanted to protect you until your wedding day, but my time is short now. My final wish is to see you achieve the goal that our family has long awaited. So please, Xiaoshui, don't be sad and don't blame yourself. Everything I've done willingly for you." A sad smile flickered across his features. "No matter what the future holds, you will always be my precious granddaughter." "Grandmaster, something's happened!" At that moment, a small figure in blue rushed into the hall. He froze, heart pounding, at the sight of his grandfather and sister locked in a tender embrace. Grandmaster Qian Daoliu's expression shifted the moment Guangling Douluo stepped into the hall. Guangling cleared his throat and bowed respectfully. "Why, Grandmaster, second brother sends word. The alien creatures are about to make their move." Qian Daoliu inclined his head. "I was expecting this. Guangling, you go out first. Reconnoiter the situation. I'll follow shortly." "At once, Grandmaster." Guangling returned the salute and slipped out the door. Qian Daoliu turned to Qian Renshui, who had been watching anxiously from the side. "Xiaoshui, you've done enough for today. Stay here and rest." Qian Renshui hesitated, concern flickering in her eyes, but she lowered her head and murmured, "Yes." Outside Wuhun City's walls, every soul master, veterans who once prepared to strike at the two neighboring empires on Bibi Dong's orders, now paused in alarm. They tilted their heads skyward, where a vast, oozing rift had rent the clouds. "Is that the same portal that opened in Tiando City?" one master whispered. "And already it's larger than before," another replied. "They say untold magical beasts are pouring through, far stronger than any soul beast we've ever faced." A low murmur ran through the assembled masters as the daylight dimmed. Thick shadows crept across the heavens, blotting out the sun in ragged swaths. Plans of offense were forgotten. The only thought on every mind was survival. Silence fell, broken only by the distant roar of beasts beyond the gate, and the dark promise of what was coming next. No light pierced the horizon. the world was swallowed by an unnatural darkness. Then, from the murk, someone cried out, "Look, it's the Grand Worshipper!" At once, two dazzling pillars of light burst forth from the Wuhun Hall, cleaving through the black sky. They streaked downward and settled gracefully on the marble square before the Pope's palace. "Grandpa, what is happening?" Qian Renshui's voice trembled with disbelief. From the void above, a crushing wave of malevolence surged, as if bent on annihilating the entire Douluo Continent. Even her martial spirit quivered under its oppressive weight. Qian Daoliu's face grew stern. He fixed his gaze on the shrouded heavens and in a low, resonant tone declared, "They are coming soon." Chapter 266, Mistake. The sudden appearance of massive teleportation gates has sent shockwaves through the soul masters of the Douluo Continent. Not only has Wuhan City completed its supersized portal, but identical gateways now stand ready in the Tiando and Star Luo empires as well. Whispers of an imminent war ripple through every stronghold and academy. No one can say how soon the first blow will fall. In the heart of Wuhan City, Chancellor Qian Daoliu paces the halls of the Douluo Palace, every step heavy with urgency. Time, he knows, is slipping away. If Qian Renshui does not ascend to the angel realm before conflict erupts, the entire continent could be plunged into ruin. Resolute, he issues his final decree. No soul master is to leave Douluo Palace unless its walls are breached. Wuhan City must hold at all costs. Far to the west, Pope Bibidong wrestles with her own anxiety. She fears that Qian Renshui's rise to divinity may eclipse her own ambitions for the sacred church. Unable to shake the panic, the Pope temporarily transfers her authority to Saint Helena, elevating Hu Lina to acting pontiff. Yet under Hu Lina's cautious hand, the church refrains from striking out at the Tiando or Star Luo empires, at least for now. The air crackles with tension, and every faction waits, poised on the brink of disaster. Madame Guang summoned every available soulmaster back to Wuhan City, instantly throwing every effort into fortifying the walls around the newly opened portal. From its depths, uncountable magical beasts threatened to spill forth at any moment. Word of the threat spread swiftly, and the Tiando and Star Luo empires, once rivals, began strengthening their own defenses as well. Within days, envoys from the three realms met in neutral territory and negotiated a truce. Hostilities would be suspended until the beastly invasion was repelled. For the first time in ages, swords were sheathed in favor of shared vigilance. Meanwhile, on the eastern edge of Douluo Continent, Tang San stepped off the last riverboat and into Star Luo City, the capital of the Star Luo Empire. He had just departed Poseidon Island, where he'd fought alongside the sea god's descendants, and now his frail human body ached from 2 weeks of endless travel. Though he bore the soul of the God King, his mortal frame was in no condition to withstand such hardship. Still, Tang San pressed on. His sole purpose was to find Dai Mubai, reunite the Shrek Seven Devils, and stand shoulder to shoulder when the coming war finally broke. He had no doubt his steadfast brother would answer the call. Tang San hired a carriage alongside one of the titled Douluo of the Seven Sacred Pillars and set out for Star Luo City, capital of the Star Luo Empire. His plan was simple: rest here for a night, then go in search of Dai Mubai. On the entire Douluo continent, only Star Luo City could rival Tiando City in size and splendor, and its gates were guarded by a full regiment of imperial troops. Every traveler, no matter how powerful, had to submit to their meticulous inspection. Although Tang San found the scrutiny unusually strict, he believed in dealing with challenges as they came and tolerated the process without complaint. The titled Douluo at his side likewise cooperated fully with the city guards. In moments, the patrols had completed their questioning and registered their names, finding nothing amiss. Passing through the massive gate, Tang San was struck by the city's vibrancy. At first glance, its broad avenues and soaring walls looked much like those of Tiando City, but the atmosphere here was palpably more prosperous. Merchants called out from crowded stalls, silk banners fluttered on every corner, and the hum of activity promised that Star Luo City was a center of wealth and power every bit as great as its continental rival. Pedestrians hurried past as Tang San halted in his tracks. Not far off, a phalanx of soldiers clad in black, heavy armor was making its way toward the city gates. Sea Dragon Douluo stepped forward, lowering his voice. Sir, I don't think we've chosen the right moment. Look at the sky. Tang-san followed his gaze, frost gleaming in his eyes. I noticed it long ago, he replied quietly. This really isn't ideal, but we have no choice. We must press on. The 7 holy pillars exchanged grim looks. Each of them felt the weight of the strange aura overhead, a force far removed from ordinary soul power. Tang-san's voice took on a razor-sharp edge. No more hesitation. This is our chance. Move now. Yes, sir. They answered in unison, falling in behind him without another word. Meanwhile, at 7-Star Academy, several days of intensive training under Gu Yue's guidance bore fruit. Xiao Wu's soul power surged past level 90 and climbed to 92. Word of her elevation to title Douluo raced through the senior ranks, reaching the ears of Dugubo and the other veteran titled Douluo almost immediately. When news broke that Xiao Wu had ascended to the rank of titled Douluo at only 20 years old, Dugubo, the poison Douluo who'd only just clawed his way into that elite circle, felt his pride shatter. He scowled so fiercely his face looked like burned coal. A 20-year-old titled Douluo, huh? He growled, tone dripping with sarcasm. I don't even know if I want to congratulate him or what. Bone Douluo chuckled and gave Dugubo a friendly clap on the shoulder. Come on, old poison guy. Get over yourself. Remember, Xiao Wu used to be a soul beast. Of course he's going to advance faster than us mere humans. Save it, Dugubo snapped, his eyes narrowing. Now that his own soul power had climbed to level 95, he felt less inclined to indulge old jokes. We're all equals here, so why don't you prove it and say that to my face? Bone Douluo's laughter died on his lips as Dugubo's challenge hung in the air. For the first time in years, the 2 elder Douluo were at odds, each determined not to back down. He jabbed a finger at Dugubo's nose. Hey, old poisoner, your soul power has shot up and your temper's gotten worse too, hasn't it? I've always had a temper, Dugubo shot back. Can't help it if I like a good fight. Old poison, Gurong chimed in, grinning. I think you're itching for a duel with me. Bring it on, Dugubo replied without hesitation. I'm level 95 now. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Fengji, stop this. Grandma, if I don't flatten you today, I'm not Gurong. Gurong declared proudly. Sword Douluo buried his face in his hands. These two. At that moment, a shadow slipped up beside him. Cheng Xiao watched the bickering pair and shook his head in amused resignation. Then he turned to Xiao Wu and Gu Yu, who had just stepped out of the room. Cheng Xiao smiled and gave a polite nod. Gu Yue's bright eyes lingered on him, silent but warm. Xiao Wu returned his nod with a gentle wave, a faint smile on her lips. Since coming back with Cheng Xiao, she'd learned much about him and owed her safety and Gu Yue's to his protection. The fierce hunger for revenge that had once consumed her heart now lay buried beneath quiet gratitude. Crystalline purple eyes locked onto Cheng Xiao. After a moment's thought, Gu Yu asked, Are Di Tian and the others still following orders? Cheng Xiao's smile widened. As obedient as ever, anyone who rebels quickly learns that Nash and Berlian don't tolerate insubordination. A soft chuckle rumbled from Gu Yue's throat. You never did have much patience for defiance. Before Cheng Xiao could reply, his expression tightened. He glanced upward to where the teleportation gate, quiet for days, had suddenly roared back to life. The air crackled with unfamiliar energy. Xiao Wu, noticing the shift, sprang to her feet. I'll alert Rong and the rest. They need to be battle-ready immediately. With that, she bounded off through the courtyard. Alone, Cheng Xiao stared at the humming portal overhead. This activation felt different, more urgent than any ordinary summons. By all logic, reopening the gate should have taken days of preparation, not a sudden burst of magical power. Yet here it was, already shimmering into form. Heasing a firm decision, Cheng Xiao gathered his shadow warriors with a sharp whistle. If the coming conflict was to be won, he needed every ounce of strength under his command. The Dragon Emperor's shadows would swell in number tonight, the first decisive move in a war that was only just beginning. The moment the Shadow Army emerged on the field, the Douluo, under Dugubo's command, grew stone-faced. A tense hush fell over everyone. Each could feel that the first clash of blades was imminent. Even support soul masters like Ning Fengji fidgeted nervously at their stations. Cheng Xiao, arms folded, watched the teleportation gate whir to life with a scowl. Would the Dragon Emperor show up in person, or would he send the Phantom King of the fantasy realm instead? "My lord," Bolian murmured from just behind him, "I suspect this is exactly the kind of trap the Dragon Emperor would set." Cheng Xiao's jaw clenched. "I know." Yet knowledge changed nothing. They couldn't simply abandon this portal for another. Too many friends still depended on them here. Retreat wasn't an option. "You rascal." Dugubo's voice cut through the tension. He had served alongside Cheng Xiao long enough to read between the lines. A single "I know" carried more weight than any battlefield report. "What's your plan, then?" All eyes turned as Douluo, who'd been staring up at the gathering storm clouds, finally spoke, his voice as unyielding as the skull mask he wore. The battle was about to begin. What he said next would set them on course. Chapter X. The Portal Awakens. "It's open! It's open!" In an instant, every Soulmaster snapped into battle stance. Brilliant soul rings flared around them, and immense surges of spirit energy spiraled upward, all focused on the yawning teleportation portal hovering overhead. Cheng Xiao's eyes glittered with resolve. Just as Douluo had predicted, the portal's wide maw was slowly stretching open. In Cheng Xiao's grasp glinted the shadow scythe, a curved blade he favored over a straight dagger, since its sweeping arcs and weapon-switching versatility gave him the element of surprise in any skirmish. An oppressive tension settled over the crowd. Warriors strained their eyes toward the portal, expecting the dreaded mixed-world soldiers to spill forth. Instead, only a torrent of arcane energy poured from the gaping rift, and nothing else. Cheng Xiao narrowed his gaze. He could unmistakably sense the magical signature of the mixed-world soldiers lurking within that energy, yet no enemy emerged. The portal yawned wide and empty. "Something's not right," he muttered, tightening his grip on the shadow scythe. He stepped forward, every nerve alert. Their power is here, but where are they hiding? All around him, Soul Masters exchanged tense glances, weapons at the ready. They knew this was no ordinary ambush, and that whatever lay beyond the portal's depths would demand their full strength and cunning to confront. Cheng Xiao inhaled deeply, letting the oppressive aura fuel his determination. The shadow scythe gleamed as he prepared to face an unseen foe. The portal's void remained still and silent, yet both its promise and its peril loomed larger than ever. Cheng Xiao's heart thundered. He was absolutely sure that the moment the teleportation portal activated, a horde of hunchy soldiers had poured through it. So why hadn't they emerged on this side? A sudden chill slithered down his spine as a malevolent pulse of energy brushed past him. Instinct took over. He planted his feet, gathered his strength, and bolted straight for the floating gateway. For days he'd nursed a lingering suspicion. The Dragon Emperor himself had never dared set foot on Douluo Continent, not because he lacked the ambition, but because the continent's spirit energy network couldn't withstand his overwhelming might. Instead, the Emperor had sent his most powerful kings and legions ahead, turning them into living conduits. After all, magic power doesn't appear out of nowhere. By siphoning off the spirit energy of rulers and their troops, the Emperor could effectively drain the world's reserves, stockpiling strength until he made his grand entrance. A new possibility, at first so outlandish it seemed impossible, now coalesced in Cheng Xiao's mind. The more he thought it through, the more convincing it became. "What's happening?" The Soul Masters exchanged uneasy glances. Dugubo and the other titled Douluo wore grim expressions. If the enemy hadn't appeared here, then where, and more importantly, why? Were the monsters true targets Cheng Xiao all along? Had their strategy shifted? Berlian's jaw tightened. This wasn't like the Dragon Emperor he knew. He never stooped to trickery. His power alone could level any foe, and yet it seemed they'd been outmaneuvered. Could the portal have opened somewhere else? Ning Fengji asked, frowning. Dugubo shook his head. "I wish I knew," he admitted. "Our current reconnaissance can't pinpoint its location." "Then it's possible the teleportation gate will appear elsewhere," Douluo concluded. Guyue's gaze swept over the ferocious beasts assembled behind them. "Beast Lord Ditian," she commanded, "lead your squad and locate the teleportation gate's emergence point. Report back to me at once." "Understood, my lord." Beast Lord Ditian saluted crisply. With that, he turned and led the beasts away, determined to find the missing portal before it struck again. Cheng Xiao stood before the portal, jaw clenched, biting his lip in frustration. He'd guessed right. The Dragon Emperor hadn't allowed the mixed world soldiers to be transformed into shadow warriors. The acrid stench of blood lingering in the air confirmed it. Those were the remains of the fallen troops from the hybrid realm, bodies the fantasy world king had already spirited away, leaving only their potent magic behind. That magic had been harvested to fortify this world against the Dragon Emperor's power. He'd been too naive to think his rival wouldn't resort to deception. Having nearly died twice before, the Dragon Emperor would never repeat the same foolhardy scheme of bulking up his forces with shadow soldiers. A ruler with a long memory, and even longer ambitions, would know better. Meanwhile, in the heart of the Xingluo Empire, the portal above Xingluo City flared open. Yet, just as in Tiandao City, nothing changed. The worlds held their breath, each waiting to see which move would come next. The senior generals of the Xingluo Empire, summoned here to boost troop morale, exchanged puzzled looks. "What's going on?" one whispered. "Weren't we told monsters would appear here, just like in Tiandao City? Why haven't we seen so much as a shadow?" A ripple of discontent ran through the assembled soldiers. The commanders who'd hurried back from the border felt their faces flush with embarrassment. They'd wasted precious time and effort to answer the Emperor's call, only to find empty fields where beasts and enemies were meant to be. Amid the murmurs, Tang San stood motionless, his expression suddenly grave. Ordinary eyes would have seen nothing unusual, but Tang San's spirit power, already at the God King level, picked up a crushing force bearing down on Xingluo City. It was a power that, at its peak, had outstripped even his days in the celestial realm. "Sir, what's wrong?" The seventh Saint Pillar, alarmed by Tang San's rigid posture, leaned in close. Tang San didn't take his eyes off the city gate. "Get everyone out of here! Now, it's coming!" Before anyone could react, he turned and sprinted toward the gate, not daring to look back. Seventh Saint Pillar's stride was so swift that he'd already covered 100 meters before the warning even died away. "What's happening?" he muttered, just as a ripple of astonished voices rose from the crowd behind him. "Look, there's someone falling." "A person? Impossible. Didn't they say only ferocious beasts roam these skies?" He craned his neck upward and saw a lone figure drifting down through the clouds. Though its features were blurred by distance, Seventh Saint Pillar didn't hesitate. He sprinted toward the landing site with everything he had. This had to be the very creature Tang San had warned about. At that moment, the generals of the Xingluo Empire advanced with cool disdain. "Some kind of trick," one of them scoffed. They formed ranks around the spot, closing in to get a better look at the mysterious newcomer. As they approached, the stranger's details came into focus. A rugged, middle-aged man with hair and beard streaked in black and crimson. From his neck down to his feet, he was clad in exquisitely crafted armor, interlaced with silver filigree and deep red plates that gleamed even in the dim light. Silence fell as both armies stared, wondering who or what had fallen from the heavens. As the generals of the Xingluo Empire advanced, he lifted his gaze to meet theirs. End of chapter. Chapter 67. Destroying the Dragon King. A single question echoed through every mind in the throne room. Who here is the king? No words passed his lips, yet it sounded as clear and commanding as the native tongue of the Douluo Continent. The generals of the Xingluo Empire stiffened, instinctively turning their gazes toward their emperor, who stood at the far end of the hall. The stranger's unblinking eyes followed theirs, his expression perfectly calm. When he finally turned his head to face the emperor directly, he repeated the question in that same haunting mental voice. "Are you the king here?" The emperor's pupils snatched back in his skull. There was no anger, no hostility, only that cold, unreal stillness in the stranger's voice. And yet, a shiver crept up his spine, his back slick with a clammy sweat. He could feel a palpable pressure bearing down on him, as if the man were squeezing the life out of him without lifting a finger. Despite the emperor's obvious discomfort, the stranger said nothing more. He simply waited, eyes locked on his quarry, as the entire throne room held its breath. At last, the emperor forced himself to draw a steadying breath. He pressed his shoulders back, planted his feet firmly, and met the stranger's gaze with unexpected firmness. "I am," he replied, voice low but unyielding. Silence followed. Outside, the imperial army stood ready, Inside, every general watched their emperor, wondering what would come next, and whether this silent intruder would prove friend or foe to the throne of Xingluo. King Xingluo stared at the stranger, neither holy man nor demon, and steeled himself. "I am the king, sovereign of the Xingluo Empire." All the empire's legions stood arrayed here in Xingluo City. Before his assembled host, the emperor claimed his title with unshakable confidence. In that moment, he felt the fearsome ruler everyone once dreaded, yet the stranger only smiled. "It seems the fantasy world king's plan has succeeded. Our adversary must be seething at his own error by now, don't you think?" The man closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his irises had flamed a deep, liquid crimson, eyes alive with cruel, writhing hunger. With a single, effortless gesture, he shattered the sky itself. The sun vanished, and the heavens darkened to a cataclysmic red, as if doomsday had descended. The blood-red light spread relentlessly across the land. "Oh my gods, what is that?" someone gasped. A voice rang out, trembling with awe and terror. "It's a dragon!" A thunderous roar split the sky as a colossal dragon descended over Xingluo City. The soldiers stationed at the city walls froze in horror. Before them, from a yawning portal in the heavens, poured wave after wave of nightmarish creatures, scaled beasts, winged horrors, and draconic titans whose very presence shook the earth. The ground trembled beneath the monsters' thundering footsteps. Their roars echoed like rolling thunder, drowning out every heartbeat. General Li raised his sword and bellowed to his men, "Soldiers of the Xingluo Empire, defend our homeland with your lives. Drive these invaders back or die trying." A massive contingent of Xingluo's finest knights and infantry gathered in a tight formation, steeling themselves for the coming charge. Their banners snapped in the turbulent wind stirred up by the dragon's wings, and hope gleamed in their eyes, hope that valor and discipline might turn the tide against this fell invasion. But before their formation could even advance, a figure emerged from the portal, the King of Destruction himself. Clad in armor black as an eclipse and crowned with horns of smoldering obsidian, he surveyed the assembly with an amused tilt of his head. Without a word, he lifted a gauntleted hand. In the blink of an eye, the entire Xingluo battalion vaporized. No screams broke the air, no cries of pain lingered. One moment they stood ready to defend their city, the next they simply ceased to be, erased as though they had never lived. A chilling silence fell. Only the howls of the dragons and the rumble of the portal's unholy energies remained, reminding all who witnessed it that in this new age, even courage itself might not be enough to save them. In the blink of an eye, the sprawling city of Xingluo, home to tens of thousands, collapsed under the King of Destruction's onslaught. Fortifications shattered, streets erupted in flame, and the once proud garrison was torn apart before the enemy's relentless power. Those few soldiers who survived, even as they watched their comrades fall with ruthless efficiency, could only stand in stunned terror. Abandoning weapons and shields alike, they fled, not out of fear of death itself, but from the horror of such senseless slaughter. They did not yet understand the magnitude of their foe. Even the mightiest soul masters, whose power once inspired hope, were little more than insignificant insects in the King of Destruction's eyes. To him, they were barely worth noticing, and far less formidable than an ant facing a boot. Amid the chaos, members of Xingluo's imperial family rallied their remaining forces for one last desperate strike. But hope was a luxury they could not afford. From the heavens above, the king's loyal servants descended. Dozens of ancient dragons, their scales shimmering like obsidian, their wings blotting out the sun. With a roar that shattered eardrums, they unleashed torrents of arcane energy. Wherever their claws raked the earth, nothing remained but craters and smoldering ash. In those terrifying moments, the fate of Xingluo was sealed. The city's proud banners were trampled underfoot, its royal defenders scattered or enveloped in flame. There was no longer courage to muster, no rallying cry to hear, only the King of Destruction's triumphant roar, echoing across a world plunged into unrelenting darkness. Davis shoved his father and brother, Daimubai, to the side. "Father, brother, go. Juyun and I will hold them off." With that, he and Juyun unleashed their spirit beasts, transforming into the fearsome nether-white tiger and charging headlong into the writhing horde of monsters. Ever since his martial soul fully awakened, Davis had known this battle would be his last. The city of Xingluo would fall with him, burying his life beneath its shattered streets. He felt no regret. Beside him, Zhu Juyun fought with equal resolve. Ever since they had met, this final clash had felt predestined. Meanwhile, high above the ruined skyline, the King of Destruction watched with detached amusement. The imperial carriage of the fleeing Xingluo emperor and his guards had drawn his gaze for a moment, but he dismissed them as mere strays. He issued a lazy command to his lesser fiends: hunt down any survivors. Then he settled back, his cold eyes surveying the carnage below. Buildings crumbled, market stalls caught fire, and panicked civilians fled through the smoke-choked streets. To the King of Destruction, this scene was sublime. After eons trapped in the void between dimensions, he hungered for the exhilaration of pure annihilation, and here at last it came flooding back. With each scream and every clifftop plunged into chaos, his power swelled. Below him the nether-white tiger raged on, slashing through grotesque limbs, its roaring battle cry adding a final flourish to the symphony of destruction. Davis and Zhu Juyun fought with every ounce of strength they had left, determined to buy time for their kin, even if it meant laying down their lives for Xingluo City. And so, amid the collapse of a once proud civilization, the King of Destruction savored every moment of the feast he had unleashed. After a protracted struggle, the wounded nether-white tiger finally gave out. In that critical moment, when Davis and Zhu Juyun's martial soul fusion faltered, a horde of monsters swarmed them. Crimson blood sprayed through the fissures in the stone floor, painting the chamber in a macabre tapestry. As the creatures reveled in their unleashed power, all that remained of the great beast were two dull, blood-stained rings lying in the ash. The Dragon Emperor gazed down at the smouldered, airing remains, a satisfied glint in his eyes. With slow, deliberate grace, he closed his eyelids and unfurled his arms, drinking in the intoxicating rush of destruction. The quivering heartbeats of the living, their anguished screams to him, it was a symphony of despair, each shriek a soaring note in an eternal crescendo. In annihilation, he found transcendence. Before the echoes of his dark reverie could fade, a thunderous roar announced fresh arrivals. One by one, the Legion commanders of the Light Dragon Legion and the Desolation Legion descended from the teleportation portal, landing heavily on the shattered ground. At their head strode the Fantasy World King, emerging last to stand in silent salute before the Dragon Emperor. They all knelt before the mightiest sovereign, the Dragon Emperor, King of Destruction, and even the ruler of the fantastical realm bowed his head in deference. A cold smile curved the Dragon Emperor's lips as he clenched the very essence of this planet's arcane power, magic so fearsome it made the continent itself tremble. Countless sleepless nights had gone into mastering these energies, and now, not only did the world's magic obey him, it amplified its wielder's strength. "Excellent," he declared, voice ringing with satisfaction. "Our preparations here are complete." A thunderous laugh burst from his throat, "Ha!" echoing across the sky and earth. From the great teleportation portal, an endless horde of soldiers poured forth, ready for his command. Raising his hand, the Dragon Emperor's voice thundered over the clamoring ranks. "Your orders are simple. Leave nothing standing. Offer me destruction as your tribute." At once, thousands of ancient dragons soared into the air, their jaws unleashing rivers of flame upon the lands below. More than a dozen Legion commanders rocketed skyward, eager to unleash the pent-up magic that simmered within them. From the front ranks, the King of the Fantastical Realm saluted and reported, "My Dragon Emperor, everything is in place. This time, our legions will strike every city in our path, even those along the coast," the Dragon Emperor proclaimed, his voice echoing like thunder across the ranks. A cruel smile curved his lips. "Excellent work. This time, I will not be defeated." Standing at his side, the Shadow King bowed low. "My lord, the war has only just begun." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the sky itself seemed to shudder. From the distant peaks came the mighty roars of the ancient dragons, and in an instant, flames engulfed the world below. 48 hours later, in the battered streets of Gangxin City, Tang San and the Seven Sacred Pillars paused to catch their breath beside a shattered fountain. They had fled the ruin of Xingluo City, heading for the relative safety of Tiando City. a lone figure stumbled toward them through the smoke and ash, a familiar silhouette against the dying light. Dai Mubai. Relief and shock flared across Tang San's face. Mubai. Dai Mubai sank to one knee, eyes haunted. Saner, Xingluo has fallen. He drew a ragged breath. To buy us time, Davis and Jujun stayed behind with the Emperor. They fought bravely, but the ancient dragons dragged him down, tore him apart. His voice cracked. I couldn't save them. Tang San's heart pounded. He bowed his head in a silent salute to their fallen comrades. They gave everything so we could live, he said softly. Then he turned to Dai Mubai. You're safe now. Come with us. We're heading to Tiando City. Mubai rose to his feet, grief and determination warring in his gaze. Thank you, my friend. Let's go. Together, they set off through the burning streets, determined to survive the war that had only just begun. After hearing Dai Mubai's account, Tang San gave his shoulder a reassuring pat. Don't worry, Dai boss. I promise you, we'll get your revenge. Dai Mubai only nodded, too depleted, both in body and spirit, to say more. Tang San understood. Now was not the time for talk. The only chance to save Douluo Continent lay in seizing the divine throne himself, and every moment counted. They stepped into Gengshan City together, and almost at once, Tang San sensed a surge of hot metallic energy in the air. A small smile curved his lips. This was the place charged with that familiar forge's breath. Gengshan City was the blacksmith capital of the continent. Excellent, he murmured, rubbing his chin. Senior Lu Gao must still be alive. I can finally prepare the rainstorm pear blossom needle ahead of schedule. Trusting his lead, the 7 Saint Pillars followed, as Tang San retraced the route stored in his memory. It didn't take long before a colossal structure came into view, the Blacksmith Association's hall, at least 30 meters high and stretching wide across a spacious courtyard. Here, surely, the master craftsman Lu Gao awaited. A heavy iron gate stood before him, its lintel bearing a black sign embossed with the secret emblem of master smiths. No words, just that exclusive pattern. Beyond, 3 open portals led into a bustling courtyard alive with apprentices and travelers. Tang San paused only long enough to withdraw his concealed weapon and the clear sky hammer, the prized keep of his sect. The receptionist at the front desk blinked in surprise at the hammer's gleam, then quickly recovered his composure and guided Tang San toward the elevators. Each level of the Blacksmith Association was more secretive than the last. Soon they reached the 5th floor. There, gathered at a massive iron door, stood the 7 Saint Pillars alongside Dai Mubai, each one eyeing Tang San with a mixture of curiosity and expectation. The receptionist rapped lightly on the door. Inside was absolute silence. No ringing of hammers, no roar of furnace. After a moment, an irritable voice drifted through the metal. Haven't I told you not to bother me? I'm in the middle of something. Senior Lu Gao, the receptionist replied, his tone respectful but urgent. This visitor comes from the Clear Sky sect. He claims to possess an item of interest to you and requests a private audience. A pause, then the distant clank of machinery. The iron door unfolded on hidden hinges with a low, grinding groan. A diminutive old man stepped out, his gray hair tied back, eyes flicking over Tang San's hammer as if sizing up its true worth. Tang San inclined his head in greeting. Senior Lu Gao, thank you for seeing me. Lu Gao's stern gaze softened just a fraction. Enter, then. Let's see what this Clear Sky sect has brought to my forge. He looked thoroughly unkempt, his hair matted, his face streaked with metal dust. Proof, it seemed, that he hadn't washed in who knew how long. He wore a soft metal robe, the fabric dull and scuffed, and the faint sheen of powdered metal on his chubby cheeks hinted at some recent skirmish or workshop labor. Everyone on the mainland already knew the Haotian sect had fallen. Now that one of its survivors had shown up, Lu Gao was curious what a ruined disciple might want. Lu Gao leveled a hard stare at him. You're from the Haotian sect? Tang San met his gaze without flinching. Yes, I'm Tang San, son of Tang Hao, a disciple of the Haotian sect. Lu Gao's impatience flickered into his eyes. Then tell me, what do you want from me? A calm smile curved Tang San's lips. I've come to seek your help, Senior Lu Gao. Please, allow me to show you. He lifted his hand and, with a gentle brush against what looked like the moonlit night of the 24 bridges, a flawless new Zhuge divine crossbow materialized in his palm, gleaming under the lantern light. Tang San approached with a respectful bow. Senior Lu Gao, this is the Zhuji Divine Crossbow. I believe you'll find it most impressive. Lu Gao's eyes widened as he took the compact mechanism from Tang San's hands. He studied it slowly, murmuring, the Zhuji Divine Crossbow, incredible. With a teasing smile, Tang San asked, Senior, do you happen to know who forged this? Lu Gao looked up, puzzled. Who? Who could have fashioned such a masterpiece? Senior, Tang San replied softly. Till it was my own work. You made this? Lu Gao exclaimed, astonishment lighting his face. A genius, a true genius. Tang San shook his head, still smiling. If you appreciate that, please take a look at this next. He withdrew a rolled parchment from his satchel and spread it on the table. Lu Gao leaned in, instantly captivated by the intricate diagrams of the torrential pear blossom needle. The design was breathtaking, a concealed launcher, razor-sharp pear blossom darts, and an ingenious spring mechanism that promised both speed and accuracy far beyond the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. As the Empire's foremost master craftsman, Lu Gao felt his blood quicken at the sight of such refined ingenuity. He couldn't let the opportunity slip away. In a nearby chamber, shrouded in darkness, Dai Mubai sat alone, the flicker of a lone candle casting shadows across his face. Even now, his mind replayed that terrible moment, his father's last breath. His father had been a sole Douluo, a warrior of near-mythic prowess, and the memory of his fall weighed on Dai Mubai's heart like a stone. He was one of the mainland's top strongmen, a Soul King-ranked prince, yet against that ancient dragon he stood no chance. All his lofty titles and family honor meant nothing now. He should never have thought of running. Even if his elder brother had fled first, he at least could have stayed to fight, to buy him time. But when the calamity struck, fear overwhelmed him, and the only instinct left was to bolt. Images of the beast, those monsters that tore Xingluo City to pieces, haunted his mind. Not a single one of the soldiers who died defending their homeland survived. Perhaps a few, like him, had fled in blind terror, but every soulmaster, every general, every family member, gone. On the Douluo Continent, the entire Xingluo Empire had been wiped from the map. Even the news of the capital's destruction would die here, told only to him, to Tang San, and to the 7 holy pillars. Who would believe such a thing? Xingluo was stronger than the Tiando Empire. Xingluo City was its proud capital. How could it ever simply vanish? It was all over. Absolutely over. Dai Mubai howled, half in rage, half in despair, as he realized he had become nothing more than a scared stray dog, scrambling for his life. His father was dead. His elder brother was dead. With the fall of the Xingluo Empire, he was no longer a prince. Everything he'd ever known was gone. He stood there, powerless, watching his world crumble to dust. It's all over. Dai Mubai murmured, sliding down until he slumped against the cold stone wall. Then, for reasons he couldn't explain, a laugh bubbled up from his chest, a hollow, jagged sound. And as that laugh faded into the silent hall, tears began to flow, tracing hot paths down his cheeks. End of chapter. Chapter 268, War. Though Gengxian City ranks among the Xingluo Empire's principal strongholds, it lies in the empire's lower reaches, and as a renowned metal smelting center, it has never earned much respect from the continent's soul masters. Under the Blacksmith Association's guidance, Tang San and his companions secured rooms in Gengxian's finest hotel. But Tang San would not rest. After entrusting Dai Mubai's safety to the 7 holy pillars, he dove headlong into a joint weapons forging project with the master artisan Lu Gao. In the association's foundry, hammers rang out in quick succession, sparks arcing through the dusky heat. Tang San, wielding God-King-level spirit power to shape hidden weapons, worked with such blinding speed that even god craftsman Lu Gao found himself falling behind. Every forged blade, every hidden dart had to be perfect. There was no margin for delay. Should they falter, defeat would surely follow. Lu Gao paused mid-swing, setting down his hammer to admire Tang San's handiwork. Boy, you truly are a genius. Watching your forging skills makes even me feel inadequate. His voice carried both wonder and pride. Tang San offered a modest bow, sweat beading on his brow. You flatter me, Senior Lu Gao. Your techniques have guided me every step of the way. They returned to their anvils, redoubling their efforts. Night and day blurred as the 2 craftsmen hammered, quenched, and polished an ever-growing arsenal of hidden blades, spirit darts, and countless other war implements. By the time dawn broke on the third day, they had produced hundreds of flawless weapons, each one a silent promise of the coming conflict. As the first gray light seeped through the forge's shutters, Tang San and Lu Gao stepped back, surveying their labor. The weapons lay arrayed before them like an iron forest, each piece humming with latent spirit power. Outside, the winds of war were already stirring. Soon, these instruments of steel and soul would determine the fate of the Xingluo Empire, and perhaps all of Douluo Continent. But in this moment of calm before the storm, Tang San allowed himself a quiet smile. No matter how fierce the battle to come, they would be ready. "I've simply developed an exceptional understanding of hidden weapons," Tang San said lightly, though his hands never faltered. The molten silver before him glowed with every strike of his hammer. "You're too modest," Lu Gao replied, eyes gleaming. "Extracting deep-sea silver like this takes incredible effort. You must have endured countless hardships for it." Tang San shook his head. "We don't have time to debate that. Let's begin forging." At his words, the clear sky hammer in Tang San's hand flared with power. His muscles tensed as he spun, body arching like a full moon bow. Clear sky hammer, chaos cloak hammer method. With that invocation, he sank into a trance-like focus, each blow striking the silver with unerring precision. Lu Gao watched for a heartbeat, then summoned his own martial spirit. The diamond chisel materialized in his hand, its edge gleaming. He moved in concert with Tang San, striking from the opposite side, each impact reshaping the deep-sea silver into the nascent form of their weapon. High above them, Cheng Xiao rode on Nash's broad back, soaring on powerful wings. He closed his eyes, attuning his senses to the currents of air, seeking the distant, ominous breath of the King of Destruction. Far to the south, at the very edge of the world, Cheng Xiao sensed hordes of monsters ravaging the land. Beyond the faintest whisper of wind lay a barren expanse, lifeless, as though it had never existed. Humans and soul beasts alike had been slaughtered and devoured in a merciless feast. Even the mighty Xingluo Empire lay in silent ruin. The creatures exuded pure malice, reveling in their carnage. They showed no mercy. Even defenseless villagers became mere prey until entire cities stood empty and cold. Cheng Xiao understood why the Dragon Emperor had chosen this grim course. He had set aside his pride to secure a genuine victory alongside the Shadow King. But that victory carried a horrifying price. Billions of lives would be lost before it was won. A burning rage flared in Cheng Xiao's chest. He closed his eyes against the sickening stench of death that hung over the southern wastes and reached out with his senses. Amid the chaos of that colossal horde, he began to search for the Dragon Emperor's presence. A raw, typhoon-like power tore through the void, devouring light and shadow alike. Yet amid the chaos, Cheng Xiao sensed its eye, calm and unyielding. He focused, and there it was, the source. He stepped forward, and at that very moment, the Dragon Emperor's gaze locked onto him. Astonishment rippled across the Dragon Emperor's scarlet eyes. Only one being in all creation could stir such a tremor in his spirit, the Shadow King. But this was no mere echo. This human, Cheng Xiao, had inherited the Shadow King's might, and was now, in every sense, the Shadow King reborn. No longer simply mortal, he had transcended to something closer to divinity. In this world, there was but one fitting title, God. The Dragon Emperor halted mid-stride, studying Cheng Xiao with a mixture of reverence and disbelief. After a long beat, he let his gaze drift upward, through the churning leaden clouds, to the faces of lesser warriors cowering below. "Pathetic insects," he murmured. "You dare call yourselves gods?" His lips curved into a slow, knowing smile. "It's familiar. Rulers throughout history have claimed the mantle of God, too." He shook his head as if dispelling a foolish notion, then turned his full attention back to Cheng Xiao. Across the swirling expanse, two titans faced one another, the light-born in darkness and the fire-born of destruction. Neither spoke, neither flinched. On one side stood Cheng Xiao, the Shadow King embodied. On the other stood the Dragon Emperor, sovereign of ruin. Across the chasm of space, their gazes met, and an unspoken challenge passed between them. The sky above the continent shattered as 1,000 storms seemed to crash at once. In that deafening roar, a single voice cut through the chaos, cold, authoritative, inhuman. "I am here, Shadow King." Thunder cracked like fractured glass, and with it came the promise of devastation. I have snuffed out the lives of tens of millions of your people. Shouldn't you be grateful? He spoke as though discussing a minor favor, not wholesale slaughter. Our war has only just begun. The dead, your dead, will serve you well, won't they? A hollow laugh echoed through the storm. I intend to annihilate every kingdom on this continent, one by one, until at last I stand before you. Then, Shadow King, I will twist your head from your shoulders with my own hands. Unknown to anyone but himself, Cheng Xiao's eyes blazed with a terrible light. He opened his mouth to reply, I will find you, but the words dissolved on his tongue. He turned away, swallowed the defiance rising in his throat, and melted into the gathering darkness. The Dragon Emperor watched him go, and let a faint, amused smile curve his lips. Boring, he murmured. The air of the Shadow King is always so dreadfully predictable. He raised his gaze to the roiling clouds overhead. If hell had a face, it would look exactly like this. Dark clouds churned across the sky, and the earth below was stained with blood and echoing with desperate cries. At the heart of this devastation stood the Dragon Emperor, the sovereign born from the abyss of forbidden knowledge, who had snuffed out every last spark of hope on this land. Surveying the ruins of the city, he allowed himself a moment of dark satisfaction. He had taken the counsel of the king of the fantasy world, to unleash war slowly, to let despair ferment in every heart. With deliberate patience, his legions had swept from village to village, leaving nothing but charred towers and shattered dreams in their wake. Here, in this remote dimension, he faced no looming armies of rival rulers. They were tied up elsewhere, locked in an endless struggle against the absolutes from other planes. No, one would dispatch vast forces to rescue a world so far removed. Still, another threat lingered in the Dragon Emperor's mind. The so-called gods of this realm, a puny congregation of termite-like deities who claimed divine power. Should he crush them as well? The idea thrilled him. After centuries of silence in the rift between worlds, his heart thundered with renewed life. In all this conquered land, only one figure held any real sway over his fate, the elusive Shadow King. Beyond that, no one dared stand against him. The stage was set. The engines of total war were about to roar to life, and the Dragon Emperor could scarcely contain his anticipation. The true conquest was just beginning. For the Dragon Emperor, known far and wide as the King of Destruction, war was the most exquisite of gifts. Nothing thrilled him more than the roar of battle, and he had long hungered for another clash with the Shadow King. Even now, his heart thundered in eager anticipation. A sharp voice cut through his reverie. Master, only 2 cities remain. The report came from an ancient dragon serving as commander of the Light Dragon Legion. Since leaving Xingluo City behind them, their path had been one of unrelenting devastation. They paid no heed to compass or boundary. Wherever humans dwelt, the Emperor's legion followed, leaving naught but smoldering ruin. In this realm, unlike the one guarded by the second-generation Shadow King, magic was scarce. Instead, mortals drew on a weaker force called soul power. It offered them a spark of defiance, but against dragons, it was nothing. The Dragon Emperor scoffed at the notion of human resistance. Their petty gods held them in fancied security, yet neither deity nor man measured up to the might of his scaled legions. Press on, he commanded, his voice echoing like rolling thunder. Let us cleanse these lands. With that, the Light Dragon Legion unfurled its banners and soared onward toward their next quarry, Longxing City. The sky above the city darkened as countless dragons and dreadful beasts descended in a living storm. For a heartbeat, the people forgot how to fight. They screamed, they wailed, they trembled, and to the Dragon Emperor, their terror was sweeter than any triumph. With a single roar, the ancient dragons dove into the streets, and in moments the proud walls and spired rooftops lay in smoking ruin. Amid the chaos, a lone figure materialized before the Dragon Emperor's blazing gaze, a middle-aged man, unarmed except for a long spear clutched in both hands. Not a single word escaped his lips. Instead, 8 radiant soul rings hovered in a perfect circle beneath his feet, each one pulsing with a fierce, otherworldly light. The spear itself flared, bathing the ruinous courtyard in pure white brilliance, and the man's aura swelled until it crackled like thunder. The Dragon Emperor narrowed his golden eyes, intrigued despite himself. "A human?" he rumbled, every syllable shaking the broken stones. He had heard of mortals wielding soul energy, but never in such numbers or with such raw intensity. Perhaps this was nothing more than a final, desperate gamble by a vanishing race. Still, the Emperor allowed himself a small, disdainful smile. "Very well. Show me your strength, rebellious insect." And with that, the last hope of humanity squared his shoulders and prepared to strike. 7th soul skill, weapon soul, true body. 8th soul skill, no return until broken. As Yang Wudi's voice echoed, every ounce of his vitality, spirit, and will coalesced around the soul-breaking spear in his hand. In that instant, his entire aura shifted, dark, unyielding, and utterly lethal. "Ha!" he bellowed, driving the spear forward. The tip blazed with a terrible, razor-sharp energy aimed straight for the Dragon Emperor's crown. It was as if spear and warrior had become one, a singular, unstoppable force. "You destroyed my homeland and slaughtered my people," Yang Wudi roared, eyes blazing. "As patriarch of the Po Yi clan, I vow you will pay in blood, even if it costs me my life." Charging his final strike with every last drop of his life force, he pressed forward, resolved that this would be his ultimate blow. Across the field, the Dragon Emperor's lips curled into a disdainful sneer. Annoyance flickered in his eyes, soon to harden into pure contempt at the sight of Yang Wudi's desperate, all-in assault. Chapter 10, The Dragon's True Form. He had expected this human to fight back, to provoke him into feeling something. Rage, fear, anything. Yet the mortal stood his ground without a flicker of resistance. Frustration stirred within the Dragon Emperor as he surveyed the calm figure before him. "Don't come any closer," he commanded the soldiers at his side. At his word, the troops froze, weapons lowered in obedient reverence. Then, for the first time, the Dragon Emperor shed his guise and revealed his true form. Midnight scales rippled across a colossal frame, wings like storm clouds unfurled, blotting out the sky. Curved horns crowned his head, and his eyes, brighter than molten stars, burned with ancient power. Yang Wudi, bound to the soul-breaking spear, tried to raise his weapon. But when those blazing eyes fixed on him, every thought shattered. The Dragon Emperor's presence flooded his senses, leaving him utterly paralyzed. With a roar that shook the heavens, the Emperor inhaled deeply and expelled a torrent of destructive energy. In that instant, Longxing City was engulfed in a wave of fire and wind. Stone crumbled, timber snapped, and every living thing was swallowed by the onslaught. Clang! Dang! Clang! In less than 60 seconds, the proud city was reduced to nothing but smoldering ruins, yet even total annihilation could not satisfy him. The Dragon Emperor lifted his head to the charred sky and unleashed a final earth-shattering roar. "Shadow King," he bellowed, his voice rolling across the wasteland like thunder. "Prepare yourself. Our war is only beginning." With that, his words hung in the smoky air, a promise of the devastation yet to come. Cheng Xiao heard the Dragon Emperor's roar and slowly opened the eyes he'd shut to collect his thoughts. Before him sat every member of the 7-Star Academy. Though it was broad daylight, slate-gray clouds blotted out the sun, and a heavy silence lay over the chamber. The dim, hushed space felt oddly familiar, like the resting room they'd shared countless times. And Cheng Xiao found that he didn't mind the darkness, especially with his friends around him. But as he took in their anxious faces, a surge of guilt tightened his chest. Because of him, the Dragon Emperor had set the world ablaze. None of this needed to happen, not the devastation, not the innocent lives lost. He forced himself to speak. "Old Poison, I'm sorry." Dugubo's lips curved into a sad, wry smile. "Sorry? For what exactly?" He shook his head. "Death is nothing new to us. A few words of regret won't undo what's been done." Cheng Xiao's voice trembled. I've always been terrified of mediocrity. I dreamed of fighting by your side, of achieving something extraordinary, yet all I've brought is suffering." He paused, guilt and fear warring in his eyes. "If I hadn't—" "Stop," Dugubo interrupted, lifting a weathered hand. "Don't waste your breath blaming yourself. I chose this path as willingly as you did, standing beside you, shoulder to shoulder in battle. That was always my greatest wish. I'm no fool, Cheng Xiao. I know the risks, and I have no regrets." He gave Cheng Xiao's shoulder a firm squeeze. "Now let's stop mourning what we can't change and focus on what comes next. Even if versions of us still live in other worlds, those worlds are not this one, and bringing all of us together here was no small feat. In those realities," Cheng Xiao said quietly, "we're spared from ruin and death, But then what ties our counterparts there to who we are here? John Douluo gave her a reassuring smile. Don't blame yourself. Every step we've taken was our choice. He turned toward Cheng Xiao. Don't worry about us old-timers. Just do what you must. From the swirling shadows at Cheng Xiao's feet, Nash emerged, bowing his head. Your Majesty, we will stand with you to the end. Yin followed, stepping into the dim light. Berlian watched them both in silence, recalling a time when only he, Yegret, and Bel supported the Lord. Now the heir of the Shadow King's power was flanked by a circle of loyal friends. None of them claimed unrivaled strength, but each bore an unshakable resolve. Berlian straightened, voice steady. My lord, I stand with you. Thank you, Berlian. Cheng Xiao offered a calm bow of his head. Around him, the other legion leaders stood perfectly still, their eyes reflecting the same steely resolve he felt in his own heart. He rose to his full height and swept a glance across every face before him. And thank you all for coming with me into the underworld. His voice was soft but carried through the courtyard. Heads nodded in return, and a tense anticipation filled the air. Determined, Cheng Xiao reached out and withdrew the shadow scythe from the rift of the alternate dimension at his side. He closed his eyes, drawing in the heavy, charged magic that clung to the atmosphere. With a single gesture, he channeled that power into each warrior and soul master gathered there. Then, invoking the ancient art of the orc wizards, he wove their magic and soul energies together within each body, strengthening both their strike and their spirit so that no monster could withstand their combined might. As the final threads of energy snapped into place, a fierce battle lust swelled within him, hot and invigorating. A deep breath drew the power inward. Cheng Xiao exhaled sharply, and in that moment, a cold light ignited in his eyes. The battle to come, one he had mentally fought 1,000 times, stood perfectly clear before him. There would be no misstep. Noticing the unshakable resolve in their king's expression, the legion leaders and soul masters exchanged determined looks, and then, one by one, they answered with firm nods. The war for the underworld was about to begin. It looks like I only have the chapter's final line. Could you please share the full text of the chapter you'd like rewritten? Once I have all the content, I can revise it into a polished, coherent English version for you. Chapter 269, Shadow of the Sea God. In front of the Legion of Destruction's stronghold, Gengxin City, dubbed the Metal City, lay besieged, its fate mirroring that of Xingluo City, the Star Empire's once proud capital. The seven holy pillar Douluo hovered on the outskirts, each desperately itching to plunge into the fray and rescue the beleaguered civilians. Yet without a direct order from Tang San, they could do nothing but stand by as the monsters closed in. One by one, innocents fell beneath savage claws and fangs. The Douluo winced with every scream, every spurt of blood. Regret gnawed at them. Had they known this nightmare awaited, they would have remained on Sea God Island. They would never have witnessed such horror. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions tore through the streets, turning buildings into blazing infernos. Gengxin City might not have rivaled Xingluo in size or splendor, but it was still a bastion of hope for its people. Now, though, that hope was unraveling. The acrid tang of blood hung heavy in the air, and monsters, drawn by the scent of life and fear, swarmed the iron-reinforced walls, clawing at every crack. Hidden among the ruined structures, the seven holy pillars exchanged grim looks. Their pride told them to leap into battle. Their discipline held them back without Tang San's command. But as more civilians succumbed, despair gave way to determination. They might not have Tang San's word, but they still carried his spirit. Gathering their strength, the seven holy pillar duo steadied themselves. The shadow of the sea god still lingered in their hearts, a reminder that even in darkness, allies could shine like beacons. With a silent vow, they prepared to strike back, turning despair into resolve, and turning the tide of battle, no matter the cost. Sea Dragon Douluo's eyes blazed with determination as he stood his ground. They cannot be allowed to escape, he declared. If they do, the sea god will exact a terrible punishment. Daimubai trembled beside him. But, my friend, you should run while you still can, Sea Dragon Douluo urged in a low, urgent tone. With all due respect, what about you? Daimubai's voice shook. What will you do? There isn't time for that, Sea Dragon Douluo replied, shaking his head. Our sole mission is to guard the sea god's successor. We stay here until Tongsan is safe." With those words, the 7 sacred pillars sprang into action. One by one, they unleashed their martial spirits and spiraled out shimmering spirit rings. The commotion drew a pack of savage soul beasts, creatures bred in the Legion of Destruction's darkest pits. Sea Dragon Douluo's face hardened. "Humph, you fiends who slaughter humans without a second thought. No matter how powerful your magic, you're 1,000 times less worthy than the soul beasts you've hunted," he roared. But his rebuke fell on deaf ears. These monsters belonged to the Legion of Destruction. Their purpose was to eradicate all life. Compassion and mercy were foreign to them, and they advanced relentlessly. The orc warrior, at the head of the monster horde, swung his battle axe in a sweeping arc, aiming to cleave Seahorse Douluo in two. The blade pulsed with a frigid, murderous aura, and Seahorse's heart lurched at the sheer violence of it. Physically, these creatures matched a titled Douluo blow for blow, despite lacking any soul skills of their own. "Let me handle this," a calm voice rang out. In the next instant, a tall figure with long, pale gold hair stepped forward. His blue eyes were cool and unreadable as he leveled a slender golden spear at the orc. Though the weapon looked almost delicate, it was forged of an impossibly hard alloy, and 9 soul rings glowed around its shaft, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 5 black, each ring infusing the spear with immense strength. Sea Spear Douluo planted his feet, braced his shoulders, and met the orc's full-force swing head-on. Metal screamed against metal as axe met spear, but the orb-like glow of the soul rings held the spear immovable. The impact sent tremors up the shaft, yet not a crack appeared. Such was the potency of the soul rings bolstering its hardness. Third soul skill, Triple Spear Phantasm. At Sea Spear Douluo's command, the third soul ring at the base of his golden spear ignited. In an instant, the weapon fractured into 3 identical spear shadows that lunged forward with blinding speed. 2 streaked around the orc berserker's flanks, while the third honed in on his throat. The orc barely registered the attack before all 3 spears sank home. A thunderous roar shook the clearing as the wounded berserker staggered back, clutching at the bronze shafts protruding from his flesh. Though the blows weren't fatal, the pain was agonizing and served as a stark warning to the rest of the horde. But Sea Spear Douluo's assault drew only a momentary pause. From the forest's edge, a tide of spirit beasts, orc warriors, wyverns, dire wolves, and creatures of stranger, wilder shapes, surged forward. They lacked the finesse of cultivated soul techniques, yet their brutish strength and fierce savagery more than compensated. "Regroup!" Sea Dragon Douluo's voice rang out over the din. He was one of the 7 great Douluos standing guard at the sacred pillars, and his authority brooked no argument. "This isn't the ocean. We can't tire ourselves out here. Fall back and tighten formation before they overwhelm us." At his command, the Douluos closed ranks, shields locking in a gleaming wall of steel and spirit. Around them, the frustrated roars of the beasts grew sharper, but the humans moved with disciplined precision. In that moment of unity, the tide of battle paused, just long enough for the defenders to muster their next move. Let these beasts witness the power of a sea soul master. Sea Dragon Douluo's voice rang out, echoing over the battlefield. At his command, Starfish Douluo, a middle-aged titled Douluo draped in a black robe, stepped forward and summoned his martial spirit. Instantly, his hands and feet stretched and thickened into massive tentacles, each lined with pale, circular suckers. Within seconds, 5 mighty limbs whipped forward, aiming straight for the snarling horde. But to Starfish Douluo's horror, the monsters didn't recoil. Drawn as if by the scent of a feast, they surged toward him, clamping onto those writhing tentacles and tearing at them with ravenous jaws. The air filled with his agonized cries as he struggled against their savage grip. Sea Dragon Douluo would not stand by and watch his comrade be devoured. A cobalt dragon tattoo blazed to life across his back, bathing him in an intense blue glow. His aura roared like a tidal wave, energy flaring so violently that the seams of his tunic split apart. In an instant, his bare torso was sheathed in glistening azure scales, each ridge sharp and angular, transforming him into a living embodiment of the sea's wrath. With that primal transformation complete, Sea Dragon Douluo lunged forward, ready to unleash the true might of a sea soul master. In an instant, every inch of Sea Dragon Douluo's exposed flesh bristled with scales. His massive form seemed to swell with power, and a dark blue crystal, resembling a single black, unblinking eye, emerged in the center of his chest. Behind him, the shimmering outline of a colossal azure dragon flickered into being, its presence both majestic and ominous. Waves of deep blue energy pulsed outward, and 9 soul rings, 2 gold, 2 violet, 5 jet black, rose from the ground at his feet to orbit him like a planetary system. With a deafening crack, Sea Dragon Douluo drove his right foot into the earth, propelling himself forward like a living cannonball toward the snarling horde. Hot on his heels charged the other titled Douluo of Poseidon Island's 7 sacred pillars: Sea Vanity Douluo, Sea Ghost Douluo, Sea Lady Douluo, and Sea Horse Douluo. Of them, Sea Ghost and Sea Lady wielded astonishing mental powers, but against these bestial monsters, whose only instinct was slaughter, their telepathic assaults barely registered. As he closed the distance, every scale on Sea Dragon Douluo's body awed at attention like jagged blades. A burst of cerulean light radiated outward, and his clawed right hand lunged straight for the beast's skulls, intent on tearing through bone and sinew in a single, devastating strike. However, just as Sea Dragon Douluo's razor-sharp claws hovered barely half a foot above the monster's skull, a massive shape suddenly interposed itself. It was one of the Monarch of Shapeshifting's orcs, a hulking brute whose sheer bulk made Douluo's triumph short-lived. He'd expected his attack to overwhelm any warcraft in its path, yet in the next instant, the orc clamped down on his wrist with crushing force. Douluo froze. He yanked back with all his strength, but the grip never wavered. Then came a harsh, bone-bending creak. Rage flared in Douluo's eyes. With his free hand, he formed a tight fist and drove it straight into the orc's skull. The sound reverberated like a drum. At point-blank range, the orc had no chance to dodge. The blow obliterated half its face in a shower of gore, yet the creature's grip only loosened fractionally. Staggering backward, it finally released Douluo's arm and took 2 unsteady steps away, bloodied but still very much alive. Sea Dragon Douluo's power was undeniably great, but not enough to fell a monster with a single strike, especially now that every beast on the Douluo Continent had been magically enhanced to terrifying new heights. "Hailong, are you all right?" Hainu Douluo's voice trembled with concern as she saw him reel backward, both arms bound by the creature's brutal force. He ground his teeth. "That thing, its strength far exceeds anything I expected. I'm at a disadvantage." Before Hainu's eyes, a howling gale tore through the clearing, and in the next instant, a colossal form blotted out the sky. An ancient dragon, scales like storm clouds, wings spanning 20 meters, descended into view, its presence crushing the air around it. "What an interesting group of prey," the beast rumbled, each word shaking the ground. From the mass of winged dragons overhead, a single commander-level ancient dragon broke formation and glided down, its golden eyes narrowing as it studied the humans. Sea Dragon Douluo's heart pounded. Even without revealing its full power, this behemoth's raw might eclipsed that of a 95th-level titled Douluo. In other words, it stood above even the high priests in sheer strength, and now they were trapped under its gaze. "It's over." Seahorse Douluo stared up at the circling ancient dragons, his spear slipping from his grip as hope drained away. "Lord Poseidon, High Priest." Sea Girl Douluo's voice trailed off, her shoulders sagging in defeat. All across the battlefield, the remaining members of the 7 sacred pillars wore the same look of utter despair, every face but Sea Dragon Douluo's and Sea Spear Douluo's. Sea Star Douluo, the smallest among them, had already been torn to pieces and devoured by the ravenous beasts. "Are we going to die here today?" Sea Dragon Douluo roared, his voice cracking with fury and fear. At that very moment, a shaft of brilliant blue-white light tore through the sky. A divine trident, radiating with holy power, fell from the heavens and landed with thunderous authority between the floating warcraft and the exhausted sacred pillars. And then, stepping through the residual glow, came a lone figure, his form wreathed in azure radiance. Tang San had arrived. "Senior, thank you for your help." Tang San glanced back at the 6 sacred pillars, then drew the Poseidon trident. He leveled it at the ancient dragon hovering before him. "You alien monsters, slaughtering innocent people, prepare to die. And mark my words, when I reclaim the throne, I will finish you right here." At his command, the trident-shaped mark on Tang San's forehead blazed with uncanny light, and a misty radiance blossomed around him like living flame. Behind him, a massive golden silhouette slowly took shape, an illusion of shimmering light and shadow, some 7 or 8 times Tangsan's height, clad in gleaming armor and suffused with an awe-inspiring majesty. "Lord Poseidon," Tangsan said, raising his voice so the phantom could hear, "congratulate me on escaping this danger." The Poseidon avatar remained silent. With a casual flick of his wrist, the trident, now revealed to weigh a staggering 108 metric tons, soared through the air and settled into his hand. He regarded the weapon with mild surprise, then composed himself and refocused on the ancient dragon above. The Poseidon trident appeared in a halo of golden light and instantly expanded to match the vast silhouette of the Poseidon phantom. A deep, commanding voice reverberated through the water world. "I have dwelt in the Douluo water world for over 1,000 years. At last, I claimed the title of Poseidon. I forged the legendary golden 13 halberds and swept across every sea without ever meeting an equal. Now, I pass these weapons to you. I will demonstrate only the first 3 forms. Watch closely and learn." He lifted the trident high and intoned, "First form, undetermined storm." The moment the words left his lips, everything around them was suffused with brilliant gold. Rocks, water, even the drifting plankton seemed transmuted into molten light. With a graceful sweep of his arm, the phantom sent the trident forward, and from its shaft erupted swirling golden halos. They twisted and writhed like living things, each pulse brimming with raw power. Then, as if guided by unseen eyes, the halos shot straight at the ancient dragon, their brilliance cutting through the currents with blinding speed. The golden halos burst from the phantom's trident, streaking toward the ancient dragon, but the dragon didn't flinch. It simply held its ground, calmly watching the sea god projection as though it were nothing. Tangsan's heart sank. He'd never seen even a guardian beast fall so easily under the unstable wind wave. "Isn't he afraid?" he whispered, dread twisting in his gut. The sea god phantom's voice boomed across the void. "Unstable wind wave, the only binding skill in the fusion of offense and defense, golden 13 halberds, and its most potent restrictive ability. Once it strikes, no matter how mighty the foe, not an inch of movement is possible for 8 full seconds." A pause. The phantom's grip tightened on the trident. "Now, the second move. Golden 13 halberds, void of 1,000 years." Before those final words could fade, a pillar of deep red light erupted around the sea god, engulfing the phantom in a blazing cocoon. Instantly, the golden auras snapped out and the colossal trident vanished, only to reappear, weightless, in Tangsan's hand. He stared at the spot where the phantom had stood, breath catching in his throat. Whatever force had shattered the sea god's mirage must be extraordinary. Could a deity from another plane have intervened? "Lord Sea God," Tangsan breathed, awe and alarm warring in his chest. The 6 saint pillars watched in stunned silence as their greatest faith, the sea god, fell before them. If even a deity could be slain, what chance did mere mortals have? Should they surrender now that their last hope was gone? A vast dragon, its scales glowing like molten bronze, swooped down from the sky. The ground shook beneath its weight as it landed, then bowed its massive head, a gesture of deep respect, before the figure standing at the battlefield's center. That figure was none other than the ruler of the Destruction Legion, the living legend known as the Dragon Emperor, the Destruction King. Embers drifted from the Emperor's open jaws, dying away as he fixed his blood-red eyes on Tangsan and his companions. A faint curl of amusement touched his lips. Sea God, was it? Quite an impressive name, yet he wouldn't even show his true form. He hid behind an illusion, and still dared to call himself a god. Power emanated from the Dragon Emperor like a tide about to break. He had seen through the phantom show easily, and whether the real sea god appeared or not, the title meant nothing here. Heart-pounding, Tangsan forced himself to meet the Emperor's gaze. Who are you?" The Dragon Emperor's smile was cold and effortless. "You may call me the Destruction King." His words fell like steel, simple, but bearing the weight of an unchallengeable will. "Destruction King?" Tangsan froze, his thoughts racing as he desperately searched his memories for any reference to this mysterious title. In all his previous life's knowledge and studies, he had never come across, or even heard of, anything called the Destruction King. Chapter 2770, Fear, Lord of Destruction, Destruction. Tongsan murmured the words like a mantra. Then, in a sudden flash of insight, a familiar name crystallized in his mind. Of course, he whispered. Destruction. There's only one being in the entire divine realm who commands such power, the God King of Destruction. In that moment, every lingering doubt evaporated. Tongsan fixed his gaze on the cold, imperious face of the so-called King of Destruction and remembered the chilling promise he'd once heard, that one day this being would reclaim his place among the gods. So this is how he intends to return, Tongsan thought, blood pounding in his ears. He closed his fingers into a tight fist. Here he stood, a god king in his own right, brought low, shamed beyond measure. It was all the Lord of Destruction's doing, humiliating the king, defying even the might of the god king. Tongsan's anger flared, but he forced himself to remain calm. To act rashly now would be suicide, especially with that colossal dragon looming beside the false king, its energy rippling with the unmistakable signature of a first-tier deity. Steeling himself, Tongsan prepared for the next move. He would not let this abomination, this usurper, walk away unpunished. A first-level god can usually maintain only a god-king existence. Tongsan still had no idea what price he'd paid to destroy that god-king. And now, god-king-level beings from other planes had poured into the Douluo Continent, all intent on claiming it. As these thoughts churned in his mind, the Dragon Emperor, who had watched in silence, spoke at last. It seems you have no chance to snatch victory from defeat. Before Tongsan could reply, a torrent of draconic flame, capable of turning all to ash, erupted from the Dragon Emperor's mouth and hurtled straight at him and his companions. "Watch out!" Tongsan's eyes flashed. The golden trident brand on his forehead flared brightly as he drew the Poseidon trident in a sweeping arc. Rings of radiant gold shimmered into being around its shaft and thrust forward to meet the oncoming blaze. Calling upon the Wudi Fengbo's hallmark of relentless assault with no opening for escape, he sought to blunt the speed and fury of the Destruction King's dragon breath. Golden halos drifted toward the Destruction King's dragon breath, but before they could reach it, the inferno swallowed them whole. No hesitation, no sign of slowing. Impossible! Tongsan staggered, eyes wide. This was no ordinary attack, but a divine technique, one that, if unleashed on a god-king of the divine realm, would seize his very will. Yet now, he found himself utterly powerless against it. Reeling from the revelation, he forced himself to focus on his last, desperate gambit. "Lord Poseidon, I beseech you, grant me your power once more." His voice rang out across the battlefield. In an instant, a brilliant shaft of cerulean light erupted from his body, bathing everything in a cool glow. With its arrival, the world seemed to slow, as though time itself had bent to his plea. Watching with rapt attention, the titled Douluo among the 7 sacred pillars, previously cowed by the Destruction King's fury, straightened to full height. Excitement gleamed in his eyes. "Poseidon has answered," he whispered, scarcely daring to believe. "He has not forsaken us. Tongsan, as a god, I shouldn't meddle in mortal affairs. But you carry the future of the Douluo Continent on your shoulders, and I cannot stand by and watch you die." A clear, melodious voice rolled down from the sky. In that instant, a golden silhouette materialized behind Tongsan. With a single step, it merged seamlessly into his body. A surge of golden light flared in Tongsan's eyes as a majestic, sacred aura radiated from him, striving to halt the Destruction King's draconic breath. Yet it scarcely slowed the onslaught. The second Poseidon completed his fusion, Tongsan's trident began to spin of its own accord. Water elements coalesced around him, rising into a translucent barrier, the 7th form of the Golden 13 Halbe, RDS, the Blessing of the Sea. No sooner had the barrier formed than the Destruction King's breath crashed into it. Though shimmering with elemental power, the wall of water shattered almost instantly, unable to withstand the full force of the attack. The dragon's breath punched straight through, scattering droplets in every direction. The dragon's scorching breath ripped through the water wall as if it were paper. Every drop of water suspended in the air vaporized in an instant, sending up a towering plume of white steam. Alarm flashed in Poseidon's eyes. He thrust his trident forward, and it erupted in a blinding azure radiance, the unmistakable herald of his divine escape art. In the next heartbeat, both Tang-san and Poseidon vanished, whisked away by the trident's teleportation. But the 7 sacred pillars, Poseidon's most fearsome sea Douluo guardians, were not so fortunate. Stranded and defenseless, they stood their ground against the dragon's fury. One by one they were consumed, their forms reduced to smoldering ashes. Thus the mighty 7 sacred pillars fell, and an era of steadfast loyalty ended in ruin. Poseidon Island, Temple of Poseidon. Deep within the temple's quiet sanctum, Bosaixi's eyes snapped open. A jolt of unease raced through her veins. She slipped from her chamber and hurried outside. Above her, the once clear sky had been swallowed by roiling charcoal clouds. Lightning cracked across the heavens, thunder growling in its wake, while jagged bolts of energy leapt from cloud to sea. A cold dread settled in her chest. She reached out with her senses, only to find the life auras of the 7 sacred pillars had vanished. Heart-pounding, she murmured, "What's happened? Why are the pillars silent?" Frowning, Boseixi knew, with a sinking certainty, that something terrible had occurred. Chapter. Bosaichi hesitated at the threshold of the sea god temple, her mind racing. She'd intended to seek counsel from Lord Poseidon himself, but a sudden tremor of unease stopped her in her tracks. Before she could turn and return, a figure cloaked in cerulean light materialized at the temple gates. "Tang-san!" she gasped, recognizing his gaunt features at once. Relief and alarm warred in her chest. She knew instantly where that unsettling premonition had come from. Tang-san's brow was slick with sweat. Dark circles framed his closed eyes. "High Priest, the 7 sacred pillars, and the others," he murmured, voice trembling with effort. Then, as though all his strength had reached its limit, he collapsed. Bosaichi reacted without thinking. Drawing on her own soul power, she eased him into her arms and bore him swiftly into the temple's inner sanctum. There, she laid him on a cushioned divan and pressed her hands to his chest, channeling her energy to steady his faltering life force. It took only an instant for her to see what had happened. In order to save Tang-san from certain death, Poseidon had lent him a vast reserve of divine power, but at a terrible cost. The borrowed energy had nearly overwhelmed Tang-san's body and spirit. In the final moments, the sea god himself had whisked him away through a teleportation spell. Otherwise, Tang-san's body would have been consumed by the power surge. Bosaichi's heart tightened as she studied the fading glow around Tang-san's form. He lay pale and still, every ounce of his own energy drained. The fragments of his last whisper, the 7 sacred pillars, and the others, echoed in her mind, stirring fresh dread. What calamity had he foreseen? And who among their allies, or enemies, was in grave peril? As she settled into her vigil, questions throbbed in every pulse of her soul. Tang-san's warning could mean disaster on the horizon, yet before she could unravel its meaning, the world beyond the temple was already shifting. Far to the west, the Dragon Emperor's Destruction Legion, its ranks swollen by countless reinforcements, broke camp. Like a coiling serpent uncoiling from its lair, the Legion dispersed into the borderlands of the Tiando Empire, its war, rioters marching in deadly silence, an ominous prelude to war. For weeks, monstrous hordes had swept across the land, laying waste to kingdoms and principalities alike. No realm could stand against their onslaught. Only ruin and despair followed in their wake. By the time they reached Tiando City, the heart of the Tiando Empire had already smoldered in devastation for 3 days. Yet, curiously, the Dragon Emperor's forces slowed their assault, tearing through the city at a deliberate pace, as if biding time for something, or someone. Meanwhile, Cheng Xiao, having finalized his final battle plan with his council, chose this exact moment to strike. He could have challenged the Dragon Emperor sooner, but Borean's warning echoed in his mind. The Dragon Emperor was unlike any foe he'd faced before. His measured advance was a calculated effort to devour Cheng Xiao and the Shadow Legion piece by piece. To ensure success, Cheng Xiao had waited, patiently, until now. Today, the monsters responsible for so much carnage would finally meet the foe they dreaded most. Brandishing the gleaming shadow scythe, Cheng Xiao plunged into the throng alone. No legion flanked him, not even his own Shadow Legion. Unencumbered and resolute, he became a whirlwind of retribution. With every savage arc of the shadow scythe, the fiends fell as though they were no more than brittle parchment. Cheng Xiao's shadow scythe pulsed with such overwhelming magic that even these monsters, fearsome enough to shrug off ordinary enchanted weapons, quailed at its approach. Where a typical blade might wound, his scythe cut clean through hide and bone. Any of the beasts here could match a title Douluo in sheer ferocity, but against Cheng Xiao, they were nothing more than fish in a barrel, unable to hide, unable to flee. His dominator power flowed through him as naturally as breath. At a thought, it shifted form, sprouting unexpected blades or tendrils of shadow that struck from every angle. In moments, he had sundered hundreds of monsters, the ground around him littered with ragged corpses. And yet he knew this was only the opening gambit. The true army of destruction had not yet arrived. This was but a prelude, the first taste of real war they were about to unleash. Cheng Xiao steadied himself amid the swirling carnage and let out a firm, resonant command to the ragtag force of human soldiers at his back. Stand up. No sooner had the words left his lips than the torn remains of those fallen monsters began to shimmer with dark energy. One by one, limbs and torsos knitted themselves together, bones reknitting and sinews knitting anew. Within heartbeats, dozens of shadowy warriors, Cheng Xiao's own spectral soldiers, rose into the air, forming a phalanx of living darkness at his command. Cheng Xiao sighed as the eerie laughter of the shadow soldiers rippled through the air. He'd raised the dead before, but never on this scale. In earlier times, Douluo Continent's inability to harness magic had kept monsters, and even their kings, weak. Now, thanks to the Dragon Emperor's grand design, magic floods every corner of the land, fully restoring those ancient terrors' once dormant might. Yet that alone is nothing compared to the Shadow King's dark boon. These fallen beasts have arisen as shadow soldiers, their bodies wreathed in seething black steam, more terrifying now than in life. Indeed, the greater a warrior in life, the more potent his shadow form. Until recently, these forces laid waste to the world. Today, however, that same power binds them inexorably to the conqueror. Cheng Xiao surveyed the ranks, endless soldiers bristling with unnatural zeal. At last, he spoke his first command, "Have fun." A chorus of guttural laughter swelled in response, more unnerving than ever. The shadow warriors let out a feral battle cry as they surged forward, Cheng Xiao at their vanguard wielding the Demon King's longsword. In an instant, he flashed past the orc vanguard and found himself among the shock troops at the very front. Panic-stricken orcs and their hulking G-ogre allies swung their crude axes and spears in wild, desperate arcs, anyhow hoping to stave off the Reaper at their door. But Cheng Xiao was untouchable. He weaved through their frenzied attacks with effortless grace. Then, with a roar, he unleashed the sword's true power. Thunderous energy crackled from the blade, arching through the air like jagged lightning bolts. Orc after orc collapsed, skewered or blown apart, while the earth itself cracked and buckled beneath their feet. In seconds, the clearing became a tempest of steel and storm. Every orc's pitiful shriek cut short before they even had time to scream. Just as Cheng Xiao savored the rush of battle, a strange shiver ran down his spine. He glanced upward and froze. The shadow cast by the demon blade above him was growing larger by the heartbeat. Cheng Xiao lifted his gaze and froze. Towering over him was a colossal predator, so vast he could barely make out its features. The beast peered down as if Cheng Xiao were nothing more than a succulent morsel. In one massive hand it gripped a war axe whose blade had surely tasted countless human lives. The corners of its mouth, caked in blood and blackened decay, dripped foul ichor onto the ground. Cheng Xiao's lips curved in a thin smile. This was no ordinary brute, but a legion commander, one step away from the very king he'd come to meet. Before the giant could bring its axe crashing down, Cheng Xiao struck. With the speed of a demon's whisper, he slashed in low, driving his Demon King's longsword into the beast's calf. Crack! The enchanted blade carved through muscle and bone as cleanly as if it were paper. The calf, thick as a stone pillar, tumbled to the earth. The giant roared in agony, flailed wildly, and then pitched backward with seismic force. Behind it, the lesser monsters had no warning. Dozens were flattened beneath the Leviathan's bulk in a thunderous cacophony of splintering bone and ruptured armor. Cheng Xiao didn't hesitate. He pivoted on one heel, sword raised, ready to face the next threat, an insectile soldier scuttling toward him, while the fallen titan groaned in the dust. The moment the giant's massive form collapsed, the insectoid soldiers descended in a frenzy. They hadn't anticipated that a mere human, Cheng Xiao, could deal such a devastating blow to one of their kind. Yet here lay the wounded giant, helpless on the ground, and the insect soldiers swarmed in without hesitation. The giant thrashed wildly, trying to dislodge them, but the insectoids clawed relentlessly at its face, tearing flesh and sinew from bone. The air filled with the giant's agonized roars and the sickening soundtrack of mandibles and hot blood. Seconds later, its limbs went limp, the convulsions ceased, but that was far from the end of this behemoth. Standing calmly at Cheng Xiao's side, his hand still outstretched, he spoke two quiet words. "Stand up." Where the shredded carcass lay, a dark silhouette began to materialize. First, the outline of the giant itself rose from the torn flesh. Then, scattered across the field, other shapes stirred, shadowy figures of half-orc warriors who had been crushed beneath the giant's fallen bulk. One by one, they peeled themselves free of the dirt and debris. The newly formed shadow soldiers retrieved their weapons, spears, axes, swords from the ground. They formed ranks swiftly, dozens swelling into hundreds of phantom warriors, their hollow eyes fixed on what remained of their former comrade. Boom! The giant's shadowy form flexed, and the earth beneath it trembled. Unconcerned with anything around it, it stooped and wrapped its enormous hands around the haft of a colossal battle axe. Its weapon, now summoned back to life with it. With a low, rumbling growl, the specter of the giant lifted the axe over its shoulder, ready to serve anew under Cheng Xiao's command. The towering soldier lifted his massive axe and, with a roar, brought it down with every ounce of his might, as if making up for a lifetime spent without a true test of strength. In that single, thunderous blow, the rest of the army finally understood who, or what, they were up against. One by one, the seasoned warriors who had once relished the clash of steel began to falter. Their bold advance turned to hesitant steps, then to a hasty retreat. The exhilaration of battle drained from them, replaced by a cold, sinking dread. Perched aloft, Cheng Xiao felt the panic radiating through the ranks like a shockwave. They weren't just wary anymore, they were terrified. Chapter 271, Multi-Front Assaults. What are you afraid of? Cheng Xiao's voice rang out in the king's own tongue, cutting through the panic of the trembling foot soldiers. The battle had barely begun. There was no excuse for despair so early on. A cold light flickered in her eyes as shadowy tendrils snaked out from her form, reaping lives like a scythe. In an instant, those who had cowered before her were torn apart as if made of flimsy paper, their screams silenced by the merciless darkness. No sooner had Cheng Xiao appeared on the field than the Dragon Emperor, ever vigilant, sensed the unmistakable aura of the Shadow King. East, that was the direction she'd taken. Narrowing his eyes, he tracked the oppressive energy to the far eastern front, where his forward force, Zhongxini, had been deployed. He had expected the Shadow King to skulk on the sidelines, waiting for a proper duel. Instead, she had launched a sudden, devastating strike, and now the scope of her plan was laying itself bare. Word of the Shadow King's assault spread like wildfire. The ancient dragons stirred from their slumber, and even the Demon King, the sovereign of the Fantasia realm and one of the few monarchs still unallied, felt the tremors of change. Each ruler recognized the same truth. Cheng Xiao's bold offensive threatened to reshape the balance of power in their world. And as the dust settled on that blood-soaked plain, a new, far more dangerous phase of the war was about to begin. After sensing the Shadow King's aura and grasping the purpose behind his movements, the king of the fantasy world turned to the Dragon Emperor and said, "Deploy the entire army at once." Before he could finish, the Dragon Emperor raised a hand to stop him. A murmur ran through the gathered monarchs. No one had been more eager to face the Shadow King than the Destruction King standing among them. Yet here the Shadow Lord himself was on the field, hammering their troops, and the Dragon Emperor remained unnervingly calm. The king of the fantasy world felt a surge of impatience. This was their best chance to eliminate the Shadow King since their triumphant return. He could not afford to let it slip away. Quickly adopting the guise of a modest middle-aged man, he bowed respectfully and pressed his appeal a second time. But the Dragon Emperor spoke first, his voice cool and even. "Where are the Shadow King's shadow warriors?" Though the Shadow King stood miles away, the Dragon Emperor's senses probed every hidden corner of the battlefield. Yet not a single soldier lurked within the Shadow King's dark veil. A hush fell over the assembly. The illusionary king, who had prided himself on seeing through any deception, froze in shock. Then, masking his surprise, he closed his eyes and summoned every fragment of his power to pierce the encircling gloom. On the easternmost front where the Shadow King had launched his assault, the sky itself seemed to tear open. A colossal, unblinking eye materialized above the blood-soaked plain, each sweep of its iris replaying the clash of steel and sorcery below. The illusionary king, standing beside him, snapped his own eyes wide and looked to the ancient dragon at his side, the Dragon Emperor. Together they watched the eye's visions. What they saw confirmed the Emperor's prediction. Although the Shadow King strode across the shattered corpses and ruined banners, the vast army that should have followed him, his dreaded Legion of Shadows, was nowhere in sight. He was utterly alone. The illusionary king frowned, a sovereign who commanded the very power of death, venturing unprotected onto the heart of a battlefield. It should have been the perfect opportunity to strike. Yet something held him back. No wise general would risk an ambush without first grasping his enemy's true intent. "Your Majesty," the Dragon Emperor murmured, his deep voice threaded with concern. He, too, sensed there was more to the Shadow King's bold move than met the eye. The Dragon Emperor's gaze alone was enough to bring the entire Legion of Destruction to a hushed silence. Even the oldest, most battle-hardened dragons dared not speak while he looked on. He studied the field where Cheng Xiao stood, noting with satisfaction how the world's armies thinned even as Cheng Xiao's own ranks swelled. A slow, knowing smile curved the Emperor's lips. "So this is your strategy. Sap our strength to enlarge your own," he murmured. "Very well, Shadow King. Show me what you can do. I'd hate for my victory to come too easily." Blades flashed in the gloom as Cheng Xiao fought on, cutting down enemies by the score. His shadow soldiers multiplied with every fallen foe, forming a living tide at his back. Yet no matter how many more joined the fray, the enemy lines stretched on without end. At some point, he halted his relentless assault, not from weariness, but because against such overwhelming numbers, a single sword stroke no longer made a difference. The battle had become a test of wills as much as of steel, and Cheng Xiao knew that if he was to prevail, raw force alone would not be enough. Cheng Xiao drew in a steadying breath and let his instincts take over. In an instant, he became a relentless killing machine, swinging his longsword in sweeping arcs. Each stroke harvested another monster's life. Blood spattered across his armor and face, the coppery stench filling the air, yet he hardly noticed, eyes locked on the next target. Wave after wave of creatures fell before his blade. When the final corpse hit the ground, hundreds of fallen foes in total, he bellowed once more, "Rise!" At his command, hundreds of shadow soldiers stirred and stepped forward, merging with the rest of the shadow army. They advanced like a living tsunami of darkness, blotting out the field with their black-cloaked forms. As their monarch, Cheng Xiao directed their ferocious advance with every sword slash, each strike laced with raw magic. A swirling vortex of arcane power erupted around him, and creatures at the front line were torn apart in an instant. Shocked by the brutality, many monsters bled out where they stood. Others, mindless of any strategy beyond obeying the monarch's orders, fell to a single, devastating blow. When the last echoes of their howls died away, the battlefield lay silent, but for the pulse of victory, and Cheng Xiao, blood-slick and unwavering, stood at its heart. Cheng Xiao carved a path through the throng of monsters beside the monarch's shadow soldiers. All around them, roars and screams rose in an unending cacophony, so constant that time itself seemed to stretch and blur. His arms ached, his mind grew heavy with each fallen creature, until he felt numb all the way down to his bones. Then a new presence stirred, a force unlike anything he'd faced in the mixed world. He raised his gaze and saw hundreds of dragons blotting out the sky, their massive wings beating in unison. Perched atop each beast was a dragon person in humanoid form, clad in gleaming armor and surveying the chaos below. Cheng Xiao allowed himself a quiet breath. No rippling aura of the Dragon Emperor reached him from above. "The Dragon Emperor doesn't intend to come," he muttered. Swiftly, his longsword dissolved into flowing light and reformed as a longbow. After the up-close slaughter of endless monsters, switching to ranged combat felt like a mercy. He couldn't help but smirk. "Shooting dragons," he mused. "Now there's a phrase I never thought I'd use." With a steady hand, he notched an arrow against the string. The dragon riders hovered higher, confident in their vantage. Cheng Xiao drew the bowstring back, his eyes narrowing. If the Dragon Emperor wouldn't face him personally, then these dragonkin would have to answer for their master's absence. And Cheng Xiao intended to send each of them falling from the sky. Heh! A thunderous roar split the air as the dragonfolk vanguard charged, and hundreds of wyverns descended in a spiraling dive toward Cheng Xiao. He narrowed his eyes, drawing raw magic into focus. In his hand appeared the shadow longbow, its sinew taut with power. With a flick of his wrist, he loosed a hail of enchanted arrows. Swish! The projectiles screamed through the sky like a dark downpour. The wyvern's shrieks cut short as each arrow found its mark, and one by one they plummeted in a tangle of broken wings and ragged scales. Blood stained the earth beneath them, but Cheng Xiao was far from done. He stretched out both arms over the fallen beasts and whispered, "Power of the ruler." With a decisive clap, he seemed to grasp something unseen. The ambient magic obeyed the Shadow King's will, coalescing into two colossal, invisible palms. They slammed down in a simultaneous concussion of force, pounding every downed wyvern into shattered fragments. Bang! The ground quaked and rippled beneath the carnage, showered in gore and bone. Not a single drake remained. Each had been utterly obliterated by Cheng Xiao's fearsome display of arcane might. The dozen or so wyverns that had just taken to the air were gone in an instant, erased by Cheng Xiao's unrestricted power. Even he felt a tremor of surprise at the sheer force he'd unleashed. His original plan had been modest, merely sap their fighting spirit. Instead, they'd been utterly obliterated. But there was no time to marvel. Above the ruined battleground, a gargantuan dragon materialized, its wings churning the sky into a dark whirl. Cheng Xiao braced himself as he sensed raw energy coalescing in the dragon's throat. In the next heartbeat, the beast erupted in flame. A scorching torrent hurtled straight for Cheng Xiao, who darted aside, just in time to see the dragon ascend, hoping to stay out of the Shadow King's deadly reach. The heat was suffocating, the roar deafening, and the dragon was certain its fiery onslaught would end the fight quickly. Then, from the heart of the inferno, something black and fluid burst forth. A shadowy figure erupted from the dragon's own breath and rocketed toward the beast's massive flank. In that split second, the dragon's confidence shattered, its fiery assault undone by a single, inky strike emerging from its own blaze. Before the great dragon could even register danger, a cold, sinister breath crawled up its spine. It roared, preparing to strike back, but the attack never came. In an instant, a formless black shadow materialized before the beast. The shadow drew back a fist wreathed in crackling magic and struck with bone-shaking force. Bang! A pulse of arcane energy shattered the dragon's skull. With a thunderous crash, it collapsed to the earth. Smoke and dust billowed skyward, and when they finally cleared, Cheng Xiao emerged unscathed. He brushed particles from his cloak and strode toward the downed foes. "Stand up," he commanded. As if on cue, the monstrous dragon and its draconic warriors slowly rose to their feet behind him, hundreds of them, their scales glinting in the dim light. Watching from afar, the Dragon Emperor's expression darkened. He knew his own forces paled in comparison to the ranks amassed by the other kings, and he had already lost a significant portion of the Destruction Legion to the Shadow King's machinations. No longer bothered by what Cheng Xiao might be plotting, the Emperor's sole concern now was preventing another devastating defeat. "We must eliminate him," he growled. Turning to the ancient dragons arrayed for battle, he issued a single command: "Follow me." Then, to ensure no detail was overlooked, he sent a swift order to the Fantasy King as well: reinforcements, contingencies, any advantage he could muster against this shadowy adversary. The coming clash promised to be a trial by fire, and the Dragon Emperor would not be caught unprepared. "Stay here and watch for any movement from the Shadow Legion. If they show themselves, you know exactly what to do." "Yes, sir," whispered the Fantasy World King. Then, before the Dragon Emperor and his ancient dragons, hundreds of shimmering portals sprang to life, each one opening onto the eastern battlefield. "Shadow King, the fantasy world king called with a smile. "I've been looking forward to this meeting." With that, the Dragon Emperor stepped into the Iris portal, his smile never faltering. The ancient dragons followed in solemn procession, their massive forms slipping through the gateway, one by one. On the eastern battlefield, Cheng Xiao was locked in furious combat, every sinew straining against wave after wave of enemy assaults. Far behind the front lines, the Wuhun Empire braced for its own clash. Reinforcements from the Warcraft host had arrived in force, but under General Hu Liana's masterful direction, Wuhun's defenses held firm. Unlike the mixed levies of the Tiandou and Xingluo empires, Wuhun's army was made up entirely of soul masters, many of them the finest, most battle-hardened fighters in the realm. Firebrand soul masters, stone-shaping earthbinders, swift windblades, and other specialized warriors wove their powers together seamlessly. The Warcraft army's savage charges peeled back blood and steel, but every advance was met with perfectly timed counterattacks. Still, as the battle wore on, even the stalwart soul masters of Wuhun felt the full might of the enemy's magical beasts. Colossal griffins shrieked overhead, talons raking through shield walls, draconic war beasts breathed blistering fire onto the earth. Time and again, whole squads found themselves scattered by beastly roars or scorched by elemental fury. It was a harsh lesson in both the raw power and unpredictable nature of these terrifying creatures. Yet the Wuhun defenders refused to break. Bolstered by Hu Lina's strategic brilliance and the unwavering resolve of their soul masters, they adapted their formations, reinforced weak points, and slowly, methodically, pushed back the onslaught. Each hard-won inch was paid for in sweat and bone, but they would not yield an inch more. The eastern battlefield had become a crucible, and in its fires, new heroes were being forged. The first line of defense of the Wuhun Empire collapsed almost before it had a chance to strike. Neither the fledgling soul masters nor the seasoned veterans could phase their attackers. Every soul skill, from the simplest ward to the most devastating assault, passed right through the invaders as if they weren't there. What is this? It's terrifying, one panicked soul master gasped, his voice cracking. Fall back, everyone, retreat to the city walls, another shouted over the rising din. The attackers proved not to be mindless beasts, but a well-trained army of insectoid war creatures, soldiers in service to a rival king. Their many legs scuttled across the open field, their compound eyes glittering with predatory precision. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The sound of chitin scraping stone filled the air. Without hesitation, the insect monsters swarmed the Wuhun soul masters. Spells of protection and outrage pitched against them simply faded into nothingness. Then, with sickening chomps and rasping mandibles, the creatures began to devour the fallen. High-level soul masters unleashed their most potent skills, flames, psychic screams, crushing force, but all of it washed harmlessly over the insect hordes. Cries of agony rose as survivors scrambled backward, desperately seeking cover. The invaders paused only long enough to drop the bodies they'd consumed, then locked their multifaceted eyes on the next cluster of defenders. Each chittering, saliva-dripping mandible promised the same gruesome fate. They surged forward once more, fangs bared, when suddenly a long, resonant howl echoed up from the city behind them, its mournful power rolling across the battlefield like thunder. The insect horde froze in mid-advance, their many heads swiveling toward the walls. Something colossal stirred within the heart of the city, and even the relentless invaders seemed to hesitate. Two venerable figures suddenly materialized before the soul masters, each wielding a golden dragon staff. They instantly moved to intercept the swarming insect beasts barreling toward the Wuhun Empire's soldiers. One of the elders' voices rang out sharply, "Eighth soul skill, demon-slaying dragon circle." As soon as he spoke, the demon-slaying Douluo raised his panlong staff overhead, its eighth soul ring blazing with light. The golden dragon coiled along the shaft seemed to stir to life, emitting thunderous roars as it struck the nearest monsters. Regardless of whether the creatures could be slain outright, the priority was clear: protect the Empire's troops at all costs. At that moment, Qianjin Douluo leapt into the air. Without any extravagant flourish, he gripped his own panlong staff and prepared to hurl it. His eighth soul ring flared to life, and the two masters, demon-slaying Douluo and Qianjin Douluo, moved with such perfect synchronicity It was as if they shared a single mind. Eighth soul skill. Decisive throw, Tianjin Douluo called, and his staff whipped through the air like a comet. In unison, the two golden staffs converged on the horde of insects, their combined power unleashed in a blinding flash of dragon fire and thunder that tore through the enemy ranks, and bought precious seconds for the Wuhun soldiers to regroup. Tianjin Douluo poured a terrifying surge of soul power into the Panlong staff. In an instant, the weapon swelled to dozens of times its normal size, before crashing down in a catastrophic arc against the advancing insect hordes. Though the creatures were brutal, the combined might of two level 96 title Douluos held them at bay beyond the city walls. Still, neither Tianjin nor his ally Jiang Mo could actually slay these monsters. Their blows, however powerful, lacked the magical essence needed to breach the creatures' armored carapaces. Behind them, refugees dared to hope. "It's the 6th and 7th priests," one shouted. "We're saved at last." Tianjin and Jiang Mo shared a mortified look. In their relief at being recognized as title Doulos, they'd forgotten a critical fact. Their soul skills were useless here. How could they possibly turn the tide? Before they could answer, a fierce voice thundered from the skies above. "You beasts! Today you will learn what it means to face poison laced with true magic." With that, the newcomer unleashed his power. Eighth soul skill, Time Freeze. End of chapter. Chapter 272, The Tide Turns. Look to the sky. Poison Douluo, why on earth would he aid the Spirit Empire? Dugubo's dramatic arrival was like a thunderclap. Every soul master under Tianjin and demon-conquering Douluo's protection froze as waves of virulent, petrifying poison erupted from Dugubo's palms, encasing scores of rampaging monsters in solidified toxin. "Dugubo, what brings you here?" demon-conquering Douluo demanded, eyes narrowed as the monstrous onslaught ground to a halt. Tianjin Douluo frowned at his comrade's abrupt tone, then immediately stepped forward with a respectful bow. He offered his hand to Dugubo. "Poison Douluo, your timely assistance is a true blessing. On behalf of the Spirit Empire, I extend our deepest gratitude. My brother can be blunt. Please don't take offense, Dugubo." Demon-conquering Douluo scowled, but Tianjin's calm courtesy smoothed the tension. They might not understand Dugubo's motives, but his intervention had saved them all. Whatever reason he had for helping, the Spirit Empire would not forget this debt. "I'm not as narrow-minded as you think," Dugubo said quietly, fixing demon-conquering Douluo with a steady gaze. "I haven't come for you or your Spirit Empire. I'm here only to learn if an old friend, Ju Douluo of Juhua Pass, is still alive." He nodded toward the vast field of stone figures below. Those monsters were just a convenient obstacle. A satisfied smile crossed Dugubo's face. He remembered how, in their last encounter, he and the sword Douluo had strained just to fell one creature. But after channeling Cheng Xiao's magical energy, the beasts dropped as easily as ripe fruit. "Juhua Pass?" demon-conquering Douluo frowned. "Who is this Juhua Pass? Since when does our Spirit Empire honor such a figure?" "Juhua Pass is simply another name for Ju Douluo," Tianjin Douluo explained. Surprise lit up demon-conquering Douluo's eyes. He had only ever heard the titles Elder Ju or Ju Douluo. Before he could ask more, a golden beam of light shot up from Wuhan City, cleaving the sky. "Old Poison, what brings you here?" Ju Douluo asked, surprise evident in his voice as he met Dugubo's gaze. Dugubo gave him a faint smile. "I could ask you the same." Ju Douluo paused, then realized the restoration of their once-broken bond was supposed to be a private matter. Yet here was Dugubo, arriving in person at the brink of the Spirit Empire's crisis, no doubt summoned by his disciple, the Emperor. A sudden warmth bloomed in Ju Douluo's chest. Over the years, few had truly cared for him, except Ghost Douluo. It stirred something he hadn't felt in a long time. Far above them, Dugubo and Yoguan hovered in midair, exchanging easy smiles. Demon-conquering Douluo watched in amazement. "When did they get so close?" he murmured to Tianjin Douluo at his side. Tianjin shook his head, eyes still on the path ahead. "No time for guessing now," he replied quietly, ever vigilant. New monsters were already emerging among the petrified horde, proof that the onslaught would not end so easily. Demon-conquering Douluo muttered under his breath. "What a stubborn bunch. I still don't know how Old Man Dugubo cleared the last wave." At that moment, Dugubo descended lightly from the sky. landing between Tianjin Douluo and demon-conquering Douluo without so much as a glance in their direction. Instead, he turned toward the nearest charging creature, lips curling in amusement. "This the best you've got?" he called out, loud enough for everyone to hear. Confusion flickered across the gathered fighters' faces. No one understood what he meant. Then a sound like wet cloth rustling reached their ears. Beneath Douluo's feet, a deep black shadow began to writhe, spreading outward in a pulse of darkness so fast it seemed to swallow the earth itself. Tianjin Douluo and demon-conquering Douluo exchanged glances, eyebrows rising in surprise. They had never seen this Cheng Xiao technique before, but their instincts as titled Douluo told them it was a force to be reckoned with. As the shadow swept across the plain toward Wuhan City, the tide of monstrous attackers, once surging forward like a living wall, slowed to a crawl, their advance smothered under the creeping darkness. They stared in horror at the middle-aged man dressed in dark green robes, a cold smile playing on his lips. A chill ran through their hearts, and then his voice rang out, calm yet menacing. "I've killed before, but this, I trust, will be my last." The commander of the Shadow Army greeted the quaking monsters as though sharing a private joke. At that moment, Douluo, a mere human, lifted his hand, and 130,000 shadow soldiers poured forth from his silhouette, each one poised for action. Even more astonishing, the Shadow King's 140,000 elite warriors had completely vanished into Douluo's shadow, hidden from sight. Commander-in-Chief Burling stepped forward, fixing his gaze on the sky. "Illusion Realm King," he called, "I know you're watching. The currents of your magic betray you. Are you still cowering in the dark?" No sooner had the taunt left his lips than a colossal eye materialized among the clouds. Even the Illusion Realm King, ruler and protector of the Legion of Destruction, felt unease ripple through him. Burling's power had grown to rival that of any monarch. The illusory king had no intention of meeting Borean's forces in a straight fight. He signaled for his siege army to fall back. His troops, already stretched thin by the Spirit Empire's defenders, wouldn't stand a chance against the Shadow Legion's elite, especially with Borean at their head. He was determined to wait until the Dragon Emperor had dealt the Shadow King a final, mortal blow before letting his own soldiers engage. But to his horror, the withdrawal spells wouldn't take. Hidden among the Shadow Legion's 140,000 elite warriors were hundreds of master magicians who had combined their power to sever every channel of communication. The Illusory King's orders simply never reached his monsters. "Illusory King," Borean called out, drawing his sword so that its blade gleamed in the dim light. "This time, I'll kill you in the Monarch's name. Prepare yourself." With a roar, he led the Shadow Legion in one overwhelming charge. That scale of battle, not even the Great Priest could turn it around, right? The demon-subduing Douluo's voice trembled as he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Beside him, Tianjin Douluo stood silent. Against the unrelenting tide of the Shadow Legion's beasts, even their formidable powers seemed perilously stretched. Tianjin Douluo froze where he stood. If they dared to take on these shadow soldiers head-on, the only possible outcome was death. The six-winged warrior at the forefront looked exactly like the Great Priest's martial spirit, the same six-winged angel he knew so well, yet the weight of Borean's presence pressed down on him far more heavily than anything he'd ever felt from the Great Priest himself. He swallowed hard. "No, I have to warn the Great Priest, right now." With that, Tianjin Douluo spun on his heel and sprinted back toward the city gates. Jiangmo Douluo, caught off guard for a second, shook himself free of shock and fell in beside him, determined to follow. On the eastern battlefield, the Dragon Emperor watched in stunned silence as wave after wave of his fallen soldiers rose again under the Shadow King's command. One moment, they had been his brave warriors, loyal to the last, and the next, they belonged to his enemy. It was like being robbed of them all over again. Anger replaced his earlier amusement. He strode out of the portal with icy resolve, his genial smile wiped from his face and his eyes blazing with fury. Across the field, Cheng Xiao tore into the Chaos Legion like a tempest. The mighty Destruction Legion, once the emblem of the Dragon Emperor's power, lay in ruin, slaughtered and scattered like playthings caught in a child's careless tantrum. It was a personal affront, a sting he would not soon forget. The Dragon Emperor clenched his fists, determination flaring in his chest. This defeat would not stand. The Dragon Emperor's chest burned with murderous intent. He would kill Cheng Xiao himself. Yet he still hid his true draconic form, staying in human guise as he inhaled deeply and unleashed his unique destruction breath. This was a power unmatched even within the Dragon Clan, a blast of pure annihilation hurtling straight toward Cheng Xiao. At that moment, Cheng Xiao was fully engaged in slaughtering the Chaos Soldiers, his focus absolute. He didn't see the fatal attack coming until it was almost upon him. Then, in the blink of an eye, he vanished. The destruction breath struck the ranks of Chaos and Shadow Soldiers around him, obliterating them in an ear-splitting roar. When the dust settled, Cheng Xiao reappeared with a single graceful leap, landing a dozen paces away from the Dragon Emperor. The Emperor halted his assault, eyes locked on Cheng Xiao's calm form. He offered no follow-up strike. Instead, the air around him shimmered as dozens of glowing portals tore open the sky. From each one poured swarms of primeval dragons and draconic warriors. At the head of this overwhelming host strode the King of Light Dragons himself, the dreaded King of Destruction, his presence scorching the very air with power. The Destruction Legion's sole mission was to eliminate the Shadow King, an order so dire that this army alone could lay waste to the world in a single day. Every one of its sworn members had been mobilized. At their head stood the Dragon Emperor himself, the undisputed King of Kings, whose very presence crackled with overwhelming power. The moment the Dragon Emperor arrived on the battlefield, Cheng Xiao felt his heart skip. A tidal wave of raw, unimaginable energy washed over him, and he had to swallow hard to steady himself. At Cheng Xiao's command, the Shadow Soldiers, locked in a desperate struggle against the world's forces, fell back in perfect formation. Just as the Dragon Emperor's legion gathered behind their leader, these shadow troops rallied behind Cheng Xiao. Yet, unbeknownst to Cheng Xiao until now, they had once served under the Dragon Emperor too. The Dragon Emperor threw back his head and laughed, a sound like thunder rattling the heavens. "So you've slain my elite and turned them against me," he called out, his voice dripping with contempt. How delightfully naive. He lifted his gaze to the temporary army Cheng Xiao had mustered, thousands of warriors only recently called to arms, and sneered. From his vantage point, they looked no more substantial than ants before a blazing inferno. With that, the true scope of the coming clash became clear. The Dragon Emperor wasn't here merely to fight the Shadow King. He had come to crush every last soul who dared stand in his way. Cheng Xiao, known to all as the Shadow King, stood on the desolate plain with nothing but uncertainty at his back. His once formidable elite legions had vanished without a trace, and before him now stretched the full might of the realm. Nearly 10 million soldiers arrayed in battalions, hundreds of ancient dragons circling overhead, and at their head, the fabled Dragon Emperor himself. Only by confronting him in person could one truly grasp the yawning chasm between their forces. Cheng Xiao understood how hopeless the clash would be. That was precisely why he chose this moment. Yet he refused to yield. "Forward," he ordered. At once, the Shadow Soldiers coalesced out of the gloom and surged toward the enemy lines. The Dragon Emperor paused, his great draconic head tilting in surprise. Even now, with such overwhelming odds stacked against him, the Shadow King dared to launch a frontal assault. What boundless audacity this was! The black-robed phantoms charged the Destruction Legion. With ear-splitting roars, the ancient dragons unleashed torrents of azure flame. To the Emperor's astonishment, though, the fire did not leave ashes waiting to reform. The Shadow Soldiers simply flickered and vanished, as if they had never existed. A slow smile curved the Dragon Emperor's snout. The so-called attack had been nothing more than a diversion, a desperate stratagem to buy time. And now he knew it. The Dragon Emperor never intended to meet the Shadow King in a head-to-head clash. Instead, he set a trap for him. "Trying to run away?" he murmured. Focusing his senses, the Dragon Emperor widened his perception until he caught sight of the Shadow King slipping through the darkness toward another realm. He chuckled as he watched that retreat. Of course the Shadow King would resort to this, padding the ranks of his Shadow Soldiers, dragging out the fight. He just hadn't expected that this time the Shadow King himself wouldn't stay to face him. Did Belian feed him that cowardly plan? Pathetic. With a thought, the Dragon Emperor unleashed a torrent of power. Thousands of shadow soldiers disintegrated in an instant. Then he raised a hand, summoning his communicator. Briefly and efficiently, he relayed his battle plan to the king of the fantasy world. Having secured their alliance, he swept his arm in a grand gesture, and countless glowing portals blossomed in the air before him. Without a word, the Dragon Emperor strode into the nearest portal, his Destruction Legion following in perfect formation. They emerged moments later on the far side. Before them lay a colossal city, its once proud walls now draped with silence, and scattered across its broad plaza were the bodies of 140,000 elite shadow soldiers, motionless in death. Atop a low rise in the center courtyard stood Cheng Xiao, her figure calm and composed against the grisly backdrop. The Dragon Emperor paused, lowering his voice to a soft rumble. "You did well," he said, and with that simple praise, a new chapter of their campaign began. Before Cheng Xiao could arrive, the shattered remnants of the Warcraft army, every soldier that had fallen, rose again as shadow warriors. 200,000 dark-clad figures stood in perfect formation before the Dragon Emperor. He studied them coolly. "So this was your grand strategy," he said, voice dripping with derision. "I suppose Belian filled you in on my tactics." The Dragon Emperor's lips curved into a mocking smile. Leading an enemy into a trap can sometimes be the only way for an outmatched force to win, but he'd seen such ploys before. "How laughable," he continued. "I won't make that mistake twice." Suddenly, the sky itself seemed to rupture. Dozens of shimmering portals blinked into existence, and from each one poured ancient dragons and colossal drakes. In moments, the heavens were blotted out by wingspans that could eclipse the sun. The Dragon Emperor laughed. "Shadow King, is that all you've got? There are no gods or overlords here to clear the battlefield for you." He swept a hand toward his amassed hosts. "Tell me, how do you plan to overcome the millions of warriors beneath my banner?" Even if half his legions fell in the coming clash, he knew that vanquishing the Shadow King would more than justify the cost. "Fear springs from ignorance, and it's clear now that I've seen all your tricks," the Dragon Emperor declared, a smug smile playing on his lips. He pivoted to Cheng Xiao. "Shadow King, you're up. Tell me, how do you expect to defeat me this time?" Cheng Xiao stood unmoved, his dark eyes flicking over the 200,000 warriors of his Shadow Legion arrayed behind him. Against the Dragon Emperor's army of 10 million, they were no more than a grain of sand. Even if they fought with unyielding resolve, the sheer numbers alone would wear them down. And the ancient's draconic breath, wielded by both dragon and dragonkin, had the power to utterly annihilate his soldiers, leaving no trace behind for necromancy or resurrection. Beside the Dragon Emperor, highborn dragons snorted in contempt. This was a foregone conclusion. Nothing Cheng Xiao could muster would change the outcome. Yet before the Dragon Emperor could unleash his contemptuous assault, a sudden glow erupted from the distant city. A towering column of golden light shot skyward, brilliant enough to rival the sun itself. Waves of sacred energy rippled outward, washing over the battlefield in shimmering arcs. The Dragon Emperor's expression shifted from amusement to intrigued surprise. He narrowed his eyes, studying the radiant pillar. "What? This power bears the mark of the ruler. I must admit, I underestimated you." He turned his piercing gaze back to Cheng Xiao, no longer mocking, but wary. In that moment, the scales of fate trembled. An unforeseen power had entered the fray, and victory was no longer guaranteed. Chapter 273, Prelude to War. "Did you lure him here on purpose?" A soft, measured voice drifted through the air. In an instant, a woman appeared, suspended mid-air in a gown of golden silk. The robe was deceptively simple. No elaborate patterns, only clean lines and an elegant golden stand-up collar that framed her alabaster throat. Her long blonde hair fell loosely down her back. At first glance, her golden eyes were placid, without any visible aura of power. But look closely, and you'd see embers flickering in those eyes, a faint living flame, and glowing between her brows was the sigil of the golden seraph. Her presence felt almost inevitable, as though she'd always stood there, just beyond the edge of sight. Cheng Xiao gave a slight, knowing smile. "I wouldn't call it intentional," she answered calmly. "Let's say I needed your help. There are far too many obstacles in my way, too many people interfering with my performance. Qian Renshui's brow furrowed at Cheng Xiao's words. She turned her gaze toward the red-haired man, standing a short distance away. He stood motionless, yet an almost palpable force radiated from him. Even without moving, he seemed ready for battle. A trace of solemnity darkened Qian Renshui's beautiful eyes. He's incredibly strong, she murmured, more to herself than to anyone else. Strong enough that even a god would pause before facing him. Silence fell for a moment, charged with unspoken questions and rising tension. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the battlefield, a silent herald of the war about to unleash its fury. Cheng Xiao's grin didn't falter. If it weren't such a challenge, I'd have solved it long ago. He spoke as if the Dragon Emperor were nothing more than a curious distraction, and the shadow soldiers trailing him felt the weight of his unbothered confidence like a suffocating tide. Qian Renshui met his gaze coolly. The feeling is mutual, she replied, her tone steady. Even if I ascend to the rank of angel god, I still won't be able to unravel you, just as when we first met in the starred Dou forest. Cheng Xiao sighed and ran a hand through his hair. Can we drop the history lesson for now? She exhaled softly, golden light flickering in her narrowed eyes. Very well. Let's deal with the threat in front of us. He inclined his head, smiling warmly. I appreciate that. Once this is over, I'll owe you a drink. Qian Renshui studied him, this inscrutable, infuriating man, her expression turning icy. With a fluid motion, she drew a longsword bathed in golden radiance. An ethereal glow rose from her form like morning mist, casting her in a halo of pure, unwavering light. In an instant, Cheng Xiao seemed to become the very axis of heaven and earth. As the world's lifeblood surged through her, even the Dragon Emperor felt a tremor of curiosity. That power, it isn't the Dominator's, he murmured, eyes narrowing as he studied her. Then he smiled at Cheng Xiao. You sound so certain you can defeat me, but tell me this, can your mysterious ally stand against the ancient dragon under my command? Cheng Xiao's lips curved in a quick, knowing smile, one the Dragon Emperor was quick to notice. Although he couldn't read her thoughts, he began to prepare for anything. After all, he refused to believe that, even with tens of millions of power, she could close such a vast gap. Before he could test her resolve, the countless shadow soldiers massed before him began to vanish, drawn one by one into the Shadow King's inky aura. Alarm flashed in the Dragon Emperor's eyes. What is he doing? Calling his troops back now was practically suicide. Without those ranks of warriors to stall Cheng Xiao's advance, he was exposing himself, walking straight into her grasp. Even if the Shadow King valued his soldiers, stripping his own front line seemed a reckless, even foolish gamble. Yet there was no turning back. The game had begun in earnest, and neither side would yield an inch. He shouldn't be under any illusion that calling in reinforcements would change the tide of battle. Before Cheng Xiao could react, the Dragon Emperor closed the distance between them in the blink of an eye. From the teleportation gate at his back, tens of thousands, perhaps even hundreds of thousands, of soldiers poured forth, charging in lockstep with their sovereign toward Cheng Xiao's position. Nearby, Qian Renshui watched with folded arms, but the Dragon Emperor barely gave him a second thought. A single flick of his finger would have been enough to crush the winged warrior. You may bear wings like the Dominator, the Emperor sneered, but you're no Dominator yourself, far too weak to be any threat. In his eyes, Qian Renshui was a would-be ruler at best, an immature pretender, unworthy of genuine respect. Yet, just as the Dragon Emperor raised his hand to strike Cheng Xiao down, something incredible happened. Cheng Xiao's pupils flared, the irises burning with molten gold, and in that instant his eyes revealed the unmistakable slits of a dragon. Only then did the Dragon Emperor realize that Cheng Xiao had planned this trap from the start. He opened his massive jaws to utter a curse, "You," but the words died on his lips. A moment of tense silence stretched across the battlefield. Then Cheng Xiao unleashed a bone-shaking roar that echoed through the skies. In an instant, every living creature within sight emitted a despairing wail. This was Dragon's Fear, the darkest incantation in all of Dracoria, an indiscriminate terror that struck allies and enemies alike. Anticipating its cruel breath, Cheng Xiao recalled all his shadow warriors into himself, erasing any danger they might have posed. As the final reverberations of the roar faded, an eerie stillness settled over the Dragon Emperor's ranks. His soldiers stood frozen in place, their limbs locked by the Shadow King's iron will. Only the Dragon Emperor himself remained untouched, his divine essence shielding him from total paralysis, though even he trembled at the memory of Dragon's fear. Qian Renshui, newly ascended to godhood, felt its influence seep into his bones despite his godlike stature. With every hostile force immobilized, Cheng Xiao strode forward and seized the Dragon Emperor's massive arm in both hands. The beast's brow furrowed in surprise, but before he could roar his defiance, Cheng Xiao smiled coldly. "This is hardly the place for an audience," Cheng Xiao said. "Come with me." Black shadows snaked up from where Cheng Xiao stood, curling around the Dragon Emperor's taloned feet as if eager to drag him into the nether. The darkness pulsated with undeniable hunger, and Cheng Xiao's invitation was as much a warning as it was a command. The Dragon Emperor had no choice but to follow, into the very heart of the Shadow King's domain. The Dragon Emperor's tense features softened into a relieved grin. He now understood that his opponent had been setting this trap from the very beginning, using the same tactics Berlian had taught him, just as the second-generation Shadow King, Cheng Xiaoyu, once did. Whether storming the battlefield alone, ordering the Shadow Army to sweep the field, or baiting the Dragon Emperor into this spot, every move had been carefully orchestrated to lead to this moment. A thrill of excitement coursed through him. If his adversary tried to force him into a desperate corner again, would he still be overwhelmed? Certainly not. A fierce light sparked in his eyes. He welcomed a glorious duel with the Shadow King, confident that only the survivor could claim the true title of king. And most astonishing of all, he discovered he could summon Dragon Fear, an unexpected power he had never dreamed he would wield. Cheng Xiao turned to Qian Renshui, whose face was still pale with lingering dread of the dragon's presence, and offered her a gentle, reassuring smile. "I'll leave things here in your hands," he said quietly. "Don't worry, I won't be gone long." No sooner had he spoken than dark tendrils of shadow sprang to life, enveloping both him and the mighty Dragon Emperor. For an instant, everything went black. Moments later, they emerged into a soft moss-covered floor, bathed in faint bioluminescent light, the hidden heart of the Star Forest. Cheng Xiao immediately put distance between himself and the still-stunned Dragon Emperor, who found himself abruptly separated from his regal guards. The great dragon blinked, took in the towering ancient trees, and let out a low, curious rumble. "This is a forest?" "Precisely," Cheng Xiao replied, his gaze never leaving the canopy above. "This secluded core of the Stardew Forest is exactly where Guyu is said to bring you." He paused, allowing the Dragon Emperor to absorb the forest's potent energy thrumming through the air. "These titanic fluctuations will inevitably draw the attention of the God Realm," Cheng Xiao continued. "And once the gods arrive, they'll fix their eyes on you. That's when we strike, unleash your power to deal a decisive blow. After the chaos, Guyu will vanish back into the God Realm, leaving you and them to pick up the pieces." A weighty silence settled between them as the forest's glow pulsed in time with the Dragon Emperor's rising heartbeat. Here, in this primeval sanctuary, the trap was set, and soon the God Realm itself would walk right into it. Cheng Xiao had little interest in the God Realm itself, but the gods who dwelled there intrigued him. After all, he wanted to see if he could bend these so-called deities into his own personal legion. Just then, Guyu, who had been waiting patiently, stepped forward with her pack of ferocious beasts in tow. Her silver eyes regarded the Dragon Emperor with calm appraisal as he stared around in open-mouthed wonder. At Cheng Xiao's side, Ditian leaned in and whispered, "My lord, this one doesn't feel like the dragon god we knew before." Guyu's voice was calm but steady. "I know, he may be a dragon, but he's nothing like the old dragon god." The Dragon Emperor's eyes flicked from Guyu to the small band of humans standing beside Cheng Xiao. He leveled a clawed finger at the Shadow King. "Is this your great strategy to defeat me? Enlisting mere mortals as your army?" Cheng Xiao allowed himself a slight smile. "I don't recall the Shadow King ever needing backup," the Dragon Emperor snapped, narrowing his eyes. Then, almost amused, he added, "Yet you're certainly full of surprises." Leaning forward, Cheng Xiao let his smile deepen. Isn't it more entertaining that way? He replied softly. Imagine the irony, being slain by someone you regard as insignificant. For a moment, the Dragon Emperor stared at Cheng Xiao in silence, his regal composure wavering. He closed his eyes, reaching out psychically for word from his dragonkin, but there was only silence. Every attempt at contact fizzled out as if swallowed by the void. When he opened his eyes again, the Dragon Emperor found himself utterly alone, no reinforcements, no allies. A cold realization settled over him. He had once again grievously underestimated the Shadow King and all he had set in motion. Despite never having viewed his opponent as a serious threat, the Dragon Emperor's royal pride blinded him to one critical oversight. He blinked slowly, taking in the scene before him. A vast army of living shadows had surrounded his position. What he'd believed to be a fight of 10,000 against one had somehow swelled into a 200,000 to 1 siege, and he stood alone in the center. Interesting, he murmured, his calm voice cutting through the clamor of war. Let's see if I can hold out until my troops arrive. Though the odds were grim, not a trace of fear crossed his features, only a cool confidence in his eyes. He relished not just the ferocity of overwhelming numbers, but the slow, methodical destruction of foes one by one. Born for war and devastation, he thrived on bloodshed, screams, madness, and despair. If it meant transforming the battlefield into a hellish maelstrom, he would gladly lay waste to everything, even himself. Such was the nature of the Dragon Emperor, an avatar of annihilation. A low, rumbling laugh escaped him. Very well, let me show you my true power. In that instant, his eyes flared crimson, bathing the battlefield in a trembling red light. Cheng Xiao, Gu Yue, the shadow soldiers, and every ferocious beast in the vicinity all recoiled as a power beyond both mortal and divine limits washed over them. Their hearts pounded and hairs stood on end. Every instinct screamed, flee, and flee far. Then the Dragon Emperor unleashed a roar so formidable it threatened to tear the very fabric of space. High-pitched yet bone-shaking, it carried the weight of his dominion over the dragon clans. Berlian, long expecting a counterstrike, barked out a defense order. The battle mages of the elite Shadow Legion sprang into action, weaving a broad magical barrier around their ranks. Still, the Dragon Emperor's roar, his very presence, overwhelmed their bulwark. Space itself twisted and convulsed. The earth trembled beneath their feet. Amid the chaos, Cheng Xiao glimpsed the terror in his comrade's eyes. Without hesitation, he drew the shadow soldiers back into the dim safety of the nether. But the Dragon Emperor's roar would not be silenced. Each successive bellow pounded at Cheng Xiao's mind, sending shockwaves of vertigo through his body. Nearby, Silver Dragon King Gu Yu, legendary for his own draconic resilience, pressed a hand to his brow, struggling against the same disorienting surge. The battlefield had grown still, save for the echo of that lasting roar, a stark reminder that they stood before a true sovereign of dragons. A cluster of ferocious beasts lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies twitching in convulsions. Only the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Ditian, still struggled, and even he shook so violently it was only a matter of moments before he too would collapse. At last, the Dragon Emperor fell silent. He stepped forward, his eyes glinting as he surveyed Cheng Xiao, who stood pale and unsteady, raw magic crackling chaotically around him. A mocking smile curved the Emperor's lips. "This," he said softly, "is what it truly feels like when a dragon tastes fear." Cheng Xiao shook his head, trying to clear the haze of terror. He realized, to his dismay, how little he really knew about this Dragon Emperor. He hadn't even recognized the signs of his power and had walked straight into the trap. The Emperor chuckled. "When you seized my arm, I could have shrugged you off in an instant. Yes, Cheng Xiaoyu once pinned me the same way, but I still gave you a chance. I chose not to kill you outright." His voice took on a note of reluctant respect. "I must admit, I admire your resourcefulness. The allies you've gathered are no mere novices. They're among the most formidable beings in this world." Cheng Xiao's heart pounded so loudly he thought the entire hall could hear it. He could almost feel the soldiers' hostile gazes burning into his back. From the far end of the chamber, the Dragon Emperor's voice rang out, cold and merciless. "I can sense their anger," the Emperor said, each word deliberate. "They despise you already. You came here expecting to rule them as you did your own people, didn't you? Yet today, none of you will leave this place alive." He paused, allowing the threat to settle. Then his tone dropped to an icy whisper. "All except you, Shadow King. You'll be the last. I'll make sure you see every one of your so-called friends torn apart before your eyes." Cheng Xiao stiffened. Could this truly be the Dragon Emperor in the flesh? He forced himself to inhale deeply, chasing away the paralyzing fear that threatened to overwhelm him. Without a word, he met the Emperor's gaze, refusing to look away. The Dragon Emperor stepped forward, a cruel smile playing on his lips. "I might have entertained the notion of a civil discussion. After all, rulers do enjoy their quiet negotiations, but you forfeited that right the moment you set foot in my domain." He circled Cheng Xiao like a predator sizing up its prey. "This is a war between kings. No mortal, general or sovereign, dares to meddle in another's conquest. To do so is to invite annihilation." A low, ominous awe escaped the Emperor, reverberating through the room. Dark tendrils of magic flickered around his form, making the air thrum with power. "I was going to toy with you a little," he confessed, "but now I find the prospect of your blood far more entertaining." Every chuckle from the Dragon Emperor sent a chill through Cheng Xiao's heart. When that terrifying, otherworldly cold light flickered in the Emperor's eyes, it was a clear signal the war had begun in earnest. "Fight with everything you've got, Shadow King," the Dragon Emperor snarled, voice dripping with malice. "I'll kill you over and over, and that ridiculous ally of yours too." Malice radiated off him like burning embers, revealing his true nature as the sovereign of destruction. Cheng Xiao's eyes widened as the very air around the Emperor seemed to ignite, like a mountain of lava come to life. The suffocating heat roared toward them. Instinctively, Cheng Xiao grabbed Gu Yu, who was still recovering his breath, and vaulted backward in a single, powerful leap. If molten lava could take the shape of a dragon, this was what it would look like. End of chapter. Chapter 274, Battle Beyond God. A living fortress of scales and blazing heat towered before them, the Dragon Emperor himself. Cheng Xiao felt a wave of pressure crash over him, as if the very air had thickened beneath the beast's weight. Swallowing his fear, he drew the shadow sword, its blade humming with latent power. Beside him, Gu Yu steadied the silver dragon spear, her expression calm and resolute. Neither spoke. They only shared a sharp glance and readied themselves for the onslaught. With a thunderous roar, the Dragon Emperor slammed a hind foot into the earth. The ground shuddered like a wounded giant. "Here it comes," Cheng Xiao shouted. He and Gu Yue rolled clear, just as the dragon's clawed heel crashed down where they had stood. The tremor faded, and they were already springing back to their feet, closing the gap to the beast in a heartbeat. But the Dragon Emperor was not idle. Its cavernous jaws reared open, unleashing the flame of destruction, a blinding white-hot inferno that seared the very air. "Nash!" Cheng Xiao cried, slinging out his arm. In an instant, his spectral wolf companion materialized beside him. Nash bounded in a graceful arc, narrowly evading the dragon's scorching beam. Above them, a brilliant white light split the sky, its fierce glow promising ruin to anything caught in its path, and Cheng Xiao knew the battle had only just begun. Cheng Xiao darted aside just in time to evade the searing jets of flame that the Dragon Emperor unleashed. Unfazed, Nash pressed forward, wings beating steadily as he obeyed the Monarch's command to close in on their target. At the same moment, Gu Yu hurled her silver dragon spear with all her might, soaring straight toward the Emperor's massive, blazing form. But to Gu Yu's horror, the spear glanced off the Emperor's scales without so much as a scratch. The dragon hide armor was simply too hard. Its surface repelled her weapon like water off stone and sent the spear tumbling helplessly away. Shock rippled through the battlefield, and even the Dragon Emperor's destructive breath stuttered to a halt. Before anyone realized what had happened, Nash had landed lightly atop the Emperor's forehead. Cheng Xiao, balanced on Nash's broad back, closed his eyes and drew in a deep, steadying breath. A swirl of arcane energy gathered in his right hand, crackling and coalescing around the hilt of his sword. "Now, Nash," Cheng Xiao murmured. The blade in his hand, known as the Shadow Longsword, began to hum with dark power. Black wind spiraled around its edge, feeding the weapon with every ounce of magic Cheng Xiao could muster. Muscles tensed, He let out a fierce cry and drove the sword downward with every ounce of his strength. Crack! The air itself split as steel met scale, and hope flared across the faces of the allies below. Black vortices of sword wind tore through the air like the claws of a primeval beast, fracturing into multiple slashing blades aimed squarely at the Dragon Emperor's head. Boom, boom, boom. Cheng Xiao poured all his strength into the onslaught, yet the Emperor's scales, glowing with inner flame, absorbed every strike as if they were carved from unbreakable obsidian. The Dragon Emperor lifted his massive head, his ancient eyes narrowing at the audacious pair, Cheng Xiao and Gu Yu. A cold certainty settled over Cheng Xiao's mind. The beast was gathering energy for something catastrophic. A cataclysmic breath of destruction, perhaps? He shifted his descent, ready to intercept it, when a thunderous roar shattered the air. That primal roar, the true terror of dragonkind, rippled through the sky. Cheng Xiao braced himself against its force, but Nash and Gu Yu were unprepared. They froze, paralyzed by fear, and began to plummet earthward. The Dragon Emperor seized the moment without mercy. Before Cheng Xiao could enfold Nash in the shadow veil, the dragon's jaws parted and unleashed a merciless torrent of searing flame. Nash, come back! Cheng Xiao's cry rang out as the Dragon Emperor unleashed its breath of destruction. Trapped with no hope of escape, Nash threw himself in front of his master, using his own body as a shield against the searing inferno. "Forgive me, my lord," he whispered as the flames consumed him, and in an instant he was gone, reduced to drifting ash. Anger and grief roared through Cheng Xiao's veins. He clenched his teeth, summoned every ounce of magic at his command, and in a flash vaulted onto the dragon's broad chest. Waves of blistering heat rolled off the Emperor's massive scales, threatening to scorch him alive, yet he planted his feet without flinching. "Go to hell!" he snarled. High above his head, the shadow sword trembled in his grasp, dark energy coalescing into a writhing vortex along its blade. With a fierce battle cry, he drove it downward. The sword bit into the emerald scales with a thunderous crack, only to be repelled almost immediately. Again and again he struck, each blow hammering against impenetrable armor. In the end, only tiny fissures marred the dragon's hide, a reminder that even his deepest resolve could barely scratch a legend. Cheng Xiao's blades and spells slammed against the Dragon Emperor's hide, but his attacks were as futile as strikes against a fortress wall. No matter how fiercely he pressed the assault, his weapons simply bounced off the creature's impenetrable defense, inflicting not a scratch. "Watch out!" Cheng Xiao cried, lunging aside as one of the Emperor's enormous claws thundered down. He pivoted on the balls of his feet and dove clear, landing hard on the rocky ground. His magic flared just in time to soften the impact, but the Dragon Emperor's breath of destruction swept over him in a scorching wave. Cheng Xiao rolled away, heart pounding, narrowly escaping the blast. He scrambled to his feet, gasping for air. He had already unleashed every trick he knew. Thousand-blade slashes, shadow-woven onslaughts, and even a binding rune, and still the Dragon Emperor stood unshaken, like a living mountain. Any who touched that corrosive breath would be obliterated in an instant. Its mere presence spelled instant death. Cheng Xiao's mind raced. Unless he could draw forth the full might of the Shadow King's power, he had no hope of victory. One more careless strike from the Dragon Emperor, and he would be wiped from existence. Steeling himself, he prepared to tap into the dark legacy within, his only chance to turn the tide against this indomitable foe. Cheng Xiao lay sprawled on the scorched earth, gasping for breath. He'd already risked everything and lost. The Dragon Emperor, massive and resplendent in his ebony scales, paused his assault and leveled a cold, disdainful gaze at him. "Shadow King," the Dragon Emperor rumbled, voice echoing like distant thunder, "do you see the gulf between us? Your feeble attack barely grazed me. I could end you with a single strike." He spread his gargantuan wings, the air trembling around them. "But first," he added with venomous amusement, "I have some pests to swat away." With those words, the Dragon Emperor reared back and unleashed a storm of destructive breath. It tore through sky and land in a blinding arc, and for an instant the very colors of the heavens and earth seemed to warp. Cheng Xiao, kneeling and defenseless, and Gu Yu, standing close by, looked up in stunned silence as the firmament shifted. Where a brooding gloom had reigned, a strange, radiant brilliance now pulsed across the sky, as though fate itself watched from above. Then, without warning, countless inky shapes plummeted from the vault of heaven, streaking downwards like lethal raindrops. Guyue's eyes went wide. Those aren't mere shadows, they're gods from the divine realm. She swallowed hard. Not even in her worst nightmares had she imagined that the Dragon Emperor, with a single exhalation, could obliterate so many celestial beings at once. The rainfall of black spots continued unabated, each one a fallen deity caught in the wake of his indomitable power. "Master, let us confront him." A piercing voice rang out without warning. 7 beams of light, each a different hue, erupted in Cheng Xiao's vision. Dark gold, forest green, soft pink, crimson, obsidian black, azure blue, pale silver. Each ray pulsed with oppressive, almost sentient malice, and together they blanketed the sky, blotting out the sun. A malicious force swept through the heavens, suffocating the light and chilling the air. There was no mistaking it. This was the work of a powerful evildoer. Yet to the Dragon Emperor's eyes, these rainbow-tinted beams were no more shocking than the so-called angel who had appeared before. With a leisurely laugh, he watched as 7 shadowy figures materialized, each emerging from one of the colored rays. They moved with deliberate grace, forming a perfect ring around him. "How entertaining!" the Dragon Emperor called out. His voice carried amusement and challenge alike. "This spectacle reminds me of the Dominator's army. I wonder, how long will you last compared to them?" He smiled, calm and unshaken, as the 7 assailants braced themselves for the clash. Halos of light suddenly blossomed behind the 7 deities who had formed a circle around the Dragon Emperor. These 7-wheeled rings marked them as first-tier gods, each bearing one of the divine wheels. A gaunt figure with a disproportionately large head and eyes like frozen steel tilted his chin. "And what, pray tell, makes you a ruler?" he demanded, skepticism dripping from every word. The Dragon Emperor gave him no answer. Instead, he exhaled a crackling breath of destruction that streaked straight toward the god of greed. "You're courting death," the god of greed roared, his dark gold halo flaring as he braced himself. "Greed, watch out, he's unbelievably strong," the god of sloth cried, urgency lacing his voice. Another god spat, "Only the Shadow King dares insult the Emperor, and he'll pay for it with his life." Before the air had settled, a new figure materialized overhead. A tall form draped in black robes, staff in hand. One by one, glittering portals tore open in the sky, and through them poured the elite warriors of the Light Dragon Legion, weapons drawn and ready for battle. Cheng Xiao's eyes narrowed as he spotted the robed figure hovering above the fray. He swallowed hard and murmured, "The king of the illusion realm." No sooner had the newcomer appeared than the tide of battle shifted. The Dragon Emperor, who only moments ago held the 7 gods of sin firmly in his grasp, suddenly found himself facing an unexpected opponent. Desire, one of the 7 sins, fumbled for his divine channel to call for reinforcements, only to discover their link to the god realm was blocked. "Damn it, there's another player," he snarled, frustration and fear mingling in his voice. Arrogance bristled at the interruption. The onslaught of ancient dragons had already split their focus. Now this mysterious figure threatened to undo everything. But the King of Illusion made it clear he wouldn't let them regroup. With a graceful flick of his ebony staff, 7 colossal eyes materialized in midair, each pulsing with eerie purple light. Before the 7 gods of sin could mount a defense, beams of spectral energy shot forth, wrapping them in unbreakable bonds of violet flame. "It's over," the Dragon Emperor rumbled, seizing the opportunity. He inhaled deeply and unleashed a devastating breath of raw destruction. The torrent of power swept over the bound deities, obliterating them in an instant. When the dust settled, the battlefield was silent, save for the soft crackle of the King of Illusion's staff. Standing triumphant, he surveyed the wreckage, his dark robes billowing as the echoes of the Dragon Emperor's wrath faded into the void. Less than 3 minutes after the 7 sins gods appeared, they were already gone, body and soul obliterated by the Dragon Emperor's breath of destruction. They never even had a chance to summon their divine punishment formation. Facing not one but 2 supreme monarchs, the relentless Dragon Emperor, Lord of Destruction, and the Illusion World King, peerless in spell resistance, their arrogance turned instantly to ruin, Cheng Xiao watched the smoking ruins of his enemies and felt a sudden flash of inspiration. He turned to the Dragon Emperor, a slow smile spreading across his face. "If you want to overcome a foe who can't be resisted by mere mortals," he said, "why not make yourself just as powerful?" In that moment, Cheng Xiao realized the true potential of the dark force. It could forge any weapon, including one's own self. Why not transform himself into the ultimate weapon? As this idea took root, the Dragon Emperor himself sensed a subtle but profound shift stirring in the dark energies around them, an omen of power yet to come. The Illusion World King's voice was tight with concern. "Dragon Emperor, something's wrong with the Shadow King." A shiver ran through the court. From the Shadow King's silhouette, inky liquid seemed to rise and swirl, enveloping him in shifting layers, and his form began to swell unnaturally. Could it be? The Dragon Emperor breathed, a dark premonition knotting in his stomach. He drew in a great gust of air, preparing to unleash his destructive flame on Cheng Xiao. But as the ember-filled breath gathered, he felt a presence behind him. With a swift motion, he pivoted and locked eyes with the silver-haired woman standing next to the Shadow King. Guyo had thrown herself between them, pouring every ounce of her power into drawing the Dragon Emperor's attention and protecting the Shadow King. In that moment, their gazes met, and Guyue's hands froze in midair, her bold strike faltering. Cold, murderous intent blazed in the Dragon Emperor's eyes as he fixed her with a glare. "How dare you?" He shifted his stance, and the inferno he had aimed at Cheng Xiao roared back to life, surging toward Guyu instead. A moment later, without warning, an immense inky silhouette blotted out the sky above the Dragon Emperor's head. The sheer force of its arrival sent him staggering off balance. Before him stood a form as tall as the heavens themselves, its obsidian surface crackling with thousands of jagged black lightning strikes. "Spiritualization. Impossible," the Dragon Emperor gasped. "You've actually mastered spiritualization?" By all rights, the Shadow King, a mere fragment of glory, should have had no hidden form. Yet here and now, that very form loomed before him, wreathed in storm and shadow. Lightning splintered around the figure, and an unholy roar echoed through the air. His pupils dilated with horror as a cold dread seized him. He halted mid-advance, knees locking as he rooted himself to the spot. The ground beneath his feet fractured like thin ice under pressure. Across the chasm between them, he fixed his glare on Cheng Xiao and shouted, "Are you insane? You're calling down the power of death on the world." The Dragon Emperor stood frozen, utterly disbelieving the cataclysmic display unfolding before him. Unleashing the power of death on the battlefield made one thing painfully clear. The Shadow King and the Dragon Emperor had torn each other apart in a merciless clash, and only one monarch could remain standing. "I will kill him," the Dragon Emperor growled, his eyes alight with relentless bloodlust. At that same moment, Cheng Xiao felt unimaginable energy surge through his veins. His body expanded, first sending a jolt of discomfort through his bones, then settling into an almost euphoric strength. Shadows swirled around him, coalescing into a hulking form that mirrored the Emperor's own colossal presence. Power poured from him in waves so fierce they seemed to rend the air itself. He had transformed, in both size and might, into a force capable of challenging the Dragon Emperor. Cheng Xiao lifted his gaze, and everywhere he looked, devastation followed. Trees were splintered into kindling, the ground cracked in great fissures, and flames roared skyward. Clang! He thrust his massive arm forward to block the Emperor's assault, but the blow struck like a falling mountain. He was hurled backward, the shock of impact rattling his vision. Behind him, roaring fire met writhing black lightning, and together they obliterated vast swaths of the ancient star forest. For the first time, Cheng Xiao felt the scales of power balance between them. He had earned the right to stand toe-to-toe with the Dragon Emperor, and the fate of both their kingdoms would be decided in the moments to come. The two combatants were locked in a deadlock when, without warning, the Dragon Emperor lunged forward and sank its jaws into Cheng Xiao's shoulder. Crimson sparks flared around the wound, but Cheng Xiao didn't flinch. With deliberate calm, he grasped one of the Emperor's horns, yanked its massive head downward, and drove a fist into its snout. The crack of impact echoed through the clearing, yet the Dragon Emperor stood its ground, unshaken. Barely a heartbeat later, the Emperor swung back. Its maw clamped onto Cheng Xiao's side, teeth cutting deep into flesh. Heat and pain surged through Cheng Xiao's ribs, forcing a stifled groan from his lips, only to be caught and swallowed by his will. He curled his fist and smashed it against the Dragon Emperor's skull. The blow rattled the beast's massive head, but did little to slow it. With cold, unfeeling strength, the Dragon Emperor wrapped its claws around Cheng Xiao's midsection and hoisted him into the air. It shook him side to side, each movement driving its teeth into his waist and back until fiery agony ripped through him. Blood streaked its jowls, and Cheng Xiao's vision swam with pain, but still he did not yield. At last, as if satisfied, the Dragon Emperor released its grip and flung Cheng Xiao to the ground. He landed hard, earth churning beneath him, every inch of his body screaming in protest, and the battle was only just beginning. In the next instant, the Dragon Emperor unleashed his breath of destruction. There was nowhere for Cheng Xiao to dodge. The searing blast cleaved through the air and tore into him. His right arm vanished in a spray of blood and bone. He bit back a scream, clenching his jaw against the pain. Despite the grievous wound, Cheng Xiao lunged forward, pressing his remaining arm into the dragon's cavernous maw. With a sickening rip of flesh, he grabbed hold of the massive tongue and yanked. The Dragon Emperor convulsed, fire-hot magma dripping from its torn surface. Seizing the moment, Cheng Xiao drove his shoulder into the dragon's skull with everything he had. A thunderous crack echoed as the Dragon Emperor's head snapped sideways, and molten lava spilled over scorched earth. From a safe distance, Gu Yue watched in horror, heart pounding. There was no way she could intervene now. The battle had escalated beyond anything she could handle. Roaring in fury, the Dragon Emperor narrowed its eyes and lashed out with a powerful kick. Cheng Xiao staggered, but stayed upright. Then the dragon swung its jagged horns in a brutal arc. Cheng Xiao met the blow head-on with his good arm. The two warriors locked in a violent stalemate. Each strike sent shockwaves through the scorched ruin around them. They advanced, they withdrew. Neither would yield an inch. In that fiery arena, man and beast fought with equal ferocity, neither willing to surrender. Every time Cheng Xiao struck the Dragon Emperor, the very fabric of space shuddered. Sparks rained down like molten hail, and jagged arcs of black lightning tore the air asunder. From the sidelines, the king of the fantasy realm, his world's most powerful sorcerer, could only stand gaping, utterly speechless. To witness two beings who had long since transcended the god tier unleashing world-shattering devastation was as terrifying as it was spectacular. They fought atop the ancient star forest, but the trees and stars alike would soon lie in ruins beneath the tidal wave of their power. Destruction clashed with death incarnate. Each blow was less an attack than a cataclysm, rippling outward to shake the very core of reality. Neither warrior bothered with elaborate spells or flashy incantations. Instead, they relied on pure, unadorned force, fist against scale, muscle against aura. Cheng Xiao's knuckles white, net as he gripped his weapons, determination blazing in his eyes. He would not relent. If he maintained this relentless barrage, he might, just might, overthrow the legendary Dragon Emperor. One after another, his brutal combos detonated in concussive shockwaves, tearing at space itself. The closer he drew, the more the world around them groaned under the strain, teetering on the brink of utter annihilation. Yet Cheng Xiao felt only the exhilarating promise of victory. The vast chamber trembled as the king of the fantasy realm shouted an incantation, mending the ruptured fabric of space with iridescent threads of arcane energy. Behind him, the Dragon Emperor's razor-sharp claws slashed through the air, hungry for blood. Cheng Xiao sprang back just in time, then surged forward in a blur. He caught the Dragon Emperor off guard with a crushing right hook to the temple, followed by a soaring sidekick that sent the colossal beast sprawling. In one fluid motion, Cheng Xiao leapt atop his downed foe, bracing himself over the Dragon Emperor's neck and unleashing a relentless rain of blows. Each strike rang like thunder. Bang! Bang! Sparks and crackling lightning dancing off the stone floor. Even the air seemed to scream in protest at the onslaught. Yet with only one arm at his disposal, Cheng Xiao's attacks grew hollow. He had poured every ounce of his remaining magic into that single limb, but the force felt as insubstantial as a feather's touch. The power seeped away, fading with each passing second. Panting, Cheng Xiao forced himself to raise his gauntleted fist once more. "Still nothing?" he muttered, disbelief edging his voice. Buried beneath him, the Dragon Emperor's great hand shot up in a sudden motion and clamped around Cheng Xiao's wrist. The thief-turned-hero froze, his punch snared as if in a vice. The Dragon Emperor's eyes gleamed with ancient contempt as he hissed, "Such feeble strength is useless against me." He tightened his grip, and Cheng Xiao's world narrowed to the crushing pain in his arm and the helpless beat of his own heart. "This is the difference between your strength and mine," the Dragon Emperor sneered, his claws raking across the scorched earth. "If I choose, I can slay you, and those so-called gods, whenever I like." Before Cheng Xiao could reply, the Emperor drove his other claw deep into Cheng Xiao's side, pinning him to the ground. "Even sustaining this power is enough to sap your will," he taunted. Cheng Xiao struggled beneath the merciless grip, every movement thwarted by the Dragon Emperor's crushing weight. With a roar of triumph, the Emperor drew in a lungful of magic, tiny sparks of destructive energy dancing at his lips. "Your end is upon you, Shadow King," he growled, certain of his victory. But as the air before the Emperor shimmered with lethal intent, Cheng Xiao's severed shoulder glowed, and a new arm burst forth, whole and strong. With eyes blazing, he spat out blood and grit. "You lied. I still have magic to burn." Rage contorted the Dragon Emperor's features as he unleashed a blinding beam of destructive light from his mouth. "Now!" he bellowed. In that instant, Cheng Xiao threw himself forward. He slotted his regrown arm into the Dragon Emperor's gaping jaws and thrust his hand deep into the beast's throat. Gathering every ounce of his dwindling magic, he funneled it into a single, decisive strike. The ground beneath them trembled as two wills and two powers clashed in a final, cataclysmic struggle. "Explode for me!" The command ignited a cataclysmic blast. A searing light swallowed the Stardew Great Forest, and the shockwave that followed leveled every tree, every boulder, until nothing remained but smoldering earth. When the brilliance finally died down, an eerie stillness settled over the ruins. Cheng Xiao, reverted to human form, collapsed to his knees, gasping for air. His flesh felt as though it had been crucified by flame. There wasn't an unburned spot on his body. After several ragged breaths, he forced himself upright on trembling arms. Through the drifting dust, a solitary figure emerged. The Dragon Emperor, too, had taken human shape and wore his own share of wounds, but none as severe as Cheng Xiao's. A dark laugh escaped Cheng Xiao's lips as he glared at his opponent. "Monster!" The Dragon Emperor's eyes flared with righteous fury. With a low growl, he drew his blade and began to advance on the Shadow King. "Even without enough power to sustain my spirit form, don't forget, I am the king above all dragons, the Dragon Emperor. Shadow King, this time I claim victory." With that, the blade in the Dragon Emperor's hand erupted in a howling light. Waves of destructive mana pulsed outward, and Cheng Xiao couldn't hide the flicker of shock that passed over his face. The Dragon Emperor was drawing power from the sword itself? Sensing Cheng Xiao's confusion, the Emperor smiled coldly. "Yes. Long ago I sealed a vast reservoir of mana in this blade. It's more than enough to restore my spirit body. How do you like that?" He raised the sword, its destructive glow intensifying. "Shadow King, I told you, I'm fully prepared to slay you. Even if the other rulers descend upon us, they cannot alter the outcome of this duel. None can withstand a fully charged king of destruction." Cheng Xiao sucked in a sharp breath and clenched his teeth, for the Emperor's blade hovered mere inches from him, its tip glowing with unstoppable power. End of chapter. Chapter 275, Ending, Grand Finale. The Dragon Emperor closed the distance in a heartbeat, his gleaming longsword descending in a single, deadly arc. Before Cheng Xiao could fully brace himself, two razor-sharp short swords appeared in his hands, and the three blades clashed with a thunderous ring. Each strike sent up a spray of sweat and blood, sparks flying like embers in a storm, illuminating the grim ballet of steel and flesh. They traded blows relentlessly. Cheng Xiao hammered again and again at the Emperor's legendary scale-like armor, chipping away at its invulnerability. But under the strain, his shadow short sword, already nicked and battered, shattered with a piercing crack. One half spun free into the darkness as Cheng Xiao's energy faltered. He tried to pivot aside, to dodge the Emperor's next strike, but exhaustion stole his balance. Seizing the moment, the Dragon Emperor thrust his long sword straight into Cheng Xiao's midsection. A guttural puff echoed through the night as bone-deep agony ripped through him. Blood blossomed across his robes, but even so, Cheng Xiao wouldn't yield. Gritting his teeth, he drove his remaining short sword upward in a desperate counterattack, the final spark of his will flaring against insurmountable odds. Before Cheng Xiao's dagger could touch the Dragon Emperor's throat, the Emperor snatched it from the air with one bare hand. A gust of inky black energy rippled from the blade, but it slammed straight into the Emperor's crimson magic barrier and shattered. A slow smile curved across the Dragon Emperor's lips as he drew in the lingering magic. His battered flesh smoothed and healed, color returning to his cheeks, wounds knitting closed with frightening speed. "Shadow King," he said, voice calm and cold, "you've lost." With that, he twisted his longsword in Cheng Xiao's abdomen, driving the tip deeper into already torn flesh. A strangled gasp escaped Cheng Xiao's lips, and blood spattered across the courtyard stones. His vision swam, limbs trembling, but sheer will drove him to his feet. The Dragon Emperor sneered down at him. "Pathetic," he hissed. "Can't you just die? You call yourself the King of Death, yet you cling to life like a frightened child." He hauled the blade free, flung Cheng Xiao aside with a savage kick, and watched as the King of Death skidded across the ground, bones snapping beneath him. Even broken and battered, Cheng Xiao fought to rise again, and the Emperor's lips curved into a cold, disdainful smile. Before Cheng Xiao could gather his strength, the Dragon Emperor was already upon him. With a fluid motion, he pressed the tip of his longsword against Cheng Xiao's throat. The cold steel snapped Cheng Xiao's resistance to stillness. He froze mid-struggle. The Dragon Emperor smiled, a cruel twisting of his lips. "You know, Shadow King, it's not only you. Osborne and Cheng Xiao you too. Your defiance sickens me. If you're truly my adversary, you should understand how slim your chances of victory are." He paused, letting the weight of his words hang in the tense air. Then he spoke again, his voice barely above a whisper. "A spark born of darkness clashes with darkness born of light. Their war has raged long into the ages, yet tonight it ends." Cheng Xiao's laughter rang out, sudden and hollow. The Dragon Emperor's brows shot up in surprise. Even the Shadow King could not help but agree that this war was nearing its conclusion. He leaned closer, eyes glinting with contempt and curiosity. "Is this your final act of resistance?" he taunted. "Are you ready to surrender, ashamed and broken?" At that moment, the Dragon Emperor noticed something shift in Cheng Xiao's expression. The hollow defeat he expected was gone. In its place blazed a fierce, unyielding fire. The cold steel at his throat had not quenched the spark, it had only ignited it. A chill ran down the Dragon Emperor's spine as he lunged, swinging his greatsword in a deadly arc. To his surprise, Cheng Xiao didn't dodge. Instead, he stepped forward into the blade's path. At point-blank range, the sword slashed across Cheng Xiao's throat, sending geysers of blood into the air. Yet the wound, though gruesome, barely slowed him. Once a being attains kingly stature, even a slashed windpipe can't claim his life. Cheng Xiao truly was a monster. Ignoring the pain, Cheng Xiao closed the gap. In a blur, he drew the Demon King's longsword from subspace and seized it in his bloodied hand before the Dragon Emperor could even process what was happening. With a single, lightning-fast thrust, the black blade drove through the Emperor's breastplate and into his chest. Ka! Armor splintered and steel shattered as the enchanted sword pierced flesh. Thunder crackled along its razor-sharp edge, crackling through the Dragon Emperor's body like living lightning. A guttural scream tore from the Emperor's lips, an anguished roar that echoed across the battlefield. But Cheng Xiao paused only for a heartbeat. He lifted the Demon King's blade, ready to finish the strike. This was far from over. Cheng Xiao gritted his teeth. He knew full well that even destroying the hearts of these monarchs wouldn't fell them outright. As a mere human, he'd fought on through injuries far worse than this, so of course a sovereign as mighty as the Dragon Emperor would shrug off such strikes. The fight wasn't over yet. Seizing a momentary opening, Cheng Xiao called down Demon King's thunder to pin the Dragon Emperor in place. In the next instant, he wove a fresh shadow dagger into existence and activated his random sword technique. A staccato hail of ethereal blades, tut-tut-tut, rained upon the Dragon Emperor's chest. Each strike spatters of sparks as steel met draconic armor, but none pierced the scales. Only shallow scratches marred the surface. The creature felt no pain. Not enough, Cheng Xiao cursed under his breath. Desperation flared. Gathering every ounce of mana within him, he funneled it into the dagger's slender blade. The runes along its edge blazed with violet light. With a savage cry, he thrust the empowered weapon at the Dragon Emperor again and again, willing those surging currents of magic to tear through the impregnable hide. Cheng Xiao's blade blurred through the air in a relentless flurry of strikes. The Dragon Emperor, his armor cracked, blood trickling from a dozen new wounds, snarled in fury. "You insolent fool!" Even after weathering hundreds of blows, the Emperor managed to wrench his longsword free. With a shove of dark power, he hurled aside the Demon King's cursed blade that still protruded from his chest. Cheng Xiao paused mid-assault, momentarily stunned by the display of sheer will. Recovering instantly, the Dragon Emperor leveled his weapon and lunged. Cheng Xiao answered with every skill at his command, only to find the Emperor's speed climbing to match his own. Their swords met again and again in a cascade of sparks, each clash sending ghostly after-images dancing across the battlefield. This was no mere warrior. It was a creature forged for devastation, the pinnacle of darkness incarnate. Even in the domain he knew best, speed, Cheng Xiao felt himself flagging. His arms trembled, his breath came in ragged gasps. Without the Dominator's aid, could he possibly overcome such an adversary? With a thunderous snarl that echoed like rolling thunder, the Dragon Emperor unleashed a roar that cracked the air itself. The force of it sent Cheng Xiao sprawling backward, skidding across the scorched earth. For a heartbeat, both stood silent. Two titans poised on the brink of annihilation before the next strike would be struck. He stood firm against a blow fierce enough to shatter his body, yet the force still knocked Cheng Xiao off balance and sent him crashing to the ground. Every muscle in his body screamed in protest. He'd reached his limit. The flow of magic into his veins was barely enough to keep him alive, let alone fight. Struggling to his feet, Cheng Xiao barely had time to steady himself before the Dragon Emperor loomed over him once more. This time, the cold fury in the Emperor's eyes was absolute. No mercy remained. In the next heartbeat, the Emperor's longsword flashed, piercing Cheng Xiao's chest with unerring precision. Agony exploded through his heart, searing outward into every bone and limb. His breath caught in his throat. Even a single word was impossible. Strength drained from his legs, and he crumpled to his knees, chest heaving. With cruel efficiency, the Dragon Emperor withdrew his blade. He threw back his head and unleashed a roar that shook the sky itself. As he did, his form shifted, half human, half dragon, scales glittering like molten steel, and razor-taloned claws extending from his fingertips. A thunderous voice rumbled from his lips. "Do you know how long I've waited for this moment? In that empty space between dimensions, time has no meaning, until now. I've waited long enough to watch you grow," the Dragon Emperor rumbled, "and now I'll destroy you in plain sight." He'd originally intended to grant the Shadow King a swift, honorable death, but he'd forgotten one thing. This was the King of Death he was facing. Whenever the Dragon Emperor had the slightest advantage, he reveled in dragging his enemies into oblivion. Furious at his own lapse in judgment, he decided not only to kill Cheng Xiao, but to do so in the cruelest manner possible. He'd show the usurper what happened to anyone who dared defy the Dragon Clan. Fangs bared, claws extended, he swooped down for the kill. "Touch him," came a calm voice from above, "and I will tear you apart." The Dragon Emperor froze. He looked up into a growing golden glow overhead. Before he could react further, a single radiant feather drifted down and landed with a soft thud between him and Cheng Xiao. Confusion flickered across his draconic features as the feather began to pulse and expand. In an instant, it burst into a towering pillar of light that bathed the clearing in a warm, golden radiance, then streaked downward like a spear of molten gold, aimed straight at the Dragon Emperor. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. As the Emperor reared back to avoid the strike, a figure emerged from the luminous trail. Tall, cloaked in shimmering golden light, eyes blazing with unwavering resolve. The very air around him seemed to hum with power. "You will not harm him," the newcomer declared, voice echoing with authority. With that, the ground trembled, and the light coalesced into a blade, a radiant sword that hummed with ancient magic. Planting his feet firmly, the stranger met the Emperor's furious charge head-on. A thunderous clash followed, light against scale, magic against might. Sparks flew, and shockwaves rippled outward, tearing at the foliage and sending birds scattering into the sky. Cheng Xiao, still stunned, scrambled to his feet and stumbled back, watching as these two titans, one draconic, one human, battled for supremacy. Moment by moment, it became clear. Neither would yield easily. The Dragon Emperor's roars shook the heavens, but the Golden Warrior's calm confidence never wavered. With every strike, his blade carved arcs of gleaming energy that the Emperor had to dodge or parry, his leathery wings flapping furiously. In that fierce exchange, Cheng Xiao realized he was witnessing more than just a rescue. This was a reckoning, a declaration that even the mightiest dragons would fall if they threatened those under the King of Death's protection. And as the golden figure pressed the attack, pushing the Dragon Emperor back step by fiery step, Cheng Xiao knew the tide of this battle had irrevocably turned. Somewhere deep in the forest, ancient stones rumbled in response, as though the land itself approved. The Golden Warrior advanced with unyielding determination, driving the Dragon Emperor toward the edge of a vast chasm. With one final thunderous strike, light and scale collided, then the Emperor reared, let out an agonized roar, and tumbled backward into the darkness below. Silence pressed in. Dust motes drifted through the golden light as Cheng Xiao took a trembling step forward. The warrior sheathed his radiant blade and turned to him, serenity in every line of his face. "Are you all right?" he asked quietly. Cheng Xiao nodded, awe and gratitude competing in his chest. "I'm saved." The warrior offered a faint smile. "The King of Death owes you that much." And with that, the forest seemed to exhale, as if life itself could finally resume after the storm. Golden light cascaded from the heavens, coalescing into a single radiant figure. She was a young woman, no more than 20, her skin as flawless as fresh snow, her nose straight and noble, her eyes slender and calm. Between her brows glowed an angelic sigil, and her golden irises, still as glass, gave no hint of power swirling around her. Sunlit hair tumbled freely down her back, and she wore armor that pulsed with dazzling gold. The Dragon Emperor's brow furrowed as he stared up at her. "Is it truly you?" he murmured. In that moment, the entire battlefield was bathed in gilded radiance. The angel goddess Qianrenshui stood before him, the legendary holy angel sword gripped firmly in her hand. 6 majestic wings unfolded behind her, and her celestial robes gleamed with blinding brilliance. Yet subtle streaks of crimson stained her delicate features, proof of the countless monsters she had slain. The blood-smeared armor lent her an unmistakable air of relentless purpose. No longer merely a savior of the innocent, she had become an executioner of the wicked. Her voice rang out, equal parts mercy and steel. "Dragon Emperor, stand and face your judgment. The soldiers who slaughtered so many of my warriors were affected by magic?" The Dragon Emperor's voice rolled like distant thunder as he studied Qianrenshui. Intrigue glinted in his eyes. For ages, true magic had been the preserve of the divine beasts, an alien power woven into the fabric of their world by the primordial absolute. That it now heeded this mortal woman was nothing short of astonishing. Qianrenshui remained silent. With a single fluid motion, she raised the angelic sword high overhead. In an instant, divine energy blossomed around her, a fierce, red-gold radiance that glowed like a second sun. The very air trembled, as though the heavens had bent to her will. A slow, knowing smile curved the Dragon Emperor's lips. He could feel the sacred force within her fighting against the corrupt magic that pervaded his realm. He alone could end this duel with a thought, but he hungered for the spectacle. Calmly, he lifted his own blade in salute. Then, with lethal grace, he lunged forward, steel aimed straight for her heart. Qianreng's eyes flared with crimson gold light as divine power surged to its zenith. Angelic flames roared skyward, their heat cracking the earth beneath her feet. "Angel, holy sword!" she intoned. Raising her blade, she drew the towering inferno behind her into a single, colossal heavenly sword. With a thunderous roar, the radiant weapon sliced through the air, aimed straight at the Dragon Emperor's head. The very atmosphere seemed to warp and tear in its wake. The Dragon Emperor, however, showed nothing more than a bored smile. To him, flashy energy attacks were trivial. His greatest battles against the Shadow King had taught him that only brute, physical strikes could truly harm him. He'd never needed extravagant spells. Boring, he muttered. Channeling his magic into his greatsword, he delivered a languid, sweeping slash that met Qian Renshui's assault head-on. The two forces collided in a blinding flash, sending shockwaves rippling across the battlefield. In an instant, a blade larger than the celestial angel's holy sword cleaved through the sky. Qian Renshui didn't even have time to brace herself. A thunderous shockwave of energy erupted before her, and she was hurled backward by the force of the blast. She gasped, blood blossoming at her lips, and her radiant aura flickered out. The angelic armor across her body shattered into fragments, leaving only ragged shards clinging to her battered frame. The holy angel's sword she had wielded was reduced to a broken hilt in her hand. She was utterly defeated, no match for the Dragon Emperor's power. To him, she was nothing more than a plaything to be crushed with a casual flick of the wrist. With Qian Renshui dispatched, he turned his cold gaze to Cheng Xiao, who was fighting to her feet. He grinned. Shadow King still too proud to admit defeat? Admit defeat? Cheng Xiao wiped blood from the corner of his mouth and lifted his eyes to the Dragon Emperor, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. I never once thought I'd lose. The Dragon Emperor's eyes went wide as he watched Cheng Xiao's wounds knit themselves back together, magic crackling through his veins. Impossible, he thundered. You were on your last legs just moments ago. How are you healing so fast? Cheng Xiao drew a slow breath and laughed softly. Osborne says hi. With that, he flipped the Emperor the bird, and in the same instant, his body snapped back to its full, terrifying strength. The Dragon Emperor roared in fury. He lunged, claws outstretched, but Cheng Xiao caught the strike effortlessly with his bare hands. The Emperor staggered back, stunned and enraged at having his attack so casually deflected. Cheng Xiao's lips curved into a calm smile as he faced the battered Dragon Emperor. You're furious, aren't you? All thanks to the Orc Wizard's enchantment, I've managed to turn your victory into my own. The Dragon Emperor struggled to rise, every breath a rasping struggle. He stared at Cheng Xiao with unsteady eyes. After all my planning, you still failed. He had never imagined the Shadow King would command real magic. The weight of that revelation stole his words. Behind him, the Illusion King, once so bold, had vanished without a trace, evidently too afraid to stand and fight. The war ends now, Cheng Xiao announced, tone as cold as steel. He didn't draw a sword. Instead, he extended a single finger, and a jagged bolt of shadow magic tore through the Emperor's chest. The Dragon Emperor's roar reverberated across the ruined battlefield, then dissolved into a choking gasp as blood fountained around him. Kneeling in his own life's blood, the Dragon Emperor convulsed once, then managed a bitter, mirthless laugh. So this is the taste of betrayal, he rasped. His eyes flickered toward Cheng Xiao. Shadow King, before I die, I have one last request. Cheng Xiao paused, attentive. Find and destroy the Illusion King. With that, the Dragon Emperor's eyes closed, and he slumped forward, dead. Cheng Xiao stood in the silence that followed, victorious at last. The battlefield lay quiet, save for the distant crackle of dying fires. Ahead of him, countless dangers still lurked, but one thing was certain. The Illusion King would pay for his cowardice. Do it for me. At Cheng Xiao's command, the Dragon Emperor bowed his head. His colossal form shimmered, dissolving into countless points of starlight that drifted away on the wind. In his place, a magic crystal, larger than any monarch's crown, materialized in Cheng Xiao's hand. The sky bore the scars of their titanic clash. Ashen embers rained down like snowflakes, coating Cheng Xiao's shoulders in a soft gray dust. He brushed them away and turned to Qian Renshui, who lay seriously wounded where the Dragon Emperor had struck her. Kneeling at her side, Cheng Xiao surveyed the shredded armor and the dark rivulets of blood staining the earth. A low sigh escaped him. He lifted his palm and pressed it gently against her deepest wound. A soft glow emanated from his hand as healing magic wove its way through her flesh, knitting muscle and bone until the bleeding ceased. When she had recovered enough to breathe steadily, Cheng Xiao summoned hundreds of shadow soldiers at his command, forming a protective ring around her. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and unleashed his formidable perception across the entirety of the Douluo Continent. Within a heartbeat, his vision spanned mountains and seas, spirit realms, and mortal cities. He opened his eyes, determination flashing across his features. Found you. Then, without hesitation, he raised the magic crystal. Its surface rippled with the dormant power. Cheng Xiao drew it close and let its energy flow into him, absorbing every ounce at once. A blinding surge of power exploded the moment the Dragon Emperor's magic crystal fused with the Shadow King's dark sorcery. Cheng Xiao gasped as unimaginable energy coursed through his veins, lifting him far beyond the limits of any ordinary mortal. He raised his head, voice ringing with newfound authority. King of the Illusion Realm, our score remains unsettled. With a single fluid motion of his hand, a colossal portal ripped open in midair. Cheng Xiao strode forward and vanished into the swirling vortex. Thousands of miles away, in the mist-shrouded heart of Star Forest, another drama played out on the rocky shores of Poseidon Island. Bo Saixi's frustration boiled over as she confronted the towering figure before her, the deep-sea demonic Whale King. You actually dared to conspire with creatures from other worlds to seize godhood, she spat, arms folded across her chest. Poseidon will never let this betrayal slide. The Whale King threw his head back and laughed, the sound echoing like rolling thunder across the waves. Bo Saixi, he sneered, are you so blind that you can't sense the gods who've fallen on land? Their auras rival, even surpass, those of the sea deities. He leaned in, his eyes gleaming with haughty amusement. Not even Poseidon can stand against such power. So tell me, why should I ever fear him now? And with that, the deep-sea demonic Whale King turned away, utterly unconcerned by the wrath his words had stoked in Bo Saixi's heart. The deep-sea demonic Whale King's voice rumbled like an approaching storm as he flipped his massive palms. Immediately, the ocean around them roiled and heaved. Unfazed, Bo Saixi planted her feet firmly on the slick deck and let a pale blue light shimmer around her. With a single graceful motion, she swept her arms inward, drawing that light into a concentrated burst. In an instant, a swirling column of water, an aquatic vortex, rose before her, its spiraling force crackling with pure water energy. Bo Saixi, your stubbornness knows no bounds, the Whale King roared, baring jagged teeth. You've been nothing but a dog in chains, so eager to obey that you've forgotten what it means to stand as a person. He thrust his right hand skyward. At that moment, a colossal magic circle etched itself into the air behind him, glowing with deep purple runes. Before Bo Saixi could gather her strength, 5 spectral chains shot forth from the circle, snaking through the stormy air toward her. No, she cried, heart pounding. These chains carried an otherworldly resonance, an energy unlike anything he had ever wielded. As the chains closed in, a terrifying grating roar split the tumultuous roar of the sea. Bo Saixi didn't hesitate for a moment. Drawing on the ocean around her, she condensed a barrier of elemental water to shield herself. But the Whale King's chains proved far more dreadful than she'd imagined. They shattered her watery wall as easily as glass, slashing straight through it and coiling around her arms, legs, and waist. A cold emptiness spread through her veins. Her very soul felt as if it were being siphoned off, and she found herself utterly powerless to struggle. The deep-sea demonic Whale King laughed, a cruel, reverberating sound. Look at you, Bo Saixi, reduced to nothing more than a lost dog. In the next instant, he materialized at her side, one massive fin lifting her chin until she was forced to meet his gaze. He grinned, fangs glinting in the dim light. These chains are a gift from the King of the Illusion Realm. You didn't know? They're forged in another world, and once a target is chosen, there is no evading them. His voice dripped with malice. And while they bind you, they will keep draining your soul power. So tell me, Bo Saixi, do you still dare to look down on me? The demonic Whale King of the deep sea loomed above Bo Saixi, voice booming with contempt. You place your faith in Poseidon, do you not? Why then has your great god not come to our aid? Bo Saixi's blood ran cold. He could still feel the sting of the sea god's cruelty, how Poseidon had blinded him, and the Whale King's taunts drove him to the verge of madness. In that instant, the temple of Poseidon trembled violently. A dazzling figure of blue and gold burst forth, soaring into the sky. 18 spirit rings glowed and hovered at his feet, and in his right hand gleamed a golden trident. Behind him, 8 majestic wings, restrained but unmistakably divine, rustled in the air. Without hesitation, Tang San strode forward and positioned himself between Bo Saishi and the snarling Leviathan. The Whale King barely had time to react before Tang San's trident arced in a lethal sweep. The blow struck true, rending deep wounds across the creature's monstrous form. Before it could recover, Tang San followed with a single, crushing palm strike that shattered the deep-sea demonic Whale King into fragments of darkness. Insulting a servant of God carries its punishment, Tang San intoned coolly, not bothering to cast another glance at the fallen foe. As the final echoes of destruction faded, the iron chains that bound Bo Saishi dissolved into nothingness. He stood, finally free, bathed in the soft glow of Poseidon's blessing. Tang San turned back to her and said, "High Priestess, you don't need to sacrifice yourself for Poseidon's trial. I've made a pact with Lord Poseidon. Poseidon Island remains under your charge." He paused, voice steeled with determination. "Right now, I'm returning to the Douluo Continent to find my beloved. I must be certain of their safety." Before Bo Saishi could answer, Tang San leapt into the sky like a bolt of light and vanished over the horizon. The island fell deathly silent. Bo Saishi stood alone on the empty shore, her eyes vacant. Every sea soul master had been slain by the deep-sea demonic Whale King. The 7 sacred pillars lay destroyed. Only she remained as High Priestess of Poseidon Island. "Poseidon, my lord," she whispered, her voice trembling. Meanwhile, Cheng Xiao stepped through the dimensional rift and found himself in a void that eerily mirrored the resting world. Nothing but endless blackness surrounded him, broken only by a silence so profound and oppressive it threatened to crush one's spirit. It was little wonder the Dragon Emperor and his legions grew so restless here. Staying here was almost impossible, especially for a band of mighty immortals who couldn't even find an exit. In the unending darkness, the only sounds were Cheng Xiao's footsteps and the occasional roar of unleashed magic. After what felt like an eternity, he finally tracked down the loathsome King of Illusion and felled him with a single decisive strike. That wretched king excelled at concealment and wielded fearsome spells, augmented no less by the power he'd stolen from the strongest king. Yet even the magic crystal he carried could not harm Cheng Xiao. Seizing that crystal's power, Cheng Xiao absorbed it fully, then slipped out of the dimensional rift. The War of Kings was ended, but the gods themselves still lay ahead. The instant he stepped back onto the Douluo Continent, Cheng Xiao sensed hostility in the air. He was clearly the prey. But there was no need to bolt just yet. He whirled around and discovered that the space around him had been completely sealed off. Before he could draw a breath, waves of oppressive aura descended upon him, pressing in from all directions. And high above, a rift was tearing open in the sky, widening slowly as though heralding yet another catastrophe. In an instant, a swarm of tiny black specks coalesces in midair, appearing suddenly before Cheng Xiao. "Everyone's here," he remarks with a cool smile as he takes in the assembly. High above, God Shura and the 4 divine kings hover in the void, each clad in blood-red armor and eyes blazing with murderous intent. Shura advances a single step, and a tidal wave of relentless killing aura washes over the space between them. Yet Cheng Xiao remains perfectly still, not even blinking as he watches Shura's play with detached confidence. Shura's expression darkens. His cold voice booms through the emptiness. "As law enforcer of the God Realm, I wield absolute authority over everything within our jurisdiction. You may have slain the alien king, but you yourself are an alien being. Your very existence threatens the stability and progress of the God Realm. I advise you to submit to trial without delay." Without waiting for a reply, Shura lunges forward, sweeping the legendary demonic sword through the air. In that motion, a torrent of blood-red sword energy erupts, streaking toward Cheng Xiao with lethal force. Cheng Xiao lifted his palm, and in an instant a colossal magic circle expanded to envelop the entire world. With a casual flick of his wrist, he unraveled the Shura blade's sword energy before it could strike, dissolving it into nothing. Ascending a few feet, he drew every ounce of ambient magic into himself. A jet of inky black light shot from his fingertips, lancing straight through God Shura. Before the god could even react, his body and soul were consumed, dispersed into oblivion. Cheng Xiao turned on the remaining deities of the divine realm, his voice cold and commanding. "You thought you were the only ones with power? Stand and face me." At his word, every fallen creature on the Douluo Continent sprang to life as an army of shadow soldiers. They surged upward in their millions, encircling the gods of the divine realm. Each soldier possessed at least the strength of a second-level god, while the tens of thousands of giant dragons counted as first-level gods. "Destroy them," Cheng Xiao ordered, his tone leaving no room for mercy. At that moment, the battlefield of the divine realm shifted irrevocably. What had once been a clash between a handful of warriors and a lone adversary now pitted the gods themselves against an army of tens of millions of shadow soldiers. To make matters worse, every god slain by those shadows returned to the fray, no longer as defenders of the divine realm, but as its most fearsome attackers. In the sky above, the god kings looked on in horror. All across the heavens, first-tier, second-tier, and third-tier deities, priests included, fell beneath the shadow soldiers' relentless advance. Then, one by one, they too were reborn in darkness, their wills bent to the invaders' cause. Only 4 god kings remained untransformed, and their wounds were grievous. Despair clawed at their hearts as they realized the full extent of their catastrophe. Yet even as hope seemed to vanish, the Dragon Emperor Cheng Xiao made his move. With a single, imperious gesture, he unleashed the hand of the Dominator. In a blink, the 4 mortally wounded god kings were granted the swift release of death, and in that same moment, Cheng Xiao drew forth their shadows, binding them to his will with chilling efficiency. Then came the roar that shook heavens and earth, 10 million voices crying, "Hail the King!" From the ranks of the newly forged Shadow Legion, that cry echoed endlessly, a proclamation of Cheng Xiao's absolute dominion. He stood at the center of their adulation, lips curved into a faint, triumphant smile. The divine realm had fallen, and its conqueror reigned supreme. After issuing the order to capture the sea god Tang San, Cheng Xiao unleashed the 4 god kings at full strength and sent them straight to where Poseidon awaited. He was confident Tang San, wielder of Poseidon's power, would fall swiftly. Their transformation into shadow soldiers had markedly amplified the god king's abilities, and Cheng Xiao trusted them to handle every detail. With operations in capable hands, he quietly withdrew from the battlefield. Within days, rumors raced across the Douluo Continent. Poseidon had been overthrown, the angel god had mysteriously vanished, the Rakshasa god had made a fleeting appearance before disappearing once more, and the Spirit Empire had been founded. Survivors from the 2 former empires swore allegiance to the new Wuhun Empire, ushering in a long-awaited unification of the land. Time moved on. With the divine realm's influence severed, soul power, the old wellspring of cultivation, vanished from the continent. In its place arose a purer, more potent magical energy. Embracing this new force, the people abandoned the age-old practice of hunting soul beasts and set out on a fresh path to power through magic. Chapter 1. The Rise of the Beastmaster. On the Douluo Continent, the awakening of magic power had given rise to a new profession, the Beastmaster. By forging arcane contracts with soul masters, Beastmasters formed powerful partnerships that reshaped the balance of strength across the land. In a remote mountain village, under the whisper of ancient pines, a young man clad in black sat across from an elderly figure draped in emerald robes. Between them lay a polished wooden board, each carved ivory piece poised in mid-game. From the position on the board, it was only a matter of moves before the elder would be checkmated. Douluo, a name both respected and feared, leaned over the board, studied the hopeless layout, and sighed. "I give up," he admitted. "Isn't this just a bit of bullying?" Across from him, Cheng Xiao smiled, his lips curling into a knowing grin. "Old poison," he teased, using Douluo's well-earned nickname, "must you always blame me for your mistakes?" Douluo rolled his eyes. "You're the last person who should talk." Cheng Xiao chuckled and tapped his knight into position. "Honestly, though, cultivating magic power beats grinding soul power any day. I went shopping in town with Yanzi a while ago, and half the villagers swore I was her father." "Is that so?" Douluo raised an eyebrow. Cheng Xiao let his grin widen. "Indeed, and they seemed quite relieved." With that, he made the decisive move. The ivory pieces clicked sharply against the board, sealing Douluo's defeat, and once again proving that, whether in chess or in magic, the young Beastmaster was a force to be reckoned with. "It's fine, but it's a bit too flashy for me," Douluo said. curling his lips. Those two old geezers, Chen Xin and Gu Rong, have been around forever, but somehow they look younger than Xiaoyou now. I can't even tell who's the junior apprentice. He leaned back in his chair. By the way, your protege has been in hiding for years. When are you two getting married? Cheng Xiao nearly choked on his tea. Old poison. There's no rush. I'm only 24. Dugubo's eyes narrowed. 24 isn't old? He scoffed. Fine, you're hardly ancient at that age. He tapped the table. Still, someone's been looking for you. Better stay on your guard. Who? Cheng Xiao sat up straight. Who could it be? Dugubo folded his arms and smiled slyly. Isn't it Ye Lingling? Ever since you healed her martial soul defect, she's been hunting you down. Cheng Xiao blinked. Right, I nearly forgot. And don't overlook the Qian family's kid. She won't be far behind. Cheng Xiao fell silent, stunned by the implications. Dugubo's grin widened. She actually showed up at my place last night. I had no choice but to hide her. You know I can't beat her, Dugubo sighed, turning away. My only choice was to betray you. Damn you, old poisoner. Cheng Xiao shot back, forcing out a bitter laugh. No mercy at all. I told you to vanish without making a sound. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to get back and cook for Yan Yan. Goodbye. Before Cheng Xiao could argue, Dugubo flicked his wrist. A swirl of green mist enveloped him, and just as quickly, he was gone. Cheng Xiao shook his head in exasperation and bent to gather the chessboard, but a sudden rush of heat at his back froze him in place. Well, came a cool voice from behind, you've made it far too easy for me to find you. Without turning, Cheng Xiao knew exactly who stood there. He whirled around to face Qian Renshui, her eyes glowing an otherworldly red. He scratched his head, trying to sound casual. You're not here to sneak up on me this time, are you? No, Qian Renshui replied softly. She studied him with a faint, almost mischievous smile. Now that I'm an Aang, El God, I no longer feel hunger. But if you're cooking, I'd like to sample your food. Cheng Xiao exhaled in relief, a genuine smile finally breaking through. All right. He set aside the chessboard and led the way toward the kitchen, the soft glow of lanterns guiding them as the evening's quiet warmth settled around them. End of chapter. Morning sunlight filtered softly through the curtains, gently warming Cheng Xiao's face. He blinked awake and found Qian Renshui's delicate, flawless profile before him. A small smile played on his lips as he slipped an arm around her waist, then silently slipped from the bed. Noticing the quilt slipping to the floor, after all, she was notorious for kicking it off, he straightened it gently before leaving. He stepped into the next room, their daughters. There, he paused in the doorway, surprised to find two Legion commanders locked in a silent standoff. Berlion and Ayin stood mere feet apart, whispering urgent counters to each other, as though engaged in some psychological duel. Leaning casually against the doorframe, Cheng Xiao munched on melon seeds and enjoyed the spectacle. After a long, tense moment, Berlion cleared his throat. Ahem, in a bid to break the awkward silence. Cheng Xiao merely shook his head with amusement, then tilted his chin toward the corner of the room where his daughter had just stirred awake and was rubbing her sleepy eyes. Dad, you're being so loud. I want a hug. At the sound of his daughter's sweet protest, Cheng Xiao dropped everything and scooped her into his arms. She pressed her small hands against his shoulders and grinned up at him, clearly satisfied. He straightened and, with a fond smile, called out to the two Legion commanders waiting nearby. All right, go wake Cheng Yun. He told me he's quite grown up now and doesn't need his naps disturbed. Actually, my lord, Yin interrupted, trying and failing to stifle a laugh. The young master is already awake in the sitting room. Cheng Xiao blinked in surprise. He is? Well, that's a relief. He's maturing faster than I thought. He carried his daughter toward the living room, only to find Commander Berlion glowering at Yin. You just said we shouldn't rush the boy's training, Berlion accused. Do you really think it's wise to delay his warrior exams? Yin met Berlion's glare evenly. Times have changed, Berlion. The world beyond these walls is more competitive than ever. To enter a top academy, a candidate must pass both written and practical exams. And the youngest they'll accept is 8 years old. Our young master is only 6. Berlion opened his mouth, then closed it as the room fell silent. Cheng Xiao set his daughter down, gently ruffled his son's hair, and watched the two commanders exchange thoughtful looks. The path ahead for his boy would not be easy, but it had to begin at the right time. "You're too impatient." In a flash, Yin snatched up his textbook on the theory of magical energy, his cheeks flushed with excitement. Behind him, the two royal guards who'd come along exchanged bright, eager looks. From the kitchen doorway, Cheng Xiao paused mid-stir, spatula in hand, and shot them all an exasperated yet affectionate glance. Guests were due any minute, and he couldn't afford distractions. With a resigned sigh, he refocused on the bubbling pot before him. Moments later, the doorbell chimed. Douluo was always the first to arrive. Ever since the Douluo Continent had been peacefully unified, the old tactician had made it his mission to drop by for Cheng Xiao's legendary chess matches. Sporting his usual mischievous grin, he breezed past the threshold. "Uncle Cheng, I finally made it." He hadn't even taken off his coat when two small figures came barreling down the hallway. Cheng Xiao and Cheng Yun screeched with delight at the sight of their beloved Grandpa Douluo. Douluo crouched down, rummaged in his sleeves, and produced two brightly wrapped candies, one for each child. Their mother, Xiao, was famously strict about their diet, allowing hardly any sweets. Only when Douluo visited did the siblings ever get such a treat. "Thank you, Grandpa Douluo," the twins chorused, their eyes sparkling, before scampering back to their mother. Douluo chuckled as he tucked his hands into his robes. Watching those cherubic faces light up never failed to warm his heart. He rose and turned toward the main room, ere the chessboard sat ready, pieces meticulously arranged. Today promised fierce competition, and of course, much chatter over a steaming pot of Cheng Xiao's special stew. Cheng Xiao was already at the stove when Douluo slipped into the kitchen before dawn. If Cheng Xiao hadn't stopped him, he'd have emptied every candy jar in sight. "Old poison, up so early?" Cheng Xiao called over his shoulder, stirring the vegetables in his wok. Douluo inhaled deeply, a broad grin on his face. "Kid, only the food you cook satisfies me. I've been craving it ever since you arrived." Cheng Xiao shot him a playful look. "What, you don't like Sister Yanzi's cooking?" Douluo's grin twisted into a scowl. "Edible? Hardly. If Yan weren't my own granddaughter, I'd swear she was trying to poison me. Every dish you taught her to make turns into a taste test. Poor me, the unwilling guinea pig." "So that's why you're scrawny and always hungry?" Cheng Xiao teased, turning a vegetable strip in the wok. Douluo rubbed his chin, feigning despair. "I may be thin, but no matter how terrible her food is, I can't refuse a single bite. She's my granddaughter, after all." Cheng Xiao shook his head with a fond smile. "I get it, family duty and all that. But tonight, let me take over in here. You can sit back and actually enjoy your dinner." Douluo clapped him on the shoulder. "Now that's a proposal I can't refuse." With that, Cheng Xiao glanced at the ingredients laid out on the counter and got back to cooking, the kitchen filling with warm, mouth-watering aromas once more. "I'm going to play with Xiao Lingshui and Xiao Yun for a while," Douluo said, grinning as he trailed after the two children into the garden. Cheng Xiao smiled and shook his head at their antics, then bent back over the work spread out before him. Shortly thereafter, Hu Lana arrived, accompanied by her brother, Xie Yu. Once the revered holy saint of the Spirit Hall, she now held the dragon throne as Empress of the Wuhun Empire. "Empress Lina, long time no see," Qian Renshui greeted her at once, standing to spare her any awkwardness. Cheng Xiao remained engrossed in his task, content to let Qian Renshui smooth the formalities. Hu Liana inclined her head in acknowledgement. "Indeed, it's been a while." Her voice was polite but measured. Deep down, she knew the throne was never truly hers by right. It had belonged to Qian Renshui. Yet he had relinquished his claim, handing the empire over to her without hesitation. Under her rule, the Wuhun Empire had grown stronger than ever. She had swept away the old guard, purging corrupt high officials, seizing the fortunes of exiled nobles, and forcing those who fled to return only on the condition that they forfeit the bulk of their wealth. The measures were severe, but they yielded remarkable results. In just a few short years, the empire had flourished, its prosperity unrivaled in living memory. On Douluo Continent today, magic has erased the old divide between ordinary people and soul masters. The once arrogant nobility lies in ruins. Virtually all who claimed divine status were executed, so now only the honest remain. "Nana, you take care of the others, I'll go help," Shi Yue called over her shoulder before slipping away. Qian Renshui shook her head in mild exasperation, then fixed her luminous violet eyes on the weary face of Juliana. With a soft sigh, she lifted her delicate fingers and tapped Juliana's brow. A blossom of golden light unfurled, pouring warmth through every inch of Juliana's body. She felt a pure current of energy flood her senses, washing away years of exhaustion and pain. A healthy glow spread across her cheeks as fatigue vanished like mist in the morning sun. Qian Renshui offered a gentle smile. I've just used my divine power to purge all the toxins you've carried. You've borne too much over the years. Juliana stared at her in awe. Nana? The words slipped from her lips, full of wonder and gratitude. Ever since Juliana learned of her teacher's connection to Qian Renshui, she'd felt uncomfort, tably out of place. But when Renshui suddenly cried out, "Mama!" all that tension vanished in an instant. Juliana faltered, her heart pounding with unexpected joy. It's all right. What's done is done, Renshui soothed, brushing away the tears at the corners of Juliana's eyes. She offered a soft, reassuring smile. You being here is perfect. Come on, let me introduce you to my two little ones. They'll be so happy to meet you. Juliana's face brightened almost at once. She nodded eagerly, as the last trace of melancholy melted away, replaced by a warmth that seemed to lift her entire spirit. That's wonderful, Shui said, relief evident in her laughter as she watched her sister's smile return. It was clear that today would be anything but ordinary. All across the villa, lanterns glowed in the early evening air, and laughter drifted from the garden paths. Even the normally tranquil lakeside had turned into the scene of a friendly competition among a handful of seasoned anglers. Chen Xin, you can't use sword chi to fish. That's against the rules. Old poison, I'm barely bending them, Chen Xin replied with a grin. I call it making strategic use of the game's mechanics. Voices drifted up from the lakeshore below. No fair cheating. Gurong, I saw you sneaking in your martial soul to fish. You spooked every last catch off my hook. Old poison, mind your manners. There are plenty of witnesses. Chen Xin. Qian Renshui tuned out the bickering behind her. Instead, she leaned her head on Cheng Xiao's shoulder and looked down at the city below, its streets ablaze with lantern light and festive crowds. Cheng Xiao tilted his head and smiled. What's on your mind? She shook her head, a soft smile playing on her lips. Nothing. Then, without warning, she lifted her face and kissed him. The gentle warmth of her lips surprised him, and for a moment he simply stood still, eyes wide, heart racing. When he realized what had happened, he chuckled and whispered, Shadows, close your eyes. Obedient as ever, the silent guardian by their side lowered its gaze. Cheng Xiao slipped an arm around Qian Renshui, holding her close. Her cheeks burned pink against his chest as the distant rumble of celebration reached their ears. Suddenly, the night sky exploded with color. Fireworks bloomed overhead in crackling cascades of red, gold, and violet, illuminating their quiet embrace and bathing the cliff in brilliant light. Fireworks burst overhead, each crack and pop echoing in their ears as Cheng Xiao and Qian Renshui stood together on the cliff summit. They turned to one another, eyes shining, and their tightly clasped hands spoke more eloquently than any words ever could. Below them, Dugu Bo looked up, a playful grin on his face. Don't think I did this for nothing, he called. Consider these fireworks my gift to you. He gave a mock bow. Heh, retirement isn't so bad after all. And with that, the three of them watched the last embers fade into the night, content in the simple joy of the moment. End of chapter.